August Bebel. Woman and Socialism. We are living in an age of great social transformations that are steadily progressing. In all strata of society we perceive an unsettled state of mind and an increasing restlessness, denoting a marked tendency toward profound and radical changes. Many questions have arisen and are being discussed with growing interest in ever-widening circles. One of the most important of these questions, and one that is constantly coming into greater prominence, is the woman question. The woman question deals with the position that woman should hold in our social organism, and seeks to determine how she can best develop her powers and her abilities, in order to become a useful member of human society, endowed with equal rights and serving society according to her best capacity. From our point of view, this question coincides with that other question: in what manner should society be organized to abolish oppression, exploitation, misery, and need, and to bring about the physical and mental welfare of individuals and of society as a whole? To us then, the woman question is only one phase of the general social question that at present occupies all intelligent minds. Its final solution can only be attained by removing social extremes and the evils which are a result of such extremes. Nevertheless, the woman question demands our special consideration. What the position of woman has been in ancient society, what her position is today, and what it will be in the coming social order, are questions that deeply concern at least one half of humanity. Indeed, in Europe they concern a majority of organized society, because women constitute a majority of the population. Moreover, the prevailing conceptions concerning the development of woman's social position during successive stages of history are so faulty, that enlightenment on this subject has become a necessity. Ignorance concerning the position of woman chiefly accounts for the prejudice that the woman's movement has to contend with among all classes of people, by no means least among the women themselves. Many even venture to assert that there is no woman question at all, since woman's position has always been the same and will remain the same in the future. Because nature has destined her to be a wife and a mother, and to confine her activities to the home. Everything that is beyond the four narrow walls of her home and is not closely connected with her domestic duties, is not supposed to concern her. In the woman question then we find two contending parties, just as in the labor question, which relates to the position of the working man in human society. Those who wish to maintain everything as it is, are quick to relegate woman to her so-called natural profession, believing that they have thereby settled the whole matter. They do not recognize that millions of women are not placed in a position enabling them to fulfill their natural function of wifehood and motherhood, owing to reasons that we shall discuss at length later on. They furthermore do not recognize that to millions of other women their natural profession is a failure, because to them marriage has become a yoke and a condition of slavery, and they are obliged to drag on their lives in misery and despair. But these wiseacres are no more concerned by these facts than by the fact that in various trades and professions millions of women are exploited far beyond their strength, and must slave away their lives for a meager subsistence. They remain deaf and blind to these disagreeable truths, as they remain deaf and blind to the misery of the proletariat, consoling themselves and others by the false. Assert ion that it has always been thus and will always continue to be so. That woman is entitled, as well as man, to enjoy all the achievements of civilization, to lighten her burdens, to improve her condition, and to develop all her physical and mental qualities, they refuse to admit. When, furthermore, told that woman to enjoy full physical and mental freedom should also be economically independent, should no longer depend for subsistence upon the goodwill and favor of the other sex, the limit of their patience will be reached. Indignantly they will pour forth a bitter indictment of the madness of the age and its crazy attempts at emancipation. These are the old ladies of both sexes who cannot overcome the narrow circle of their prejudices. They are the human owls that dwell wherever darkness prevails, and cry out in terror whenever a ray of light is cast into their agreeable gloom. Others do not remain quite as blind to the eloquent facts. They confess that at no time woman's position has been so unsatisfactory in comparison to general social progress, as it is at present. They recognize that it is necessary to investigate how the condition of the self-supporting woman can be improved, but in the case of married women they believe the social problem to be solved. They favor the admission of unmarried women only into a limited number of trades and professions. Others again are more advanced and insist that competition between the sexes should not be limited to the inferior trades and professions, but should be extended to all higher branches of learning and the arts and sciences as well. They demand equal educational opportunities and that women should be admitted to all institutions of learning, including the universities. They also favor the appointment of women to government positions, pointing out the results already achieved by women in such positions, especially in the United States. A few are even coming forward to demand equal political rights for women. Woman, they argue, is a human being and a member of organized society as well as man, and the very fact that men have until now framed and administered the laws to suit their own purposes and to hold woman in subjugation, proves the necessity of woman's participation in public affairs. It is noteworthy that all these various endeavors do not go beyond the scope of the present social order. The question is not propounded whether any of these proposed reforms will accomplish a decisive and essential improvement in the condition of women. According to the conceptions of bourgeois, or capitalistic society, the civic equality of men and women is deemed an ultimate solution of the woman question. People are either unconscious of the fact, or deceive themselves in regard to it, that the admission of women to trades and industries is already practically accomplished and is being strongly favored by the ruling classes in their own interest. But under prevailing conditions, woman's invasion of industry has the detrimental effect of increasing competition on the labor market, and the result is a reduction in wages for both male and female workers. It is clear then, that this cannot be a satisfactory solution. Men who favor these endeavors of women within the scope of present society, as well as the bourgeois women who are active in the movement, consider complete civic equality of women the ultimate goal. These men and women then differ radically from those who, in their narrow-mindedness, oppose the movement. They differ radically from those men who are actuated by petty motives of selfishness and fear of competition, and therefore try to prevent women from obtaining higher education and from gaining admission to the better paid professions. But there is no difference of class between them, such as exists between the worker and the capitalist. Cover of hardback of Woman and Socialism. If the bourgeois suffragists would achieve their aim and would bring about equal rights for men and women, they would still fail to abolish that sex slavery which marriage, in its present form, is to countless numbers of women. They would fail to abolish prostitution, they would fail to abolish the economic dependence of wives. To the great majority of women it also remains a matter of indifference whether a few thousand members of their sex, belonging to the more favored classes of society, obtain higher learning and enter some learned profession, or hold a public office. The general condition of the sex as a whole is not altered thereby. The female sex as such has a double yoke to bear. Firstly, women suffer as a result of their social dependence upon men, and the inferior position allotted to them in society. Formal equality before the law alleviates this condition, but does not remedy it. Secondly, women suffer as a result of their economic dependence, which is the lot of women in general, and especially of the proletarian women, as it is of the proletarian men. We see, then, that all women, regardless of their social position, represent that sex which during the evolution of society has been oppressed and wronged by the other sex, and therefore it is to the common interest of all women to remove their disabilities by changing the laws and institutions of the present state and social order. But a great majority of women is furthermore deeply and personally concerned in a complete reorganization of the present state and social order which has for its purpose the abolition of wage slavery, which at present weighs most heavily upon the women of the proletariat, as also the abolition of sex slavery, which is closely connected with our industrial conditions and our system of private ownership. The women who are active in the bourgeois suffrage movement, do not recognize the necessity of so complete a transformation. Influenced by their privileged social position, they consider the more radical aims of the proletarian woman's movement dangerous doctrines that must be opposed. The class antagonism that exists between the capitalist and working class and that is increasing with the growth of industrial problems, also clearly manifests itself then within the woman's movement. Still these sister women, though antagonistic to each other on class lines, have a great many more points in common than the men engaged in the class struggle, and though they march in separate armies they may strike a united blow. This is true in regard to all endeavors pertaining to equal rights of woman under the present social order, that is, her right to enter any trade or profession adapted to her strength and ability, and her right to civic and political equality. These are, as we shall see, very important and very far-reaching aims. Besides striving for these aims, it is in the particular interest of proletarian women to work hand in hand with proletarian men for such measures and institutions that tend to protect the working woman from physical and mental degeneration, and to preserve her health and strength for a normal fulfillment of her maternal functions. Furthermore, it is the duty of the proletarian woman to join the men of her class in the struggle for a thoroughgoing transformation of society, to bring about an order that by its social institutions will enable both sexes to enjoy complete economic and intellectual independence. Our goal then is, not only to achieve equality of men and women under the present social order, which constitutes the sole aim of the bourgeois woman's movement, but to go far beyond this, and to remove all barriers that make one human being dependent upon another, which includes the dependence of one sex upon the other. This solution of the woman question is identical with the solution of the social question. They who seek a complete solution of the woman question must, therefore, join hands with those who have inscribed upon their banner the solution of the social question in the interest of all mankind, the socialists. The Socialist Party is the only one that has made the full equality of women, their liberation from every form of dependence and oppression, an integral part of its program, not for reasons of propaganda, but from necessity. For there can be no liberation of mankind without social independence and equality of the sexes. All socialists will probably agree with the fundamental principles herein expressed. But the same cannot be said in regard to the manner in which we picture the realization of our ultimate aims, that is, in regard to the particular form that institutions should take to bring about that desired independence and equality for all. As soon as we forsake the firm foundation of reality, and begin to depict the future, there is a wide field for speculation. A difference of opinion immediately arises as to what is probable or improbable. Whatever, therefore, is stated in this book concerning future probabilities, must be regarded as the personal opinion of the author, and eventual attacks must be directed against his person, because he assumes full responsibility for his statements. Attacks, that are honestly meant and are objective in character, will be welcome. Those that distort the contents of this book or are founded upon an untruthful interpretation of their meaning, will be ignored. It remains to be said, that in the following chapters all conclusions should be drawn which become necessary for us to draw, as a result of our investigation of facts. To be unprejudiced is the first requirement for a recognition of the truth, and only by expressing without reserve that which is and that which is to be, can we attain our ends. Chapter 1. The position of woman in primeval society. One chief epochs of primeval history. It is the common lot of woman and worker to be oppressed. The forms of oppression have differed in successive ages and in various countries, but the oppression itself remained. During the course of historic development the oppressed ones have frequently recognized their oppression, and this recognition has led to an amelioration of their condition, but it remained for our day to recognize the fundamental causes of this oppression, both in regard to the woman and in regard to the worker. It was necessary to understand the true nature of society and the laws governing social evolution, before an effective movement could develop for the purpose of abolishing conditions that had come to be regarded as unjust. But the extent and profoundness of such a movement depend upon the amount of insight prevailing among those strata of society affected by the unjust conditions, as also upon the freedom of action possessed by them. In both respects woman, owing to custom, education, and lack of freedom, is less advanced than the worker. Moreover, conditions that have prevailed for generations finally become a habit, and heredity as well as education make them appear natural to both parties concerned. That explains why women accept their inferior position as a matter of course, and do not recognize that it is an unworthy one, and that they should strive to obtain equal rights with men, and to become equally qualified members of society. But whatever similarities exist between the position of woman and that of the working man, woman has one precedence over the working man. She is the first human being which came into servitude. Women were slaves before men. All social dependence and oppression is rooted in the economic dependence of the oppressed upon the oppressor. Woman, so we are taught by the history of human development, has been in this position since an early stage. Our understanding of this development is comparatively recent. Just as the myth of the creation of the world, as taught by the Bible, could not be maintained in face of innumerable and indisputable facts founded upon modern, scientific investigation, it also became impossible to maintain the myth of the creation and development of man. Not all phases of the history of evolution have as yet been elucidated. Difference of opinion still exists among scientists in regard to one or another of the natural phenomena and their relation to each other, but, on the whole, clearness and a general consensus of opinion prevails. It is certain that man has not made his appearance upon the earth as a civilized being, as the Bible asserts of the first human pair, but that in the long course of ages he gradually evolved from a mere animal condition, and that he passed through various stages during which his social relations as well as the relations between man and woman experienced many transformations. The convenient assertion that is resorted to daily by ignorant or dishonest people, both in regard to the relation between man and woman as also in regard to the relation between the rich and the poor, the assertion that it has always been thus and will always continue to be so, is utterly false, superficial, and contrary to the truth in every respect. A cursory description of the relations of the sexes since primeval days is of special importance for the purpose of this book. For it seeks to prove that, if in the past progress of human development, these relations have been transformed as a result of the changing methods of production and distribution, it is obvious that a further change in the methods of production and distribution must again lead to a new transformation in the relation of the sexes. Nothing is eternal, either in nature or in human life. Change is the only eternal factor. As far as we can look backward along the line of human evolution, we see the horde representing the first human community. Only when the horde increased in numbers to such an extent that it became difficult to obtain the necessary means of subsistence, which originally consisted of root seeds and fruit, a disbanding of the members resulted, and new dwelling places were sought for. We have no written records of this almost animal-like stage, but studies of the various stages of civilization among extinct and living savages prove that such a stage has at one time existed. Man has not stepped into life as a highly civilized being, upon a command from the Creator, but has passed through a long, infinitely slow process of evolution, and in the ups and downs of wavering periods of development, and in a constant process of differentiation, in all climes and in all quarters of the globe, has passed through many stages until finally climbing the height of his present civilization. And while in some parts of the globe great nations represent the most advanced stage of civilization, we find other peoples in various places representing varied stages of development. These present to us a vivid picture of our own past, and point out to us along which roads humanity has traveled in its long course of evolution. If we shall at some time succeed in establishing general and definite aspects according to which sociological investigations shall be conducted, an abundance of facts will result, destined to cast a new light upon the relations of men in the past and the present. Events will then seem comprehensible and natural, that at present are quite beyond our comprehension, and that superficial critics frequently condemn as irrational, sometimes even as immoral. Scientific researches, commenced by Bachofen, and since continued by a considerable number of learned men as Taylor, MacLennan, Lubbock, and others, have gradually lifted the veil from the earliest history of our race. These investigations were elaborated by Morgan's able book, and to this again Frederick Engels has added a number of historic facts, economic and political in character. Recently these researches have been partly confirmed and partly corrected by Kuhnau. The clear and vivid descriptions given by Frederick Engels in his splendid work, that is founded upon Morgan's investigations, have cast a flood of light upon many factors in the histories of peoples representing various stages of development, factors that until that time had seemed irrational and incomprehensible. They have enabled us to obtain an insight into the gradual upbuilding of the social structure. As a result of such insight, we perceive that our former conceptions in regard to marriage, family, and state, have been founded upon utterly false premises. But whatever has been proven concerning marriage, family, and state, is equally true in regard to the position of woman, which, in the various stages of social development, has differed radically from what is supposed to be woman's eternal position. Morgan divides the history of mankind, and this division is also adopted by Engels, into three chief epochs: savagery, barbarism, and civilization. Each of the two earlier periods he subdivides into a lower, a medium and a higher stage, because these stages differ in regard to fundamental improvements in the method of obtaining the means of subsistence. Those changes which occur from time to time in the social systems of nations as a result of improved methods of production, Morgan considers one of the chief characteristics in the progress of civilization, which is quite in keeping with the materialistic conception of history as laid down by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Thus the lowest stage in the period of savagery represents the childhood of mankind. During this stage men still were tree-dwellers, and fruit and roots constituted their chief nourishment, but even then articulated language began to take form. The medium stage of savagery begins with the consumption of small animals such as fish, crabs, etc., for food, and with the discovery of fire. Men begin to manufacture weapons, clubs, and spears made of wood and stone, and this means the inception of the hunt and probably also of war among neighboring hordes, who contended with one another for the sources of nourishment and the most desirable dwelling places and hunting grounds. At this stage also cannibalism appears, which is still met with among some tribes in Africa, Australia, and Polynesia. The higher stage of savagery is characterized by the invention of the bow and arrow, the invention of the art of weaving, the making of mats and baskets from bast and reeds, and the manufacture of stone implements. As the beginning of the lowest stage of barbarism, Morgan denotes the invention of pottery. Man learns the domestication of wild animals with the resultant production of meat and milk, and thereby obtains the use of hides, horns and furs for the most varied purposes. Hand in hand with the domestication of animals, agriculture begins to develop. In the western part of the world corn is cultivated, in the eastern part, almost all kinds of grain, with the exception of corn, is grown. During the medium stage of barbarism we find an increasing domestication of useful animals in the east, and in the west we find an improved cultivation of nourishing plants with the aid of artificial irrigation. The use of stones and sun-dried bricks for building purposes is also originated at this time. Domestication and breeding favor the formation of herds and flocks and lead to a pastoral life, and the necessity of producing larger quantities of nourishment for both men and animals leads to increased agriculture. The result is a more sedentary mode of life with an accompanying increase in provisions and greater diversity of same, and gradually cannibalism disappears. The higher stage of barbarism has been reached with the smelting of iron ore and the invention of alphabetical writing. The invention of the iron plow gives a new impetus to agriculture. The iron axe and spade and hoe make it easier to clear the forest and to cultivate the soil. With the forging of iron a number of new activities set in, giving life a different shape. Iron tools simplify the building of houses, ships, and wagons. The malleation of metals furthermore leads to mechanical art, to an improvement in the manufacture of arms, and to the building of walled cities. Architecture is developed, and mythology, poetry and history are conserved and disseminated by means of alphabetical writing. The Oriental countries and those situated about the Mediterranean Sea, Egypt, Greece, and Italy, are the ones in which this mode of life was especially developed, and here the foundation was laid to later social transformations that have had a decisive influence upon the development of civilization in Europe and, in fact, in all the countries of the globe. 2. Family forms. The periods of savagery and barbarism were characterized by singular social and sex relations, that differ considerably from those of later times. Bachofen and Morgan have thoroughly investigated these relations. Bachofen carried on his investigations by a profound study of ancient writings, with the purpose of gaining an understanding of various phenomena presented in mythology and ancient history, that impress us strangely and yet show similarity with facts and occurrences of later days, even down to the present time. Morgan carried on his investigations by spending decades of his life among the Iroquois Indians in the state of New York, whereby he made new and unexpected observations of the modes of family life and system of relationship prevailing among them, and these observations served as a basis to place similar observations, made elsewhere, in the proper light. Bachofen and Morgan discovered, independently from one another, that in primeval society the relations of the sexes differed vastly from those prevalent during historic times and among modern, civilized nations. Morgan discovered, furthermore, as a result of his long sojourn among the Iroquois of North America, and his comparative studies to which these observations led him, that all existing primitive peoples have family relations and systems of relationship that differ markedly from our own, but which must have prevailed generally among all peoples at a remote period of civilization. At the time when Morgan lived among the Iroquois, he found that among them existed a monogamous marriage, easily dissolved by either side, termed by him the pairing family. But he also found that the terms of relationship as father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, although there could be no doubt in our minds as to whom such terms should apply, were not used in their ordinary sense. The Iroquois addresses as sons and daughters not only his own children, but also those of all his brothers, and these, his brothers' children, call him father. On the other hand, the Iroquois woman does not only call her own children sons and daughters, but also those of all her sisters, and again all her sisters' children call her mother. But the children of her brothers she calls nephews and nieces, and these call her aunt. Children of brothers call one another brothers and sisters, and so do children of sisters. But the children of a woman and her brother call each other cousins. The curious fact then presents itself that the terms of relationship are not determined by the actual degrees of relationship, but the sex of the relative. This system of kinship is not only fully accepted by all American Indians as well as by the Aborigines of India, the Dravidian tribes of Deccan and the Gujrat tribes of Hindustan, but similar systems must have existed everywhere primarily, as has been proven by investigations that were undertaken since those of Bachofen. When these established facts shall be taken as a basis for further investigations among living savage or barbaric tribes, similar to the investigations made by Bachofen among various peoples of the ancient world, by Morgan among the Iroquois and by Queneau among the Australian Negroes, it will be shown that social and sex relations constituted the foundation for the development of all nations of the world. Morgan's investigations have revealed still other interesting facts. While the pairing family of the Iroquois is in contradiction to the terms of relationship employed by them, it was shown that in the Sandwich Islands there existed up to the first half of the 19th century a family form which actually corresponded to that system of kinship that among the Iroquois existed only in name. But the Hawaiian system of kinship again did not agree with the family form prevailing there at the time, but pointed to another form of the family, still more remote, and no longer in existence. There all the children of brothers and sisters, without exception, were regarded as brothers and sisters, and were considered the common children, not only of their mothers and her sisters or their fathers and his brothers, but of all the brothers and sisters of both their parents. The Hawaiian system of kinship then corresponded to a degree of development that was still lower than the prevailing family form. We are thus confronted by the peculiar fact, that in Hawaii as among the North American Indians, two different systems of kinship were employed that no longer corresponded to existing conditions, but had been superseded by a higher form. Morgan expresses himself on this phenomenon in the following manner: the family is the active element, it is never stationary, but progresses from a lower to a higher form in the same measure in which society develops from a lower to a higher stage. But the systems of kinship are passive. Only in long intervals they register the progress made by the family in course of time, and only then are they radically changed when the family has done so. The prevalent conception that the present family form has existed since times immemorial and must continue to exist lest our entire civilization be endangered, a conception that is vehemently defended by the upholders of things as they are, has been proven faulty and untenable by the researches of these scientists. The study of primeval history leaves no doubt as to the entirely different relation of the sexes at an early period of human development from their present relation, and when viewed in the light of our present-day conceptions, they seem a monstrosity, a mire of immorality. But as each stage in social development has its own methods of production, thus each stage also has its own code of morals, which is only a reflection of its social conditions. Morals are determined by custom, and customs correspond to the innermost nature, that is, to the social necessities of any given period. Morgan arrives at the conclusion that in the lowest stage of savagery unrestricted sexual intercourse existed within the tribe, so that all the women belonged to all the men and all the men belonged to all the women, that is, a condition of promiscuity. All men practice polygamy, and all women practice polyandry. There is a common ownership of wives and husbands as also a common ownership of the children. Strabo relates that among the Arabs brothers have sexual intercourse with their sisters and sons with their mothers. Incest was originally a requirement, to make it possible for human beings to multiply. This explanation must especially be resorted to if we accept the biblical story of the origin of man. The Bible contains a contradiction in regard to this delicate subject. It relates that Cain, having killed his brother Abel, fled from the presence of the Lord and lived in the land of Nod. There Cain knew his wife and she conceived and bore a son unto him. But whence came his wife? Cain's parents were the first man and woman. According to the Hebrew tradition, 2 sisters were born to Cain and Abel, with whom they begot children. The Christian translators of the Bible appear to have suppressed this unpleasant fact. That promiscuity prevailed in a prehistoric stage, that the primeval horde was characterized by unrestricted sexual intercourse, is also shown in the Indian myth that Brahma wedded his own daughter Saravasti. The same myth is met with among the Egyptians and in the Norse Edda. The Egyptian god Ammon was the husband of his mother and boasted of the fact, and Odin, according to the Edda, was the husband of his own daughter Frigga. Dr. Adolf Bastian relates, in Swagenera the daughters of the Raja enjoyed the privilege of freely choosing their husbands. 4 brothers who settled in Kapilapur made Priya, the eldest of their 5 sisters, queen mother, and married the others. Morgan assumes that from the state of general promiscuity, a higher form of sexual relation gradually developed, the consanguine family. Here the marriage groups are arranged by generations. All the grandfathers and grandmothers within a certain family are mutually husbands and wives, their children constitute another cycle of husbands and wives, and again the children of these when they have attained the proper age. In differentiation then from the promiscuity prevailing at the lowest stage, we here find one generation excluded from sexual intercourse with another generation. But brothers and sisters and cousins of the first, second, and more remote grades are all brothers and sisters and also husbands and wives. This family form corresponds to the system of kinship that during the first half of the last century still existed in Hawaii in name but no longer in fact. According to the American and Indian system of kinship, brother and sister can never be father and mother to the same child, but according to the Hawaiian system they may. The consanguine family also prevailed at the time of Herodotus among the Misigides. Of these he wrote, "Every man marries a woman but all are permitted to have intercourse with her." Similar conditions Bachofen proves to have existed among the Lycians, Etruscans, Cretans, Athenians, Lesbians, and Egyptians. According to Morgan, the consanguine family is succeeded by a third, higher form of family relations, which he calls the Punaluan family, Punaluan meaning dear companion. Morgan's conception that the consanguine family, founded upon the formation of marriage classes according to generations, which preceded the Punaluan family, was the original form of family life, is opposed by Kuhnau in his book referred to above. Kuhnau does not consider the consanguine family the most primitive form of sexual intercourse discovered, but deems it an intermediary stage leading to the true Gentile organization, in which stage the generic classification in strata of different ages belonging to the so-called consanguine family, runs parallel for a while with the Gentile order. Kuhnau says, furthermore, the class division, every man and every woman bearing the name of their class and their totem, does not prevent sexual intercourse among relations on collateral lines, but it does prevent it among relations of preceding and succeeding lines, parents and children, aunts and nephews, uncles and nieces. Terms as uncle, aunt, etc., denote entire groups. Q now furnishes proof in regard to the points in which he differs from Morgan. But though he differs from Morgan in many respects, he clearly defends him against the attacks of Westermarck and others. He says, although some of Morgan's theories may be proven to be incorrect, and others partly so, to him still is due the credit of having been the first to discover the identity existing between the totem groups of the North American Indians and the Gentile organizations of the Romans. He, furthermore, was the first to show that our present family form and system of relationship is the outcome of a lengthy process of evolution. We, therefore, are indebted to him for having made further research possible, for having laid the foundation upon which we may continue to build. In the introduction to his book he also states explicitly that his work is partly a supplement to Morgan's book on ancient society. Westermarck and Stark, to whom Dr. Ziegler especially refers, will have to accept the fact that the origin and evolution of the family are not in keeping with their bourgeois prejudices. Kuhnau's refutations should enlighten the most fanatical opponents of Morgan as to the value of their opposition. 3. The matriarchate. According to Morgan, the Punaluen family begins with the exclusion of brothers and sisters on the mother's side. Wherever a woman has several husbands, it becomes impossible to determine paternity. Paternity becomes a mere fiction. Even at present, with the institution of monogamous marriage, paternity, as Goethe said in his Apprenticeship, depends upon good faith. But if paternity is dubious in monogamous marriage even, it is surely beyond the possibility of determination where polyandry prevails. Only descent from the mother can be shown clearly and undeniably, therefore, children, during the term of the matriarchate, were termed spurii, seed. As all social transformations are consummated infinitely slow upon a low stage of development, thus also the transition from the consanguine family to the Punaluen family must have extended through a great length of time, and many retrogressions must undoubtedly have occurred that could still be perceived in later days. The immediate, external cause for the development of the Punaluen family may have the necessity of dividing the greatly increased group for the purpose of finding new soil for agricultural purposes and for the grazing of herds. But it is also probable that with increasing development, people gradually came to understand the harmfulness and the impropriety of sexual intercourse between brother and sister and close relatives, and that this recognition led to a different arrangement of marriage relations. That this was the case is shown by a pretty legend that, as Kuhnau tells us, was related to Gasson among the Dieris, a tribe of southern Australia. This legend describes the origin of the Murdu, the Gentile organization, in the following manner. After the creation, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and other closely related persons married indiscriminately among themselves, until the evil consequences of such marriages were clearly seen. Thereupon the leaders held a council to consider what could be done, and finally they begged Muramura, the Great Spirit, to bid them what to do. Muramura bade them divide the tribe into many branches and to name these after animals and inanimate objects to distinguish them from one another, for instance, mouse, emu, lizard, rain, etc. The members of each group should not be permitted to marry among themselves, but should choose their mates from another group. Thus the son of an emu should not marry the daughter of an emu, but he might marry the daughter of a mouse, a lizard, a rain, or any other family. This tradition is more plausible than the biblical one, and shows the origin of Gentile organization in the simplest manner. Paul Lafargue showed in an article published in the German periodical, Neue Zeit, that names like Adam and Eva did not originally denote individual persons, but were the names of gentes in which the Jews were constituted in prehistoric days. By his argumentation Lafargue elucidates a number of otherwise obscure and contradictory points in the first book of Moses. In the same periodical M. Beer calls attention to the fact that among the Jews a superstition still prevails according to which a man's mother and his fiancée must not have the same name, lest misfortune, disease, and death be brought upon the family. This is a further proof of the correctness of Lafargue's conception. Gentile organization prohibited marriage between persons belonging to the same gens. According to the Gentile conception, then, the fact that a man's mother and his fiancée had the same name, proved their belonging to the same gens. Of course, present-day Jews are ignorant of the connection existing between their superstition and the ancient Gentile organization which prohibited such marriages. These prohibitory laws had the purpose of avoiding the evils resulting from close intermarriage, and though Gentile organization among the Jews has gone out of existence thousands of years ago, we still see traces of the ancient tradition preserved. Early experiences in the breeding of animals may have led to a recognition of the dangers of inbreeding. How far such experiences had been developed may be seen from the first book of Moses, chapter 30, 32 stanza, where it is told how Jacob cheated his father-in-law Laban by providing for the birth of spotted lambs and goats that were to be his, according to Laban's promise. Thus ancient Israelites were applying Darwin's theories in practice long before Darwin's time. Since we are discussing conditions that existed among the ancient Jews, it will be well to quote a few further facts which prove that in antiquity maternal law actually prevailed among them. Although in the first book of Moses 3:16, is written in regard to woman, and thy desire shall be to thy husband and he shall rule over thee, in the first book of Moses 2:24, we find the lines, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother and shall cleave unto his wife and they shall be one flesh. The same wording is repeated in Matthew 19:5, Mark 10:7, and in the Epistle to the Ephesians 5:31. This command then is rooted in maternal law, for which interpreters of the Bible had no explanation and, therefore, presented it incorrectly. Maternal law is likewise shown to have existed in the fourth book of Moses, 32:41. There it is said that Jair had a father of the tribe of Judah, but his mother came from the tribe of Manasseh, and Jair is explicitly called the son of Manasseh and became heir to that tribe. In Nehemiah 7:63, we find still another example of maternal law among the ancient Jews. There the children of a priest who married one of the daughters of Barzillai, a Jewish clan, are called the children of Barzillai. They are, accordingly, not called by their father's but by their mother's name. In the Punaluan family, according to Morgan, one or more series of sisters of one family group married one or more series of brothers of another family group. A number of sisters or cousins of the first, second, and more remote degrees were the common wives of their common husbands, who were not permitted to be their brothers. A number of brothers or cousins, of various degrees were the common husbands of their common wives, who were not permitted to be their sisters. As inbreeding was thereby prohibited, this new form of marriage was favorable to higher and more rapid development, and gave those tribes that had adopted this family form an advantage over those who maintained the old form of sex relations. The following system of kinship resulted from the Punaluan family: the children of my mother's sisters are her children, and the children of my father's brothers are his children, and all are my brothers and sisters. But the children of my mother's brothers are her nephews and nieces, and the children of my father's sisters are his nephews and nieces, and all are my cousins. The husbands of my mother's sisters are still her husbands, and the wives of my father's brothers are still his wives, but the sisters of my father and the brothers of my mother are excluded from the family group, and their children are my cousins. With increasing civilization, sexual intercourse among brothers and sisters is put under the ban, and this is gradually extended to all collateral relatives on the mother's side. A new consanguine family, the gens, is evolved that originally consists of natural and remote sisters and their children, together with their natural or remote brothers on the mother's side. The gens has a common ancestor to whom the groups of female generations trace their descent. The men do not belong to the gens of their wives, but to the gens of their sisters. But the children of these men belong to the gens of their mothers, because descent is traced from the mother. The mother is considered the head of the family. Thus the matriarchate was evolved that for a long time constituted the foundation of family relations and inheritance. While the maternal law prevailed, women had a voice and vote in the councils of the gens. They helped to elect the sachems and leaders and to depose them. When Hannibal formed an alliance with the Gauls against the Romans, he decided that in case disputes should arise among the allies, the Gallic matrons should be intrusted with the mission of arbitrating, so great was his confidence in their impartiality. Of the Lycians who recognized maternal law, Herodotus tells us, their customs are partly Cretan and partly Carian. But they have one custom that distinguishes them from all other nations in the world. If you ask a Lycian who he is, he will tell you his name, his mother's name, and so on in the line of female descent. Moreover, when a free woman marries a slave, her children remain free citizens. But if a man marries a foreign woman or takes unto himself a concubine, his children are deprived of all civic rights, even though he be the most eminent man in the state. At that time matrimonium was spoken of instead of patrimonium, mater familias was said instead of pater familias, and one's native country was referred to as the motherland. Just as the earlier family forms, the gens was founded on the common ownership of property, that is, it was a communistic form of society. Woman was the leader and ruler in this kinship organization and was highly respected, her opinion counting for much in the household as well as in the affairs of the tribe. She is peacemaker and judge, and discharges the duties of religious worship as priestess. The frequent appearance of queens and women rulers in antiquity, and the power wielded by them even when their sons were the actual rulers, which was the case in Egypt, for instance, was an outcome of the matriarchate. During that period mythological characters are chiefly feminine, as seen from the goddesses Astarte, Demeter, Ceres, Latona, Iris, Frigga, Freya, Gerda, and many others. Woman is invulnerable. Matricide is deemed the most dreadful crime that calls upon all men for vengeance. It is the common duty of all the men of the tribe, to avenge an injury inflicted upon any member of their kinship by a member of any other tribe. Defense of the women incites the men to highest bravery. Thus the influence of the matriarchate was perceived in all social relations of the ancient peoples, among the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Assyrians, the Greeks before the heroic age, the Italic tribes before the founding of Rome, the Scythians, the Gauls, the Iberians, the Cantabrians, the Germans, and others. At that time woman held a position in society as she has never held since. Tacitus says in his Germania the Germans believe that within every woman dwells something holy and prophetic, therefore they honor woman's opinion and follow her advice. Diodorus, who lived at the time of Caesar, was quite indignant over the position of women, in Egypt. He had heard that in Egypt not sons but daughters supported their aged parents. He therefore spoke disparagingly of the henpecked men at the Nile, who granted rights and privileges to the weaker sex that seemed outrageous to a Greek or a Roman. Under maternal law comparatively peaceful conditions prevailed. Social relations were simple and narrow and the mode of life was a primitive one. The various tribes kept aloof from one another and respected each other's domain. If one tribe was attacked by another, the men took up arms for defense and were ably supported by the women. According to Herodotus, the women of the Scythians took part in battles. Virgins, so he claims, were not permitted to marry until they had slain an enemy. Taken all in all, the physical and mental differences between man and woman were not nearly as great in primeval days as they are at present. Among almost all savage and barbarian tribes, the differences in the size and weight of brains taken from male and female individuals are smaller than among civilized nations. Also, the women of these tribes are not inferior to the men in physical strength and skill. Proof of this is furnished not only by the writers of antiquity in regard to peoples living under maternal law, but also by the Amazon regiments of the Ashantis and the King of Dahomey in Western Africa, that excel in ferocity and courage. What Tacitus relates in regard to the women of the ancient Germans, and Caesar's opinion of the women of the Iberians and the Scots, furnish additional proof. Columbus was attacked near Santa Cruz by a troop of Indians in a small sloop in which the women fought as bravely as the men. This conception is furthermore confirmed by Havelock Ellis, among the Adambis on the Congo. According to Mr. H. H. Johnstone, the women, though working very hard as carriers and as laborers in general, lead an entirely happy existence. They are often stronger than the men and more finely developed, some of them, he tells us, having really splendid figures. And Park, speaking of the Menuema of the Aruwimi in the same region, says that they are fine animals and the women very handsome. They carry loads as heavy as those of the men and do it quite as well. In North America again an Indian chief said to Hearne, women were made for labor, one of them can carry or haul as much as two men can do. Shelyong, who has carefully studied the Papuans in the German protectorate of New Guinea from the anthropological point of view, considers that the women are more strongly built than the men. In Central Australia again, the men occasionally beat the women through jealousy, but on such occasions it is by no means rare for the woman, single-handed, to beat the man severely. At Cuba, the women fought beside the men and enjoyed great independence. Among some races of India, the Pueblos of North America, the Patagonians, the women are as large as the men. So among the Afghans, with whom the women in certain tribes enjoy a considerable amount of power. Even among the Arabs and Druzes, it has been noted that the women are nearly as large as the men. And among Russians the sexes are more alike than among the English or French. In the gens women sometimes ruled with severity, and woe to the man who was too lazy or too clumsy to contribute his share to the common sustenance. He was cast out and was obliged either to return to his own gens, where he was not likely to be received kindly, or to gain admission into another gens where he was judged less harshly. That this form of matrimony has been maintained by the natives of Central Africa to this very day was experienced by Livingstone, to his great surprise, as related by him in his book, Missionary Travels and Researches in Southern Africa. At the Zambesi he encountered the Balunda, a strong and handsome Negro tribe, engaged in agricultural pursuits, and was soon able to confirm the reports made to him by Portuguese, which he had at first declined to believe, that the women held a superior position among them. They are members of the tribal council. When a young man marries, he must migrate from his village into the one in which his wife resides. He must at the same time pledge himself to provide his mother-in-law with kindling wood for lifetime. The woman, in turn, must provide her husband's food. Although minor quarrels between man and wife occasionally occurred, Livingstone found that the men did not rebel against female supremacy. But he found, on the other hand, that when men had insulted their wives, they were severely punished, by their stomachs. The man, so Livingstone relates, comes home to eat, but is sent from one woman to another and is not given anything. Tired and hungry, he finally climbs upon a tree in the most populous part of the village and exclaims, with a woebegone voice, "Hark, hark! I thought I had married women, but they are witches. I am a bachelor, I have not a single wife. Is that just and fair to a lord like myself?" Chapter 2. Conflict between Matriarchate and Patriarchate. 1. Rise of the Patriarchate. With the increase in population a number of sister gentes arose that again brought forth several daughter gentes. The mother gens was distinguished from these as the phratry. A number of phratries constituted the tribe. So strong was this social organization that it still constituted the unit of military organization in the states of antiquity, when the old Gentile constitution had already been abandoned. The tribe was subdivided into several branches, all having a common constitution and in each of which the old gens could be recognized. But as the Gentile constitution prohibited intermarriage among remote relatives even on the mother's side, it undermined its own existence. A social and economic development made the relation of the various gentes to one another more and more complicated. The interdict of marriage between certain groups became untenable and ceased to be observed. While production of the necessities of life was at its lowest stage of development, and destined to satisfy only the simplest demands, the activities of men and women were essentially the same. But with increasing division of labor there resulted not only a diversity of occupations, but a diversity of possessions as well. fishing, hunting, cattle breeding, and agriculture, and the manufacture of tools and implements, necessitated special knowledge, and these became the special province of the men. Man took the lead along these lines of development and accordingly became master and owner of these new sources of wealth. Increasing population and the desire for an extensive ownership of land for agricultural and pastoral purposes, led to struggles and battles over the possession of such land. It also led to a demand for labor power. An increase in labor power meant greater wealth in produce and flock. To procure such labor power, the rape of women was at first resorted to, and then the enslavement of vanquished men, who had formerly been killed. Thus two new elements were introduced into the old Gentile constitution that were incompatible with its very nature. Still another factor came into play. The division of labor and the growing demand for tools, implements, weapons, etc., led to a development of handicraft along distinct lines apart from agriculture. A special class of craftsmen arose, whose interests in regard to the ownership and inheritance of property diverged considerably from those of the agricultural class. As long as descent was traced from female lineage, members of the gens became heirs to their deceased relatives on the mother's side. All property remained within the gens. Under the changed conditions, the father had become owner of flocks and slaves, weapons and produce, but being a member of his mother's gens he could not will his property to his children, but had to leave same to his brothers and sisters or to his sisters' children. His own children were disinherited. A strong desire for changing this state of affairs therefore began to manifest itself, and it was changed accordingly. Polygamy and polyandry gave way to the pairing family. A certain man lived with a certain woman, and the children born from this relation were their children. These pairing families developed gradually, being hampered by the marriage interdicts of the Gentile constitution, but favored by the above enumerated economic causes. The old household communities were not in keeping with the idea of private property. Class and occupation became determining factors in the choice of a place of residence. An increased production of commodities gave rise to commerce among neighboring and more widely separated nations and necessitated the development of finance. Man was the one to conduct and control this development. His private interests, therefore, were no longer harmonious to the old Gentile organization, on the contrary, they were frequently diametrically opposed to it. Therefore this organization became of less and less importance, and finally all that remained of the gens was the conducting of a number of religious rites within the family group. The economic significance was lost and the final dissolution of the Gentile constitution only remained a question of time. With the breaking up of the old Gentile organization, the power and influence of woman rapidly declined. The matriarchate disappeared and the patriarchate took its place. Man, being an owner of private property, had an interest in having legitimate children to whom he could will his property, and he, therefore, forced upon woman the prohibition of intercourse with other men. But for himself he reserved the right of maintaining as many concubines as his means would permit beside his legitimate wife or wives, and their offspring were regarded as legitimate children. The Bible furnishes important evidence on this subject in two instances. In the first book of Moses, 16:1 and 2, it says, Sarai, Abram's wife, bore him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing, I pray thee, go in unto my maid, it may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. The second noteworthy evidence is found in the first book of Moses, 30:1, it reads as follows, And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, Give me children or else I die. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in God's stead who has withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold my maid, Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. Thus Jacob was not only married to two sisters, the daughters of Laban, but both also gave him their handmaids to wives, a custom that was not immoral according to the moral conceptions of the time. His two chief wives he had married by purchase, having served their father Laban 7 years for each of them. At that time it was the general custom among the Jews to purchase wives, but besides they carried on a widespread robbery of women from nations conquered by them. Thus, for instance, the Benjamites robbed the daughters of Shiloh. The captured woman became a slave, a concubine. But she could be raised to the position of a legitimate wife. Upon fulfillment of the following command, she had to cut her hair and nails and exchange the garments in which she was captured with others given to her by her captors. Thereupon she had to mourn for her father and mother during an entire month, her mourning being destined to signify that her people were dead to her. These regulations having been complied with, she could enter into wedlock. The greatest number of women were owned by King Solomon, who, according to the first book of Kings, chapter 11, had no less than 700 wives and 300 concubines. As soon as the patriarchate, that is, paternal descent, was established in the Gentile organization of the Jews, the daughters were excluded from inheritance. Later this rule was modified in cases when a father left no sons. This is shown in the fourth book of Moses, 27:28. There it is told that when Zelophehad died without leaving sons, his daughters complained bitterly that they should be excluded from their father's inheritance that was to pass to the tribe of Joseph. Moses decides that in this case the daughters should be heirs to their father. But when, according to an old custom, they decide to choose husbands from another tribe, the tribe of Joseph complain that thereby they are losing an heritage. Thereupon Moses decides that the heiresses may choose freely, but that they must make their choice from among the men in their father's tribe. So it was in behalf of property that the old marriage laws were annulled. As a matter of fact, in the days of the Old Testament, i.e., in historical times, the patriarchal system was prevalent among the Jews, and the clan and tribal organization were founded on descent in the male line, as was the case with the Romans. According to this system the daughters were excluded from inheritance. Thus we read in the first book of Moses, 31:14 and 15, the complaint of Leah and Rachel, daughters of Laban, "Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us and hath quite devoured also our money." Among the ancient Jews, as among all other nations where the matriarchate was succeeded by the patriarchate, women were utterly devoid of rights. Marriage was a purchase of the woman. Absolute chastity was demanded of her, but not so of the man, who moreover was entitled to have several wives. If the man had cause to believe that the woman had lost her virginity prior to marriage, he was not only entitled to cast her off, she might also be stoned to death. The same punishment was meted out to the adulteress, but the man was subjected to the same punishment only then when he committed adultery with a Jewish matron, according to the first book of Moses, 24:1-4. A man was entitled to cast off a woman he had just married if she found no favor in his eyes, even though his displeasure be only a whim. Then he might write her a bill of divorcement, give it in her hand and send her out of his house. A further proof of the degraded position of woman among the Jews may be gathered from the fact that to this day women attend services in the synagogue in a space separated from the men, and are not included in the prayer. According to the Jewish conception, woman is not a member of the congregation. In religion and politics she is a mere cipher. When 10 men are assembled they may hold services, but women are not permitted to do so, no matter how many of them are assembled. In Athens, Solon decreed that a widow should marry her nearest relation on her father's side, even if both belong to the same gens, although such marriages were forbidden by an earlier law. Solon likewise decreed that a person holding property need not will it to his gens but might, in case he were childless, will it to whomsoever he pleased. We see, then, that man, instead of ruling his property, is being ruled by it. With the established rule of private property the subjugation of woman by man was accomplished. As a result of this subjugation woman came to be regarded as an inferior being and to be despised. The matriarchate implied communism and equality of all. The rise of the patriarchate implied the rule of private property and the subjugation and enslavement of woman. The conservative Aristophanes recognized this truth in his comedy, The Popular Assembly of Women, for he has the women introduce communism as soon as they have gained control of the state, and then proceeds to caricature communism grossly in order to discredit the women. It is difficult to show how the details of this great transformation were accomplished. This first great revolution that took place in human society was not accomplished simultaneously among all the civilized nations of antiquity, and has probably not developed everywhere along the same lines. Among the tribes of Greece, the new order of things attained validity primarily in Athens. Frederick Engels holds the opinion that this great transformation was brought about peaceably, and that, all preliminary conditions making such a change desirable being given, a mere vote on the matter in the gentes sufficed to put the patriarchal system in place of the matriarchal system. Bachofen, on the other hand, believes, his opinion founded on ancient writers, that the women vehemently opposed this social transformation. He considers many myths of the Amazon kingdoms that are met with in the histories of Oriental countries, in South America and China, proofs of the struggle, and bade thee then become a matricide. Orestes, I never yet my destiny regretted. Eumenides, when judgment will be given thou wilt not speak thus. Orestes, perhaps. But from his grave my father will send aid. Eumenides, what hopest from the dead thou, who hast killed thy mother? Orestes, she had been guilty of a double, bloody crime. Eumenides, how so? Explain unto the judges what you mean. Orestes, she killed her husband and she thereby killed my father. Eumenides, her crime she expiated now, but you still live. Orestes, why did you fail to prosecute her while she lived? Eumenides, she was no blood relation to the man she killed. Orestes, but I, so you assert, am of my mother's blood. Eumenides, did she, thou bloody one, not bear thee 'neath her heart? Wouldst thou thy mother's sacred blood deny? The Eumenides accordingly do not recognize the right of the father and husband. They proclaim maternal law. That Clytemnestra caused the murder of her husband seems unimportant to them, for he was a stranger to her. But they demand punishment of the matricide, for by killing his mother, Orestes committed the most unpardonable crime that could be committed under the dominance of the Gentile organization. Apollo, on the other hand, holds the opposite point of view. Upon a command from Zeus he has induced Orestes to murder his own mother to avenge the patricide, and before the judges he thus defends the deed. Then say I, listen ye unto my word of justice. The mother is not procreatrix to her child. She only the awakened life doth keep and bear. The father is the procreator, she but keeps the forfeit for her friend, unless a god destroy it. I will submit a proof that cannot be denied. For one can have a father, yet no mother have. Minerva, daughter of the great Olympian Zeus, within the darkness of a mother's womb ne'er rested. And yet no goddess gave birth to fairer offspring. According to Apollo, then, procreation gives the father a superior right, while the view that had prevailed until then proclaimed the mother, who gives life to the child by her own blood, the child's sole possessor, and deemed the child's father a mere stranger to her. Therefore, the Eumenides reply to the views of Apollo. Thou overthrowest forces of remotest days. Thou, the young god, wouldst its, the ancient ones, dethrone. The judges prepare to pronounce their verdict, half of them favor the old law and the other half favor the new, giving an equal number of votes to both sides. There Minerva seizes a ballot from the altar and casting it into the urn she exclaims, mine is the right to utter final judgment here. And for Orestes I cast in the urn this stone. For unto me no mother was who gave me birth. Therefore with all my heart all manly things I praise, excepting marriage. For I am my father's quite. Less criminal I deem the murder of this woman. Because her husband she has killed, the home's maintainer. Though even be the vote, Orestes is victorious. Another myth depicts the fall of the matriarchate in the following manner: during the rule of Cecrops, a double miracle occurred. Simultaneously an olive tree sprang from the earth at one place, and a well at another. The frightened king sent a messenger to Delphi to question the oracle concerning the meaning of these miracles. The reply was, the olive tree represents Minerva, the water represents Neptune, and the citizens may decide after whom of the two deities they choose to name their city. Cecrops summoned the popular assembly, in which both men and women were entitled to vote. The men voted for Neptune, and the women for Minerva, and since the women had a majority of one vote, Minerva was victorious. Thereupon Neptune became infuriated and let the sea flood the lands of the Athenians. To appease the fury of the god, the Athenians then inflicted threefold punishment upon their women. They were to be disfranchised, their children were no longer to bear their mother's name, and they themselves should no longer be called Athenians. Thus the new order was established. The father became the head of the family. The patriarchate conquered the matriarchate. Legitimate wives and courtesans in Athens. Just as the transition from the matriarchate to the patriarchate was accomplished in Athens, it was accomplished elsewhere as soon as a similar degree of development had been attained. Woman was restricted to her home and isolated in special rooms, known as gynokonos, in which she dwelt. She even was excluded from social intercourse with the men who visited the house. In fact, this was the special object of her isolation. In the Odyssey we find this change in customs expressed. Thus Telemachus forbids his mother to be present among her suitors, and utters this command. But go now to the home, and attend to thy household affairs. To the spinning wheel and the loom, and bid thy maids be assiduous. At the task that to them were allotted, to speak is the privilege of men. And mine is especially this privilege, for I am the lord of the house. This was the prevailing conception in Greece at the time. Even widows were subjected to the rulership of their nearest male relatives, and were not even free to choose a husband. Weary of the long waiting imposed upon them by the clever Penelope, the suitors send to Telemachus their spokesman, Antonious, who thus voices their demand. See now, the suitors inform thee that thou in thy heart mayest know it, and that all the Achaeans may of the fact be informed. Send thy mother hence, and command her to take as her husband whom she chooses to take, and whom her father selects. At this period woman's freedom has come to an end. When she leaves the house she must veil her face, not to waken the desires of some other man. In the Oriental countries where sexual passions are stronger, as a result of the hot climate, this method of isolation is still carried to the extreme. Among the ancients, Athens served as a pattern of the new order. The woman shares the man's bed, but not his table. She does not address him by his name, but calls him master. She is his servant. She was not allowed to appear in public anywhere, and when walking upon the streets was always veiled and plainly dressed. When she committed adultery she was, according to Solon's law, condemned to pay for her sin either with her life, or with her liberty. Her husband was entitled to sell her as a slave. The position of Greek women of those days is powerfully expressed in Medea's lamentation. Of all creatures that have soul and life, we women are indeed the very poorest. By our dowry we're obliged to purchase a husband, and what then is far worse still. Henceforward our body is his own. Great is the danger, will his nature be evil or good? Divorce is to the woman a deep disgrace. Yet she may not say nay unto the man who was betrothed to her. And when she comes to lands with unknown customs, she has to learn, for no one teaches her, to understand the nature of her husband. And when we have succeeded in all this, and our loved one gladly with us dwells, then our lot is fair. But otherwise, I'd rather far be dead. Not so the man. If in his home he is not satisfied, he finds outside the home what pleases him, with friends and with companions of his age. But we must always seek to please but one. They say that we in peace and safety dwell, while they must go forth to the battlefield. Mistaken thought. I rather thrice would fight than only once give birth unto a child. Very different was the man's lot. While the man compelled the woman to abstain absolutely from relations with other men, for the purpose of ensuring the legitimacy of his heirs, he was not inclined to abstain from relations with other women. Courtesanship developed. Women noted for their beauty and intellect, usually foreigners, preferred a free life in the most intimate association with men to the slavery of marriage. Nor was their life deemed a loathsome one. The name and the fame of these courtesans who associated with the foremost men of Greece and took part in their intellectual discussions and in their banquets, have come down to us through history, while the names of the legitimate wives are lost and forgotten. One of these was Aspasia, the friend of the famous Pericles, who later made her his wife. Phryne had intimate relations with Hyperides, and served Praxiteles, one of the foremost sculptors of Greece, as a model for his statue of Venus. Danae was the mistress of Epicure, Archinissa was Plato's. Lais of Corinth, Nethania, and others were equally famous courtesans. Every one of the famous Greeks had intercourse with these courtesans. It was part and parcel of their life. The great orator Demos thence in his oration against Neaera thus characterized the sexual relations of Athenian men: we marry women to have legitimate children and to have faithful guardians of our homes, we maintain concubines for our daily service and comfort, and courtesans for the enjoyment of love. The wife was only destined to bear offspring and, like a faithful dog, to guard her master's house. But the master himself lived to suit his pleasure. In many cases it is so still. To satisfy the demand for mercenary women, especially among the younger men, prostitution developed, an institution that had not been known during the dominance of the matriarchate. Prostitution differs from free sexual intercourse by the fact that the woman yields her body in return for material gain, be it to one man or to a number of men. Prostitution exists wherever a woman makes the selling of her charms a trade. Solon, who formulated the new laws for Athens and is famed as the founder of these laws, introduced the public brothel, the dicterion. He decreed that the price should be the same to all visitors. According to Philemon, this was 1 obolus, about 6 cents in American money. The dicterion was a place of absolute safety, like the temples in Greece and Rome and the Christian churches in the Middle Ages. It was under the immediate protection of the public authorities. Until about 150 BC, the temple in Jerusalem was the general rallying point of the prostitutes. For the boon bestowed upon Athenian men fly his founding of the dicterion, one of Solon's contemporaries thus sings his praise: Solon, be praised. For thou didst purchase public women for the welfare of the city, to preserve the morals of the city that is full of strong, young men, who, without thy wise institution, would indulge in the annoying pursuit of the better class women. We will see that in our own day exactly the same arguments are being advanced to justify the existence of prostitution and its maintenance as an institution sanctioned by the state. Thus the state laws approved of deeds committed by men as being their natural right, while the same deeds were branded as criminal and despicable when committed by women. It is a well-known fact that even today there are a great many men who prefer the company of a pretty often dressed to the company of their wife, and who, nevertheless, enjoy the reputation of being pillars of society and guardians or those sacred institutions, the family and the home. To be sure, the Greek women frequently seem to have taken vengeance upon their husbands for their oppression. If prostitution is the complement of monogamic marriage on the one hand, adultery of wives and cuckoldom of husbands are its complements on the other. Among the Greek dramatists, Euripides seems to have been the most pronounced woman-hater, since in his dramas he preferably holds up the women to ridicule and scorn. What accusations he hurls at them can best be seen from a passage in the Thesmophoria by Aristophanes, where a Greek woman assails him in the following manner: with what calumny doth lie not vilify us women? When hath silent been the slanderer's tongue. Where there's an audience, tragedy, and chorus. We are described as man-mad trailer essies. Fond of the cup, deceitful, talkative. We're wholly bad, to men a tribulation. Therefore, when from the play our husbands come, they look distrustfully at us and search about, if somewhere not a lover is concealed. And henceforth we no longer are permitted to do what harmlessly we did before. Such wicked things he tells the men about us, that when a woman only makes a garland, they think she is in love, or when at home, she works about and dropping something, breaks it. The husband promptly asks, for whom this broken glass? Quite evidently for the guest from Corinth. It is not surprising that the eloquent Greek woman thus serves the defamer of her sex. But Euripides could hardly have made such accusations, nor would they have found belief among the men, had it not been well known that they were justified. Judging by the final sentences of the above quoted harangue, it seems that the custom, well known in Germany and other countries, whereby the master of the house honors his guest by placing his own wife or daughter at the guest's disposal, did not prevail in Greece. Of this custom, that was still observed in Holland in the 15th century, Murner says, it is the custom in the Netherlands that whosoever hath a dear guest, unto him he giveth his wife in good faith. The increasing class struggle in the Greek states and the deplorable conditions that existed in many of these small communities led Plato to an investigation of the best constitution of the state and its institutions. In his state, that he conceives as an ideal one, he demands that among the highest class of citizens, the guardians, women should hold a position of absolute equality. Like the men, they should take part in military exercises and should perform all civic duties, only should the lighter tasks be allotted to them on account of the weakness of their sex. He holds that the natural abilities are the same with both sexes, that woman is only weaker than man. He further demands that the women should belong to all the men in common as should also the children, so that no father might know his child nor a child its father. The views of Aristoteles are more in keeping with the bourgeois conceptions. According to his politics, every woman should have the right of freely choosing her husband. She should be subservient to him, yet she should have the privilege of giving him good advice. Thucydides expresses a view that meets with the approval of all Philistines. He says, to that wife is due the highest praise of whom one speaks neither well nor ill outside of her home. While such views prevailed, women were bound to sink lower and lower in the esteem of men. A fear of excess of population even led men to avoid intimate intercourse with women. An unnatural satisfaction of sexual desires was the result. The Greek states consisted mainly of cities having very limited landed property, and it therefore was impossible to maintain the population at their accustomed nourishment beyond a given number. This fear of excess of population caused Aristotle to advise the men to shun their wives and to indulge in sodomy instead. Before him Socrates had already extolled sodomy as a mark of superior culture. Finally the foremost men of Greece indulged in this unnatural passion. The esteem of woman sank to its lowest level. Bawdy houses containing male prostitutes were maintained, beside those containing female prostitutes. It was in such a social atmosphere that Thucydides could say of woman that she was worse than the sea raging in storm, worse than the fire's fierce glow and the mountain torrent's rushing stream. If it is a God who invented woman, whoever he be, let him know that he is the nefarious originator of the greatest evil. While the men of Greece practiced sodomy, the women drifted into the opposite extreme, indulging in the love of their own sex. This was especially the case among the inhabitants of the island of Lesbos, wherefore this aberration was called lesbian love and is still called so, since it is by no means extinct but continues to exist among us. The chief representative of this love was the celebrated poetess Sappho, the lesbian nightingale, who lived about 600 BC. Her passion is fervently expressed in her ode to Venus. Thou who rulest all, upon flowers enthroned. Daughter of Zeus born of foam, O thou artful one! Hark to my call. Not in anguish and bitter suffering, O goddess! Let me perish. Still more passionate is the sensuality expressed in the ode to the beautiful Athos. While in Athens and other Greek states the patriarchal system prevailed, in Sparta, Athens' greatest rival, we still find the matriarchate, a condition which had become entirely foreign to most Greeks. Tradition has it that one day a Greek asked a Spartan how the crime of adultery was punished in Sparta, whereupon the Spartan replied, "Stranger, there are no adulterers in our midst." "But if there should be one," quoth the stranger. "Then," said the Spartan mockingly, "his penalty would be to give an ox, so tall that he could stretch his neck across the Taygetus and drink from the Eurotas." Upon the astonished query of the stranger how an ox could be so tall, the Spartan laughingly replied, "How can there be an adulterer in Sparta?" The dignified self-consciousness of the Spartan women finds expression in the reply given to a stranger by the wife of Leonidas. The stranger said to her, "You Lacedaemonian women are the only ones who rule over men." To this she replied, "And we are the only women who bring forth men." The freedom enjoyed by women during the matriarchate heightened their beauty and increased their pride, their dignity, and their self-reliance. There is a uniformity of opinion among ancient writers that these attributes were highly developed in women during the matriarchal period. The condition of servitude that followed naturally had a deteriorating influence. The change is manifested even in the difference of dress that marks the two periods. The dress of the Doric woman hung loosely from her shoulders, leaving her arms and the lower part of her legs uncovered. It is the dress worn by Diana as she is represented in our museums, a free and daring figure. But the Ionic dress covers the figure completely and restrains the motions. The manner in which women dress was and is to this day a proof of their dependence and a cause of their helplessness to a far greater extent than is generally assumed. The style of dress worn by women to this day makes them clumsy and gives them a feeling of weakness that is expressed in their carriage and their character. The Spartan custom of permitting girls to go about naked until maturity, a custom that was made possible by the climate of the country, had the effect, so an ancient writer tells us, of teaching them simplicity of taste and regard for the care of their bodies. According to the views of the time, this custom did not shock the sense of decency or arouse physical passions. The girls also took part in all physical exercises just like the boys. Thus a strong, self-respecting race was reared, conscious of their worth, as is shown in the reply given to the stranger by the wife of Leonidas. 4. Remnants of the matriarchate in the customs of various nations. Certain customs are closely linked with the vanished matriarchate that modern writers have erroneously termed prostitution. In Babylon, for instance, it was a religious duty for young girls upon reaching maturity to go to the temple of Mylitta and there yield to some male, making a sacrifice of their virginity. Similar customs were observed in the Serapis of Memphis, in honor of the goddess Anaitis, in Armenia, in Tyrus, and Sidon in honor of Astarte or Venus. The Egyptian festivals of Isis were accompanied by the same religious rites. This sacrifice of virginity was deemed an atonement to the goddess for the exclusiveness of surrender to one man in marriage. For woman is not endowed with all the beauties nature has bestowed upon her, to fade in the arms of a single man. The law of substance condemns all restrictions, hates all fetters, and considers exclusiveness a crime against its divinity. The continued goodwill of the goddess must be purchased by the sacrifice of virginity to a stranger. In conformity with this conception, the Libyan maidens earned their dowry by their according to the matriarchate they enjoyed sexual liberty before marriage, and the men, far from taking offense at this pursuit, in choosing a wife gave preference to the girl who had been most desired. The same condition existed among the Thracians at the time of Herodotus. They do not guard the maidens, but give them complete freedom to have relations with whomever they choose. But the married women are closely guarded. They buy them from their parents for a large portion. The hierodules in the temple of Venus in Corinth were far famed. There more than 1,000 girls were assembled, constituting the chief attraction for Greek men. Of the daughter of King Cheops of Egypt the legend relates, that she had a pyramid built from the proceeds obtained by the abandonment of her charms. We still find similar conditions in existence in the Marquesas Islands, in the Philippines and Polynesia, and, according to Waits, among various African tribes. Another custom, which was maintained on the Balearic Islands up to recent times and that expressed the right of all men to every woman, was that in the bridal night all the men related to the bride, were admitted to her successively in accordance with their ages. The groom came last. Among other peoples this custom has been changed to that effect, that one man representing the others, the high priest or chieftain of the tribe, exercises this privilege with the bride. The Claymars in Malabar engage Putumaris to deflower their wives. It is the duty of the chief priest to render this service to the king upon his marriage, and the king pays for it with 50 pieces of gold. In India and on various islands of the Pacific either the priests or the tribal chiefs perform this office. It is the same in Senegambia, where the tribal chief practices the defloration of virgins as one of his official duties and receives presents in return. Among other peoples the defloration of the virgin, sometimes even of female babies, is accomplished by idols constructed for this purpose. We may assume that the Jus primi noctis, which was in practice in Europe until far into the Middle Ages, derived its origin from the same tradition. The landlord, considering himself master over his serfs, practiced the right of the tribal chief that had come down to him. We will return to this subject later on. Remnants of the matriarchate are also seen in a peculiar custom of South American tribes, that has likewise been met with among the Basques, a people that have preserved many ancient customs and practices. Here the father takes to his bed, instead of the mother, after the birth of a child, feigns being in labor pain, and lets the woman care for him. The custom designates that the father recognizes the newly born child as his own. The same custom is said to exist among several tribes of mountaineers in China, and it existed until a recent date in Corsica. In the records of German colonies submitted to Parliament there is a report of the Southwest African region that contains the following passage: the tribal chief in a Herero village cannot decide upon the slightest matter without the advice of his council, and not only the men but generally the women also give their advice. In the report of the Marshall Islands it says, rulership over all the islands of the Marshall groups was never concentrated upon a single chief, but as there is no female member of this class living, and the child inherits nobility and station from the mother only, the Irotes will become extinct with the death of their chiefs. The manner of expression and description used by the informants shows how utterly foreign the conditions they describe are to them and that they fail to understand them. Dr. Henry Wysocki, who for many years lived among the gypsies of Transylvania and finally was adopted into one of their tribes, reports, that 2 of the 4 tribes in whose midst he lived, the Ashani and the Ishale, observed maternal law. If the migratory gypsy marries, he enters the clan of his wife, and to her belong all the furnishings of the gypsy household. Whatever wealth she has belongs to her and to her clan, the man is a stranger. In accordance with maternal law the children also remain in their mother's clan. Even in modern Germany remnants of the matriarchate survive. The Westdeutsche Rundschau reports in the issue of June 10, 1902, that in the parish of Haltern the laws of inheritance were still subject to the old maternal law of the gentes. The children inherit from their mother. Until now all attempts at reforming this antiquated custom had failed. How little the present family form and monogamic marriage can be regarded as eternal or exceedingly ancient, can furthermore be gathered from the widespread existence of marriage by purchase, marriage by rape, polygamy, and polyandry. In Greece, too, woman became an article of purchase. As soon as she entered the house of her lord and master she ceased to exist for her family. This was symbolically expressed by burning before her husband's house the gaily decorated carriage that had brought her there. Among the Ostyaks in Siberia the father still sells his daughter and bargains with the envoys of the groom over the sum that is to be paid. Among several African tribes the custom still exists, as in Jacob's day, that a man wooing a maiden enters the service of his prospective mother-in-law. Marriage by purchase still exists in our very midst. In fact, in bourgeois society it is more generally established than at any other time. The money marriages, so prevalent among our propertied classes, are nothing more than marriage by purchase. As a symbol of the purchase whereby the woman becomes the man's property, the bridal gift, which it is customary for the man to give his fiancée, may also be regarded. Beside marriage by purchase we find marriage by rape. Robbery of women was practiced not only by the ancient Jews, but practically by all nations of antiquity. The best known historical example is the rape of the Sabines, by the Romans. Robbery of women became the custom quite naturally wherever women were scarce or where polygamy existed, as everywhere in the Orient. There especially this custom was widespread during the duration of the Arabian realm from the 7th to the 12th century before Christ. In a symbolical way, marriage by rape is still practiced among the Iranians in the southern part of Chile. While the would-be bridegroom's friends bargain with the girl's father, the man himself slinks about the house and tries to catch the girl. As soon as he has grasped her, he lifts her on his horse and carries her away toward the forest. Thereupon men, women, and children set up a loud clamor and try to prevent the flight. But as soon as the man has succeeded in reaching the shelter of the forest, the woman is considered his wife. This is the case even if the robbery was perpetrated against the parents' will. Similar customs are met with among Australian tribes. Among civilized nations, the custom of wedding journeys still serves as a reminder of the ancient rape of women. The bride is abducted from her paternal hearth. In the same way, the exchange of wedding rings is a symbol of the old submissiveness of woman and her being chained to the man. This custom originated in Rome. The bride received all iron ring from her husband to signify that she was chained to him. Later on, his ring was made of gold, and much later still the exchange of rings was introduced to signify the mutual bond. Polygamy has existed and still exists among the Orientals, but owing to the limited number of women that are at a man's disposal, and owing to the expense of their maintenance, it is at present practiced only by the privileged and propertied classes. The counterpart of polygamy is polyandry. This is found especially among the mountaineers of Tibet, the Garas living at the boundary of India and China, the Baigas in Gondwana, the Nairs in the southernmost part of India, and also among the Eskimos and Aleuts. Descent is determined on the mother's side, as must needs be the case, and the children belong to her. The woman's husbands usually are brothers. If an oldest brother marries, the other brothers thereby become husbands to his wife. But she has the right to take other husbands beside these. The men also are entitled to several wives. From what conditions polyandry sprang is as yet unexplained. As the tribes practicing polyandry without exception live either in mountainous regions of a high altitude or in the frigid zone, polyandry may perhaps be explained by a phenomenon that Tarnowski has pointed out. Tarnowski was told by reliable travelers that a lengthy sojourn on high altitudes greatly diminishes sexual desire, which reawakens with renewed vigor upon descending. This diminution of sexual desire, so Tarnowski believes, might explain the slow increase in population in mountainous regions, and by becoming hereditary might be one of the symptoms of degeneration leading to perversity. Continuous living in high altitudes or in frigid zones might in the same manner signify that polyandry did not make extraordinary demands on women. Women themselves are influenced accordingly by their nature, since among Eskimo girls menstruation, as a rule, does not set in until the 19th year, while in the torrid zone it sets in with the 9th or 10th year, and in the temperate zone between the 14th and 16th year. It is generally known that hot countries have a stimulating effect upon sexual desire, that is why polygamy is especially prevalent in hot countries. In the same way, cold lands, and high altitudes having a similar climate, may have a restrictive influence. It is also a matter of experience that conception is less frequent when a woman has cohabitation with several men. The increase in population is, therefore, weak where polyandry exists, and is adapted to the difficulty of obtaining food in cold climes and high altitudes. This goes to show that even in regard to this strange custom of polyandry, the relations of the sexes are in the last instance determined by the methods of production. It still remains to be investigated whether the frequent killing of female infants is practiced among the tribes living in mountainous regions or in the frigid zone, as has been reported of Mongolian tribes living in the mountainous regions of China. 5. Rise of the state. Dissolution of the gens in Rome. After the dissolution of the matriarchal gens, the patriarchal gens took its place with considerably diminished functions. The chief function of the patriarchal gens was the strict observation of common religious and funeral rites and mutual aid and protection. It entailed the right, and sometimes the duty, to marry within the gens, the latter being the case especially in regard to rich heiresses and orphans. The gens also controlled all the remaining common property. With the rise of private property and the right of inheritance connected with it, class distinctions and class antagonism came into existence. In the course of time the propertied members made common cause against the propertyless ones. The former sought to gain control of the administrative positions and to make them hereditary. Finance had become a necessity and entailed conditions of indebtedness that had previously been unknown. Struggles against external enemies, internal conflicts of interest, and the varied interests and relations created by agriculture, industry, and trade, necessitated a complicated system of laws and the formation of public bodies destined to keep the social machine in orderly motion and to settle disputes. The same was true concerning the relations of masters and slaves, debtors and creditors. Thus a power was needed to control all these relations, to conduct, regulate, arbitrate, protect and punish. The state came into existence as a necessary product of the new social order based on conflicting interests. Its direction naturally was assumed by those who had the greatest interest in its founding and who, thanks to their social power, were most influential, the propertied classes. Thus aristocracy of wealth and democracy opposed one another, even where complete equality of political rights was maintained. During the old matriarchal system no written law existed. Conditions were simple and custom was hallowed. In the new, far more complicated order, written law became one of the urgent necessities and special officials were needed for its administration. But as the legal relations became more and more complicated, a special class of persons arose, devoted exclusively to the study of law and having a special interest in still further complicating them. The jurists, the lawyers, came into existence, and owing to the importance of the law to the body social, they soon became one of the most influential estates. The new civic jurisprudence in the course of time found its most classic expression in the Roman state, that explains the influence exerted by Roman law down to the present time. We see then that the state organization is the natural outcome of a society divided into a great variety of occupations and having varied, frequently opposing, and contending, interests. An inevitable result was oppression of the weaker members. This truth was recognized by the Nabastaeans, an Arabian tribe, who, according to Diodorus, issued the command neither to sow nor to plant, to drink no wine, and to build no houses, but to live in tents, for if they did all these things they might be compelled to obey by a superior power. Among the Rechabites, the descendants of the father-in-law of Moses, we find similar decrees. In fact, Mosaic law is framed in a manner destined to prevent the Jews from developing beyond the stage of an agricultural society, because their lawmakers feared that it might bring about the downfall of their democratic, communistic organization. For the same reasons the Holy Land was selected in a territory that was bounded on the one side by a mountain range which was difficult of access, the Lebanon, and on the other, especially in the east and south, by barren lands and a desert, making isolation possible. For the same reasons, moreover, the Jews were kept at a distance from the sea, which is favorable to commerce, colonization, and the acquirement of wealth. For the same reasons there were strict laws forbidding mingling and intermarriage with other nations, and the poor laws, the agrarian laws, the year of Jubilee, all were institutions destined to prevent the acquirement of great fortunes by individuals. The Jews were to be prevented from becoming a state-forming nation. That is why the old Gentile constitution founded on tribal organization was maintained by them until their dissolution, and has left its traces among them even today. Apparently the Latin tribes who participated in the foundation of Rome had already superseded the matriarchal development. As previously stated, they robbed the women who were wanting among them from the tribe of the Sabines and called themselves Quirites after these. At a much later date the Roman citizens in the popular assembly were still addressed as Quirites. Populus Romanus designated the free population of Rome generally, but Populus Romanus Quiritium designated Roman citizenship by descent. The Roman gens was patriarchal, the children inherited from their natural parent. In case there were no children the property fell to relatives on the man's side, and if these were wanting, it fell to the gens. By marriage the woman lost all rights of inheritance to her father's property and that of her father's brothers. She withdrew from her gens, and thus neither she nor her children could inherit from her father or his brothers. Otherwise the hereditary portion would have been lost to the paternal gens. The division into gentes and phratries for centuries remained the foundation of military organization and the enactment of civic rights. But with the decay of the patriarchal gentes and the decline of their significance, conditions became more favorable to Roman women. They not only obtained the right of inheritance, they also obtained the right to control their own fortunes. They accordingly held a far more favorable position than their Greek sisters. This freer position gradually won by them, gave the elder Cato, born 234 BC, cause for the following complaint: if the head of each family, following the example of his ancestors, would seek to maintain his wife in proper submissiveness, the entire sex would not give so much trouble publicly. When a few tribunes in the year 195 BC, moved to repeal a law enacted previously, for the purpose of restricting the luxury of women in dress and personal adornment, he stormed, "If each of us had maintained his manly authority with his own wife, we would have less bother here with all the women. Our power that has been shattered in the home, now is being broken and trampled upon in the forum too by the unruliness of women, and because we are incapable of resisting them individually, we fear them all together." Our ancestors decided that women should not even attend to their private affairs without the control of a guardian, that they should be subject to their fathers, brothers, husbands. But we submit to it that they take possession of the republic and interfere with the popular assembly. If you give free rein to the imperious natures of these unruly creatures, do not imagine that they will recognize any limits of their tyranny. The truth is that they desire freedom, nay, dissoluteness, in all things, and when they have begun to be our equals, they will soon be our superiors. At the time Cato delivered this speech, the father was guardian to his daughter during his lifetime, even when she was married, unless he appointed another guardian. When the father died, the nearest male relative assumed the guardianship. The guardian had the right to transfer this guardianship to whomever and whenever he pleased. Originally then the Roman woman had no will of her own before the law. The forms of marriage ceremonies were varied and underwent many changes in the course of the centuries. The most ceremonious marriage ceremony was performed by the high priest in the presence of at least 10 witnesses, whereupon the bridal pair ate a cake made of flour, salt, and water as a symbol of their union. This ceremony has a strong resemblance to the eating of the sacramental wafer at the celebration of the Lord's Supper. A second form of marriage was merely by taking possession. If a woman had lived with her chosen husband under the same roof for 1 year, with the consent of her father or guardian, the marriage was legalized. A third form was a sort of mutual purchase. The man and woman exchanged some coins and promised to be husband and wife. At the time of Cicero, free divorce to both partners in the marriage contract was already established, and it was even denied that an announcement of the divorce was necessary. But the Lex Julia de Adulteris prescribed that a divorce must be solemnly announced. This law was caused by the frequent occurrence that women, having committed adultery and then having been called to account, claimed to have divorced their husbands. Justinian prohibited divorce, except when both parties wished to enter a monastery. But his successor, Justinian II, found it necessary to introduce it again. As Rome grew in wealth and power, vice and licentiousness of the worst kind replaced the moral austerity of its early days. Rome became the center from which lewdness, debauchery and sensual finesse spread over the entire civilized world of that period. Especially during the time of the emperors, and frequently encouraged by the emperors themselves, the debauchery assumed forms that could only have been inspired by insanity. Men and women vied with each other in immorality. The number of public brothels increased rapidly, and besides the Greek love was practiced more and more by the men. At one time the number of male prostitutes in Rome was greater than the number of female prostitutes. The courtesans appeared in great pomp, surrounded by their admirers, on the streets and the promenade, in the circus and theater, sometimes reclining on couches carried by Negroes, holding a mirror in their hand, decked with jewels, partly nude, fanned by slaves, surrounded by a swarm of boys, eunuchs, and flute players, with grotesque dwarfs bringing up the rear. These debaucheries assumed such dimensions in the Roman Empire, that they threatened its very existence. The bad example set by men, was followed by women. There were women, so Seneca reports, who did not count years by the consuls, as was customary, but by the number of their husbands. Adultery was general, and in order to escape the severe penalties attached to it, women had themselves registered as prostitutes. Even some of the most aristocratic ladies of Rome were among these. Besides these debaucheries, civil wars and the system of the latifundia caused such a marked decline of the marriage and birth rate, that the number of Roman citizens and patricians was greatly diminished. In the year 16 BC, Augustus enacted the so-called Julian law, that placed a penalty upon the unmarried state of Roman citizens and patricians, and rewarded them for having children. Whoever had children was deemed of higher station than childless or unmarried persons. Unmarried persons could not inherit property from anyone except their nearest relatives. People who had no children could only claim half of an inheritance, the other half was turned over to the state. Women who had been convicted of adultery, were compelled to give a part of their dowry to their deceived husbands. This provision caused some men to marry with a desire for adultery on the part of their wives. That caused Plutarch to remark, "Romans do not marry to have heirs, but to become heirs." Later on, the Julian law was still increased in severity. Tiberius issued an edict that no woman whose grandfather, father, or husband had been or was a Roman knight, might prostitute herself. Married women, who had their names entered in the lists of prostitutes, should be banished from Italy. For the men, of course, no such punishments existed. As Juvenal reports, husband murder by poison was a frequent occurrence in Rome of his day. Chapter 3. Christianity. While in the Roman Empire the marriage and birth rate were permitted to decline more and more, the Jews maintained far different customs. The Jewess was not entitled to choose her own husband, he was chosen for her by her father. But she regarded marriage as a duty which she faithfully performed. The Talmud advises, when thy daughter has attained maturity, set one of thy slaves free and betroth her to him. The Jews likewise faithfully obeyed the commandment of their God, be fruitful and multiply. Accordingly the Jews have steadily increased in spite of persecution and oppression. They are staunch opponents of Malthusianism. Tacitus said of them, they firmly hold together and readily assist one another, but are hostile and full of hatred against all others. They never eat or sleep with enemies, and though very much inclined to sensual passion, they refrain from pairing with foreign women. Yet they are eager to increase their tribe. To destroy their offspring is a sin to them, and the souls of those who have been killed in battle or executed, they consider immortal. Therefore they combine love for propagation with a contempt for death. But Tacitus hated and despised the Jews because they, regardless of their paternal creed, eagerly accumulated wealth. He calls them the meanest people, an ugly nation. Under Roman rule, the Jews became more and more closely linked with one another, and during the long time of suffering they were doomed to endure from this time on through the entire Middle Ages, that intimate family life developed among them, which still is regarded as a sort of model by bourgeois society. In Roman society meanwhile, that process of decay and dissolution took place that brought the empire to an end. The debauchery bordering on madness was opposed by the opposite extreme, rigorous self-denial. Asceticism now assumed religious forms, as the debaucheries had previously done. Eccentric fanaticism made propaganda for it. The boundless luxury and extravagance of the ruling classes was in striking contrast with the want and misery of the millions and millions of people who were brought to Italy into servitude by the conquering Romans from all the countries of the world known at that time. Among these there also were ever so many women, torn from their homes, their parents, their husbands, and children, who were most deeply afflicted by their misfortune and longed for liberation. Many Roman women who were thoroughly disgusted by what was going on about them, were in a similar mental state. Any change in their position seemed desirable. A profound longing for change, for redemption, manifested itself in wide circles, and the Redeemer seemed to approach. The conquest of the Jewish realm and Jerusalem by the Romans, resulted in the destruction of national independence, and brought forth idealists among the ascetics of that country who predicted the coming of a new kingdom with freedom and happiness for all. Christ came and Christianity developed. It personified opposition against the beastly materialism that prevailed among the rich and mighty ones in the Roman Empire. It represented rebellion against the oppression and disdain of the masses. But since it sprang from Judaism that knew woman only as an oppressed being, and since it was biased by the biblical conception that she is the source of all evil, it preached the disdain of woman, it preached abstinence and destruction of the flesh, that was sinning so much at the time, and with ambiguous expressions pointed to a coming kingdom, conceived by some as a celestial, by others as an earthly kingdom, that would bring universal peace and justice. In the mire of the Roman realm, the seeds of these doctrines were planted in fertile soil. Woman, hoping for liberation and redemption from her position like all the other unfortunates, gladly and eagerly embraced the new faith. Until this day no great and important movement has taken place in all the world in which women did not figure as heroines and martyrs. They who praise Christianity as a great achievement of civilization, should not forget that to woman it owed many of its victories. Her eagerness to make converts played an important part both in the Roman Empire and among the barbarian peoples of the Middle Ages. Through her efforts those in power often were converted. Thus, for instance, it was Clotilda who induced Chlodwig, king of the Franks, to embrace Christianity. It was Bertha, queen of Kent, and Gisela, queen of Hungary, who introduced Christianity in their countries. The conversion of many prominent men was due to the influence of women. But Christianity rewarded woman poorly. Its doctrines contain the same disdain of woman that is met with in all the religions of the Orient. It commands her to be an obedient servant to man, and even today women must promise obedience to their husbands before the marriage altar. Let us hear how the Bible and Christianity speak of woman and marriage. The 10 Commandments of the Old Testament are addressed exclusively to the man. In the 9th commandment the woman is mentioned together with the domestic servants and domestic animals. The man is warned not to covet his neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is his neighbor's. Woman then is an object, a piece of property, that man should not desire if in someone else's possession. Jesus, who belonged to a sect that maintained rigorous asceticism and practiced voluntary emasculation, when asked by his disciples whether it were well to marry, replied, "All men cannot receive the saying save they to whom it is given. For there are some eunuchs, which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake." According to this, then, emasculation is agreeable to God, and renunciation of love and marriage is a worthy deed. Saint Paul, who may be called the founder of Christianity even more so than Jesus himself, Saint Paul, who removed this creed from the narrow Jewish sectarianism and gave it its international character, writes to the Corinthians, "Now concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife and let every woman have her own husband. Matrimony is a degraded station, to marry is good, not to marry is better. Walk in the Spirit and resist the temptations of the flesh. The flesh conspires against the Spirit and the Spirit conspires against the flesh. They, whom Christ has won, have crucified their flesh with all its passions and desires." He was true to his own views and refrained from marriage. This hatred of flesh is the hatred of woman, but also the fear of woman, who is represented as man's seducer. In this spirit the apostles and fathers of the Church preached. In this same spirit the Church used its influence during the entire Middle Ages, by establishing monasteries and introducing celibacy of priests, and it is still using its influence in the same direction. According to Christianity, woman is impure. She is the seducer who brought sin into the world and wrought man's destruction. Therefore the apostles and fathers of the church regarded marriage as a necessary evil, as prostitution is regarded at present. Tertullian exclaims, "Woman, you ought to go about clad in mourning and rags, your eyes filled with tears of remorse, to make us forget that you have been mankind's destruction. Woman, you are the gate to hell. And, celibacy must be chose, even though the human race should perish." Hieronymus says, "Matrimony is always a vice, all that can be done is to excuse it and to sanctify it, therefore it was made a religious sacrament." Origenes declares, "Matrimony is impure and unholy, a means of sensual passion. To escape the temptation he emasculated himself." Augustine teaches, "The married people will shine in heaven like radiant stars, while their parents will be like dark stars." Eusebius and Hieronymus are agreed that the teaching of the Bible, "Be fruitful and multiply," is no longer suited to the times, and does not concern Christians. Hundreds of similar sayings by the most influential teachers of the Church might be quoted, to prove that they all taught in the same spirit. By their continuous teaching and preaching they have disseminated those unnatural views about everything pertaining to sex and the sex relation, which after all is a law of nature, and the fulfillment of which is one of the most important duties in the plan of life. Modern society is still suffering from the effects of these doctrines, and is but slowly recovering from them. Saint Peter exclaims with energy, "Wives, obey your husbands." Saint Paul writes to the Ephesians, "The husband is the head of the wife, as Christ also is the head of the church." And to the Corinthians, "The man is the image and glory of God, but woman is the glory of the man." According to this, any fool of a man may deem himself better than the most excellent woman, and as a matter of fact it has been so in practice until this day. Against the higher education of women St. Paul also raises his voice. In the first epistle to Timothy 2:11, etc., he says, "Let a woman learn in quietness with all subjection. But I permit not a woman to teach, nor to have dominion over a man, but to be in quietness." And in the epistle to the Corinthians 14:34 and 35, "Let the women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak. But let them be in subjection as also saith the law. And if they would learn anything let them ask their own husbands at home, for it is shameful for a woman to speak in the church." Saint Thomas of Aquino says, "Woman is a rapidly growing weed, an imperfect being. Her body attains maturity more rapidly only because it is of less value, and nature is engaged less in her making. Women are born to be eternally maintained under the yoke of their lords and masters, endowed by nature with superiority in every respect, and therefore destined to rule." Such doctrines are not characteristic of Christianity only. As Christianity is a mixture of Judaism and Greek philosophy, and as both are rooted in the more ancient civilizations of India, Babylon, and Egypt, the inferior position allotted to woman by Christianity was common to all the civilized nations of antiquity after the passing of the matriarchate. In the Indian Book of Laws of Man we find the following: "The cause of dishonor is woman, the cause of hostility is woman, the cause of worldly things is woman, therefore woman should be shunned." Beside the degradation of woman, the fear of woman is repeatedly naively expressed. Thus it is further stated in Man, "Women are ever inclined by nature to seduce men, therefore a man should never, even in the company of his closest female relative, sit in a lonely spot." The Indian conception, the Old Testament, and the Christian conception, all unite in declaring woman the seducer. Every condition of oppression entails the degradation of the oppressed. The oppression of woman has been maintained until this day, but among the Oriental peoples, whose social development has been retarded, it has been maintained more rigorously than among the Christian nations. Yet the factor that made for improvement in the position of women among Christian nations was not Christianity itself, but the civilization of the Western countries attained in the struggles against the Christian conception. Christianity is not the cause that woman's position is superior today to what it had been at the time of the origin of Christianity. Only reluctantly has it been compelled to abandon its true attitude toward woman. They who are enthusiastic over the redeeming mission of Christianity, of course, hold a different view. They claim that Christianity has liberated woman from her former degraded position, and they base this claim especially upon the cult of the Holy Virgin, which they consider a token of respect for woman. The Catholic Church, which maintains this cult, might hardly share this opinion. The above quoted sayings of the saints and the fathers of the Church, which could easily be multiplied, all express hostility to woman and marriage. The council at Macon during the 6th century, which indulged in serious discussion as to whether woman had a soul, and finally decided in her favor by a majority of 1, also disproves the claim that Christianity was favorable to women. The introduction of celibacy of priests by Gregory VII, the purpose of which was to create a power by having an unmarried priesthood that would not be withdrawn from the service of the Church by any family interests, was made possible only by that fundamental view of the Church, that all desires of the flesh are sinful. Many reformers, especially Calvin and the Scotch ministers, have raved so vehemently against the lust of the flesh, that they left no doubt in regard to the hostile attitude of Christianity toward women. By introducing the cult of the Virgin Mary, the Catholic Church, with wise calculation, merely put this cult in place of the cult of the ancient goddesses, that existed among all the peoples who were converted to Christianity at that time. Mary replaced Cybele, Mylitta, Aphrodite, and Venus among the southern nations, and Freya, Frigga and others among the German tribes. She was only endowed with a Christian, spiritual idealism. Chapter 4. Woman in the Medieval Age. 1. The position of women among the Germans. The robust, physically healthy, coarse but unsophisticated peoples that during the first centuries after Christ came from the north and east, flooding like mighty ocean waves the enervated Roman Empire in which Christianity had gradually come into power, vehemently resisted the ascetic teachings of the Christian preachers, who were obliged to make allowances for these healthy natures. The Romans were surprised to find that the customs of these peoples differed considerably from their own. Tacitus takes note of this fact in regard to the Germans, of whom he thus expresses his approval: their marriage laws are severe and none of their customs are more laudable than this one, for they are practically the only barbarians who content themselves with one wife. Among this numerous people one rarely hears of adultery, and when it does occur, it is promptly punished, the men themselves being permitted to inflict the punishment. Naked, her hair clipped, thus the man drives the adulteress out of the village before the eyes of her relatives, for a sin against virtue is not condoned. There nobody laughs over vice, and to seduce and being seduced are not considered a sign of good breeding. The youths marry late, therefore they maintain their strength. The maidens, too, are not married off hastily, and they are of the same stature as the men, and present the same healthful glow of youth. Of equal age, equally strong, they wed, and the strength of the parents is transmitted to the children. Evidently Tacitus depicted the matrimonial relations of the ancient Germans in a somewhat too rosy hue, to set them before the Romans as an example. They indeed severely punished the woman who committed adultery, but the punishment was not inflicted upon the man who committed adultery. At the time of Tacitus, the gens still flourished among the Germans. Tacitus, being accustomed to the more advanced Roman conditions that made the old Gentile organization and its foundation seem strange and incomprehensible to him, wonderingly, relates that among the Germans a mother's brother regards his nephew as a son, and that some considered the bond of blood relation between an uncle on the mother's side and his nephew as being even more sacred than the bond between father and son. For this reason, so he furthermore relates, when hostages were asked for, it was considered a stronger security when a man gave his sister's son instead of his own. Upon this subject Engels remarks, when the member of a gens gave his own son as a hostage and he was sacrificed by a breach of the agreement, it was the father's own concern. But if his sister's son had been sacrificed, a sacred Gentile rite had been violated. The nearest Gentile relation, by duty bound to protect the boy or youth, had caused his death. He should either not have pledged him, or should have kept his agreement. Engels shows that in other respects among the Germans at the time of Tacitus, the matriarchate had already been replaced by the patriarchate. The children inherited from their father. In the absence of children, brothers and uncles on both the father's and mother's side were the lawful heirs. That the mother's brother was admitted to a share in the inheritance, although inheritance was determined by descent on the father's side, can be explained by the fact that the old law had but recently disappeared. Memories of the old law also caused that profound respect of the German for the female sex, which so greatly surprised Tacitus. He also observed that the courage of the men was kindled to the utmost by the women. The thought of seeing their women led into captivity and servitude was most terrible to the ancient Germans and impelled them to the utmost resistance. But the women also were animated by a spirit that greatly impressed the Romans. When Marius would not permit the captured Teuton women to become priestesses of Vesta, they committed suicide. At the time of Tacitus, the Germans possessed fixed abodes. There was an annual division of the soil, which was determined by lot, and the wood, the streams, and the pasture ground were considered common property. Their mode of life was extremely simple. Their wealth consisted mainly of cattle. Coarse woolen cloaks or the hides of animals constituted their clothing. Women and some men of rank wore linen undergarments. Metal tools and weapons were manufactured only by those tribes who lived in too remote parts for the importation of Roman products of industry. In minor matters decisions were rendered by the Council of Chiefs, in more important matters by the popular assembly. Originally the chiefs were elected, though usually from one particular family. But the transition to the patriarchal system favored the heredity of the position, and finally led to the formation of a hereditary nobility that later on developed into kingship. As in Greece and Rome, the German gens perished by the rise of private property, the development of industry and commerce, and intermarriage with members of foreign tribes and nations. The gens was replaced by the mark community, a democratic organization of free peasants that constituted a firm bulwark against the encroachments of church and nobility for many centuries, and did not quite disappear even then when the feudal state had come into power and the free peasants had been forced into a condition of servitude. The mark community was represented by the heads of the families. Wives, daughters, and daughters-in-law were excluded from the council. The times had passed in which women conducted the affairs of the tribe, an incident which greatly amazed Tacitus, and which he describes with remarks of scorn. In the 5th century the Salic law repealed the right of inheritance of women to patrimonial estates. Every male member of the mark community was entitled, upon marriage, to share in the common soil. Usually grandparents, parents, and children lived under one roof in a household community, and so it frequently occurred that for the purpose of obtaining an additional share, a son who had not yet attained the marriageable age was joined in wedlock with some maiden of marriageable age by proxy, the father acting as husband in place of the son. Newly married couples were given a cartload of beechwood and wood to build a log cabin. Upon the birth of a daughter, parents also received 1 cartload of wood. Upon the birth of a son they received 2. The female sex accordingly was considered worth only half as much as the male sex. The marriage ceremony was simple. Religious rites were unknown. A mutual agreement was sufficient, and as soon as the couple had entered the nuptial bed, the marriage was contracted. Only in the 9th century that custom arose according to which a religious ceremony was necessary to legalize a marriage, and as late as the 16th century, marriage was made a sacrament of the Catholic Church by a decision of the Council of Trent. 2. Feudalism and the right of the first night. With the rise of the feudal state the position of a great many commoners became considerably worse. The victorious leaders of the army abused their power by taking possession of large tracts of land. They considered themselves entitled to the common property, and did not hesitate to distribute it among their followers, slaves, serfs, or freedmen, either for temporary use or with the right of inheritance. Thereby they created for themselves a court and military nobility, devoted to them in all things. The establishment of a large realm of the Franks destroyed the last traces of Gentile organization. The council of the chiefs was replaced by the leaders of the army and the newly created nobility. Gradually the great mass of the commoners were driven into a condition of exhaustion and pauperism, as a result of the continuous wars of conquest and the disputes of their rulers, for which they had to bear the heaviest burdens. They could no longer serve in the militia. In their place the lords and noblemen recruited vassals, and the peasants placed themselves and their possessions under the protection of a worldly or spiritual lord, for the church had succeeded in becoming a great power within a few centuries, in return for which they paid rent and taxes. Thus the free farms were transformed into leased property, and as time went by new duties were constantly imposed. Having once come into this dependent position, it was not long before the peasants were deprived of their personal liberty as well. Bondage and serfdom expanded more and more. The feudal lord held almost unrestricted sway over his serfs. His was the right to compel any man who had attained the 18th and any girl who had attained the 14th year, to become married. He could prescribe to both men and women whom they were to marry, even in the case of widows and widowers. As lord of his subjects, he considered himself entitled to sexual intercourse with his female serfs, and his power was expressed in the jus primi noctis. This right might also be practiced by his representative unless the right were waived upon payment of a tax. The terms bed tribute, virgin's tribute, etc., betray the nature of these taxes. It has frequently been denied that this right of the first night existed. The knowledge of its existence is uncomfortable to some people, because it was still practiced at a time that they like to represent as a model for virtuousness and piety. We have already shown that this right of the first night was a custom which had its origin in the time of the matriarchate. When the old Gentile organization disappeared, the custom of surrendering the bride in the bridal night to the members of her kinship was still maintained. But in the course of time the right was restricted and finally practiced only by the chief or priest. It was transferred upon the feudal lord as a result of his power over the people who lived upon the land owned by him, and he might practice this right if he so chose, or waive it in return for a payment in kind or in money. How real was this right of the first night may be seen by the following passage from a tale by Jacob Grimm. The groom shall invite the manager of the estate to the wedding, and he shall also invite the manager's wife. The manager shall bring a cartload of wood to the wedding, and his wife shall bring a quarter of a roasted pig. When the wedding is over, the groom shall let the manager lie with his wife for the first night, or he shall redeem her with 5 shillings and 6 pence. Schugenheim holds the opinion that the right of the first night was given to the feudal lord because his serfs, in order to marry, needed his consent. In Bern this practice led to the custom that all firstborn children of marriages in which the jus primi noctis had been practiced, were regarded as a free estate. Later on this right was generally redeemable by the payment of a tax. According to Schugenheim, the bishops of Amiens stubbornly maintained this tax until the beginning of the 15th century. In Scotland the right of the first night was declared redeemable by payment of a tax by King Malcolm III at the close of the 11th century. In Germany it existed much longer. According to the records of the Swabian monastery Adelberg of the year 1496, the serfs living in the community of Bauertlingen could redeem the right if the groom gave a bag of salt and the bride gave £1 7 shillings in a dish large enough that she might sit in it. In other localities the brides might redeem it by giving the feudal lord so much butter or cheese as was the size of their seat. Elsewhere they had to give a dainty leather chair in which they just fitted. According to a description of the Bavarian judge of the Court of Appeals, Mr. Welsh, a tax for redeeming the jus primi noctis still existed in Bavaria in the 18th century. Engels furthermore reports that among the Scots and Welsh the jus primi noctis was maintained throughout the Middle Age, but since here the Gentile organization continued to exist, it was not the feudal lord or his representative who practiced this right, but the chieftain of the clan, and by him it was practiced as representative of all the husbands unless a tribute was paid. So there can be no doubt as to the existence of the right of the first night, not only in medieval days, but even down to modern times, and that it held a place in the feudal code of laws. In Poland noblemen arrogated the right to deflower any maiden who chanced to please them, and if someone protested against this usage, they condemned him to receive 100 blows with a cane. Landlords and their employees still consider the sacrifice of virginal honor to their lust a matter of course, not only in Germany, but in the entire southern and southeastern portion of Europe, as is asserted by those who are acquainted with the land and the people. During feudalism it was in the interest of the feudal lord that his serfs should become married, for the children became his serfs also, adding to the number of his workers and increasing his income. Therefore both worldly and spiritual masters encouraged marriage among their subjects. The question assumed a different aspect though as far as the church was concerned, when an unmarried person was likely to will his property to the church. But this only applied to free men of low estate, whose conditions grew steadily worse as a result of the conditions described herein, and who gave over their possessions to the church to seek protection and peace within the walls of the monasteries. Others again placed themselves under the protection of the church by paying a tax or by rendering services. But in this way the fate they had sought to escape frequently befell their descendants. They gradually came into bondage or were made novices for the monasteries. 3. The rise of cities. Monastic affairs. Prostitution. The cities which had begun to flourish with the 11th century, favored the increase of population in their own interest by facilitating residence and marriage. They became places of refuge to the rural population seeking to escape unbearable oppression, and to fugitive serfs. But at a later day these conditions changed again. As soon as the cities had obtained power, and a class of mechanics in comfortable circumstances had come into existence, a feeling of hostility manifested itself against newcomers who tried to settle down as mechanics, since they were regarded as undesirable competitors. Barriers were erected against the newcomers, heavy taxes were levied upon them if they would obtain the right of residence and become qualified as master workmen. Trades were limited to a certain number of master workmen and their journeymen, thereby forcing thousands into a condition of servitude, celibacy, and vagabondage. When during the 16th century the cities began to decline, owing to conditions that will be discussed later on, was quite in keeping with the narrow views of the time that residence and the right to independently practice a trade were made still more difficult. The tyranny of the feudal lords constantly increased, until many of their subjects preferred to abandon their miserable lives for the freer life of beggar, tramp, or robber, the latter being favored by the large forests and the poor condition of the highways, or, making the most of the numerous warfares of the time, they became mercenary soldiers, selling their services wherever the pay was highest and the booty most promising. Male and female rabble flooded the country, becoming a public nuisance. The church helped to increase the general depravity. The forced celibacy of the clergy alone led to sexual debauchery, and this was still heightened by the constant association with Italy and Rome. Rome was not only the capital of Christianity, being the residence of the popes, it was also, true to its traditions under the heathen emperors, a new Babel, the European high school of immorality, and the papal court was its most distinguished center. The Roman Empire, its dissolution, had left to Christian Europe all its vices. These were cultivated in Rome and from there penetrated into Germany, favored by association of the clergy with Rome. The numerous clergy, consisting to a great extent of men whose sexual desires were increased to the utmost by a lazy and luxurious life, and whom enforced celibacy drove to illegitimate or unnatural satisfaction of their desires, transmitted this immorality to all strata of society. The clergy became a pestilential danger to the virtue of women in cities and villages. Monasteries and nunneries, and there were countless numbers of them, frequently differed from public brothels only inasmuch as life within them was still more licentious and dissolute. Crimes, especially infanticide, were frequently committed there with impunity, because only those were permitted to pass judgment who were more often than not connected with the crimes. Sometimes peasants tried to protect their wives and daughters from being seduced by clergymen, by refusing to accept as pastor anyone who would not consent to keeping a concubine. This circumstance led a bishop of Constance to impose a concubine tax upon the clergy of his diocese. Such conditions explain the historically authenticated fact, that during the medieval age described by one writer of romance as a pious and virtuous age, for instance in 1414, at the Council of Constance, no less than 1,500 prostitutes were present. But these conditions by no means made their appearance only at the decline of the Middle Age. They appeared at an early date and gave cause for constant complaints and ordinances. Thus Charlemagne issued an ordinance in the year 802, in which it says, "The nunneries shall be closely guarded. The nuns shall not roam about but shall be carefully watched, neither shall they live in discord and quarrels with one another, and under no circumstances shall they disobey their mother's superior. Where they have monastic rules they shall absolutely abide by them. They shall not be given to covetousness, drunkenness, and prostitution, but shall lead a just and temperate life. Neither shall any man enter their convent except to attend Mass, and then he shall immediately depart again." Another ordinance of the year 869 declared, "If priests keep several wives or shed the blood of Christians or heathens, or break the canonical law, they shall be divested of their priesthood because they are worse than the laity." The fact that in those days the priests were forbidden to have several wives, shows that in the 9th century polygamy was not rare. Indeed, there were no laws forbidding it. Even later, at the time of the mincing earths, during the 12th and 13th centuries, it was not considered objectionable to have several wives. Particularly detrimental to the moral condition of the age were the Crusades, that kept tens of thousands of men away from their homes for years, and led them to become acquainted with customs in the Eastern Roman Empire that had until then been unknown in Western Europe. The position of women became especially unfavorable, not only as a result of the many hindrances to marriage and permanent residence, but also because their numbers by far exceeded the male population. The chief cause of this was the numerous wars and the fact that commercial traveling in those days was a dangerous undertaking. Moreover, the death rate among men was higher than among women, as a result of their intemperate living, which was especially manifested during the plague that frequently ravaged the population in the Middle Age. Thus there were 32 plague years in the period from 1326 to 1400, 41 from 1400 to 1500, and 30 from 1500 to 1600. Hosts of women roamed about on the highways as musicians, dancers, magicians, in the company of wandering scholastics and priests, and flooded the markets and fairs. They formed special divisions in the troops of foot soldiers where they were organized in guilds according to the spirit of the age, and were assigned to the different ranks according to age and beauty. By severe penalty they were forbidden to yield to any man outside of the prescribed circle. In the camp they had to help the baggage carriers to gather in hay, straw, and wood, to fill up holes and ditches and to clean the camp. During sieges it was their task to fill up the ditches with brushwood, branches, and tufts of grass to facilitate the attack. They helped to place the guns in position and to drag them along when they became stuck in the muddy roads. To give some relief to these numerous helpless women, so-called beguinages, that were maintained by the municipality, were erected in many cities from the middle of the 13th century on. Here the women were given homes and were encouraged to lead decent lives. But neither their institutions nor the nunneries could shelter all those who sought help and protection. The hindrances to marriage, the journeys of noblemen and other worldly and spiritual lords who came into the cities with their hosts of knights and attendants, the young men within the cities and, last but not least, the married men who were not troubled much by moral scruples but believed that variety was the spice of life, all these created a demand for prostitutes in the medieval towns. As every trade in those days was organized into guilds and submitted to definite regulations, so also was prostitution. In all the larger cities brothels were maintained that were municipal, state or church property and whose profits went to fill these respective treasuries. The women in these houses had a senior mistress elected by themselves, whose duty it was to maintain order and who was especially charged with the task of seeing to it that no competitors outside of the guild harmed the legitimate trade. If such competitors were caught, they had to pay a legal fine. Thus the inhabitants of a brothel in Nuremberg complained to the magistrate about the competition of women who were not members of their guild, that other keepers also maintain women who go upon the streets at night and harbor married men and others, and who ply their trade in a much coarser way, and that such were a disgrace and should not be permitted in this praiseworthy town. The brothels enjoyed special protection. Breach of the peace in their vicinity was punished more severely than elsewhere. This female guild was also entitled to appear at festivals and in processions in which it was customary for all the guilds to participate. They were even sometimes invited as guests to princely and official banquets. The brothels were considered desirable for the protection of married women and the honor of virgins. This was the same argument which was resorted to in order to justify the maintenance of brothels by the state in Athens. Nevertheless, barbarous persecutions of the prostitutes were met with, that came from the same men whose demand and whose money maintained the prostitutes. Thus Charlemagne decreed that a prostitute should be brought nude upon the marketplace and be flogged there. He himself, the most Christian king and emperor, had no less than 6 wives simultaneously. His daughters, evidently following their father's example, were not models of virtue either. Their mode of life gave him many unpleasant hours, and they brought several illegitimate children into his house. Alcuin, a friend and advisor to Charlemagne, warned his pupils of the crowned doves who fly through the Palatinate at night, meaning the emperor's daughters. The same communities that officially organized anti-protected the brothels and granted all sorts of privileges to the prostitutes inflicted the hardest and most cruel punishments upon a poor forsaken girl who had gone wrong. The infanticide who, driven to despair, had killed her own offspring was subjected to cruel death, while no one bothered about the unscrupulous seducer. Perhaps he sat among the judges who pronounced the death sentence on the unfortunate victim. The same is possible still. Adultery of wives was also severely punished. To be put in the pillory was the least she might expect. But adultery of husbands was concealed by the cloak of Christian forbearance. In Württemberg it was customary for the brothel keeper to take an oath before the magistrate, pledging faith and allegiance to the city and that he would diligently enlist women. Similar oaths were taken in Nuremberg, Ulm, Leipzig, Cologne, Frankfurt, and others. In Ulm the brothels were abolished in 1537, but in 1551, the guilds moved to reinstate them to avoid a worse state of affairs. When strangers of note visited a city, prostitutes were placed at their disposal at the city's expense. When King Ladislaus entered Vienna in 1452, the magistrate sent a committee of public prostitutes to meet him, clad in transparent gauze that disclosed their beautiful shapes. Emperor Charles V, upon entering Antwerp, was also received by a committee of nude girls, a historic scene that Hans Mockert depicted in a large painting which is now on exhibition in the museum at Hamburg. Such occurrences created no scandal in those days. 4. Knighthood and the veneration of women. Fantastic writers of romance and scheming persons have endeavored to depict the medieval age as an especially virtuous one, and as one imbued with a profound veneration of women. The time of the mincing earths, from the 12th to the 14th century, is dwelt upon to furnish proof to this assertion. The poetic courtship of the knights, that was first introduced by the Moriscos in Spain, is supposed to prove that women were highly honored at that time. But let a few facts be remembered. Firstly, the knights only constituted a very small portion of the population, and in the same way their ladies constituted a small portion of the women. Secondly, only a very limited number of the knights practiced this knightly courtship, and thirdly, the true nature of this custom has been considerably misunderstood or distorted. The time when knighthood was in flower, was the age of the rule of brute force in Germany. It was the age in which all bonds of law and order were broken, and the knights practiced extortion, plundering and highway robbery without restraint. Such an age of brute force is not one in which mild and poetic sentiments predominate. On the contrary, this age was destined to shatter the respect for the female sex that might still have remained. The knights, in the country as well as in the towns, were mostly coarse, brutal fellows, whose chief passion, besides warfare and excessive drinking, was the unrestricted satisfaction of their sexual desires. The chroniclers of that time tell of incessant acts of violence and ravishment committed by the nobility of town and country, who controlled the municipal governments throughout the 13th, 14th, and into the 15th centuries. Because the knights conducted the courts in the towns, and the feudal lords passed judgment in the rural districts, the injured persons rarely obtained redress of their grievances. It is a great exaggeration then to assume that their customs of courtship caused the ancient nobility to treat women with special respect and to regard them as superior beings. A small minority of the knights seem to have been enthusiastic over feminine beauty, but their enthusiasm was by no means platonic but pursued very material aims. Even that clown among the romantic admirers of lovely women, Ulrich of Liechtenstein of ridiculous memory, was a platonic lover only so long as he was compelled to be. In the main, this romantic worship of woman was nothing but deification of the mistress at the expense of the legitimate wife. It was nothing but courtesanship, as it has existed in Greece at the time of Pericles, transplanted into medieval Christianity. The mutual seduction of wives was frequently practiced among the knights also, as it is still practiced in certain circles of our bourgeoisie. The open manifestation of sensuality, characteristic of that age, constituted a frank recognition of the fact that the natural desires implanted in every healthy, adult human being rightfully seek satisfaction. In that respect it expressed a victory of healthy nature over the ascetic teachings of Christianity. But on the other hand it must again be emphasized, that this recognition came into consideration for the one sex only, while the other sex was treated on the assumption that it could not and dare not have the same impulses. The slightest transgression by women of the moral laws laid down for them by men, was punished with unmerciful severity. Women, as a result of constant oppression and a singular education, have become so accustomed to the conception of their rulers that they still consider this condition quite natural. Were there not also millions of slaves who considered slavery a natural condition and who would never have liberated themselves had not the liberators sprung from the slave-owning class? When Prussian peasants were to be emancipated from serfdom, they petitioned the government not to emancipate them, for who should provide for them when they were aged or ill? And do we not meet with the same situation in the modern labor movement? How many workingmen still permit their exploiters to influence them and lead them at will? The oppressed needs someone to animate and inspire him, because he lacks the initiative for independence. It was thus in the present-day movement of the proletariat, and it is the same in the struggle for the emancipation of women. Even the bourgeoisie, that enjoyed a relatively more favorable position in its struggle for independence, found its leaders and spokesmen among the nobility and clergy. Whatever the shortcomings of the Middle Ages may have been, it possessed a healthy sensuality which sprang from the strong, buoyant nature of the people, and which Christianity could not suppress. The hypocritical prudery and concealed lasciviousness of our day, that fears to call a spade and to speak of natural things in a natural way, was foreign to that age. Neither was it familiar with that piquant ambiguity to which we resort in speaking of what we dare not name, because to be prudish and unnatural has become customary with us, and which is all the more dangerous because such language allures, but does not satisfy, allows us to surmise but does not express clearly. Our social conversations, our novels, and our theaters abound with these piquant ambiguities, and their effect is manifested. This spiritualism of the Rue, concealed by religious spiritualism, has a powerful influence. Chapter V. The Reformation. 1. Luther. The healthy sensuality of the Middle Ages found its classic exponent in Luther. We are here not so much concerned with the religious reformer, but with Luther, the man. In regard to all human relations, Luther's strong, unsophisticated nature clearly manifested itself, and caused him to express freely and without reserve his desire for love and enjoyment. His position as a former Roman clergyman had opened his eyes and had taught him from experience how contrary to all the laws of nature were the lives of monks and nuns. Therefore he roundly condemned the celibacy of priests and monks. Luther says, unless specially endowed by a rare, divine grace, a woman can no more dispense with a man, than she can dispense with food, drink, sleep and other natural needs. In the same way a man cannot do without a woman. The cause is that the desire to propagate the race is as deeply implanted by nature as the desire for food and drink. Therefore God has given unto the human body limbs, veins, circulation and all that serves this end. He who opposes this, and will not let nature take her course, what does he do but seek to prevent nature from being nature, fire from burning, water from moistening, human beings from eating, drinking, and sleeping? In his sermon on marriage, he says, just as it is not within my power not to be a man, so it is not in thy power to do without a man, For it is not free will or advice but a natural necessity that every man must have a woman and that every woman must have a man. But Luther does not only express himself so strongly in favor of marriage and the necessity of sexual relations, he also expresses himself as opposed to it, that the church and marriage should have anything in common. He says in regard to this, know that marriage is something extrinsic as any other worldly action. As I may eat, drink, sleep, walk, ride and deal with any heathen, Jew, Turk or heretic, so to one of these I may also become and remain married. Do not observe the laws of fools that forbid such marriages. Heathens are men and women, well and wisely created by God, just as well as Saint Peter and Saint Paul and Saint Luke, not to speak of any false and wanton Christian. Luther furthermore, like other reformers, opposed all restrictions to marriage, and favored permitting divorcees to marry, which was opposed by the Church. He says, in regard to matters of marriage and divorce among us I say, let the jurists dispose of them, and let them be subject to worldly rule, since matrimony is a worldly, extrinsic thing. In accordance with this view, it was not until the end of the 17th century that a religious ceremony was considered essential to a legal marriage among Protestants. Until then the so-called conscience marriage sufficed, that is, a marriage founded upon the mutual agreement to regard one another as husband and wife and to live in matrimonial relations with one another. According to German law such marriages were legal. Luther even went so far as to adjudge to the unsatisfied party in a marriage contract, even if the party were the woman, the right to seek satisfaction outside of marriage, in order to do justice to nature that cannot be resisted. In this matter Luther sets forth opinions that would rouse many of our present-day respectable men and women, who always point to Luther in their pious zeal, to vehement indignation. In his treatise on married life, 146, Jena 1522, he says, if a healthy woman is joined in wedlock to an impotent man and could not nor would for her honor's sake openly choose another, she should speak to her husband thus, see, my dear husband, thou hast deceived me and my young body and endangered my honor and salvation, before God there is no honor between us. Suffer that I maintain a secret marriage with thy brother or closest friend while thou remainest my husband in name. That thy property may not fall heir to strangers, willingly be deceived by me as you have unwillingly deceived me. It should be the husband's duty, Luther goes on to say, to consent to such arrangement. If he will not, she has the right to abandon him and go into another country and marry another man. In the same way, if a woman will not perform her conjugal duty, the man has the right to seek another woman, only he should first tell his wife. We see, the opinions set forth by the great reformer are very radical and even immoral, when viewed in the light of our age, abounding with prudery and hypocrisy. But Luther only expressed the popular conceptions of his age. The following is told by Jacob Grimm: if a man cannot satisfy his wedded wife, let him take her gently upon his back and carry her to his neighbors. There let him set her down softly, without anger or rudeness but upon mutual agreement, and let him appeal to his neighbors to help his wife in her need. If they will not or cannot, then let him send her to the nearest fair. There shall she appear, becomingly dressed and adorned, wearing a gold embroidered veil as a token that she may be wooed. If after all she returns from the fair still unsatisfied, then may the devil help her. The peasant of the Middle Age primarily sought marriage for the purpose of having heirs, and if he was unable to beget them himself, being a practical man, he left this pleasure to another without having particular moral scruples about it. The main object was to attain his purpose. We repeat, man does not control his property, he is controlled by it. The above quotations from the writings and sermons of Luther are of special importance because the views in regard to marriage expressed in them are diametrically opposed to those maintained by the Church today. Luther and the other reformers went still further in matters pertaining to marriage, but, it must be admitted, for opportunistic reasons, in order to please such sovereigns whose lasting support and goodwill they sought to win and to maintain. The Landgrave of Hesse, Philippi, who was in sympathy with the Reformation, had a legal wife, but fell in love with another woman who refused to yield to his entreaties unless he would marry her. It was a delicate case. To become divorced from his wife without good and sufficient reason would imply a great scandal. To be married to two women simultaneously was a shocking occurrence with a Christian sovereign of the newer era, bound to create a still greater scandal. Nevertheless, amorous Philip chose the latter alternative. It only was necessary to determine that this step was not in opposition to the teachings of the Bible, and to obtain the consent of the reformers, especially Luther and Melanchthon. The Landgrave then opened negotiations with Butzer, who consented to the plan and promised to win Luther and Melanchthon. Butzer explained his view by pointing out that to have several wives simultaneously was not in conflict with the gospel, since Paul, who had mentioned many who shall not inherit the kingdom of God, had said nothing about those who have two wives. Paul had decreed that a bishop and his servants should not have more than one wife. If it had been necessary that no man should have more than one wife, he would have stated this and would have forbidden polygamy. Luther and Melanchthon declared themselves in accordance with these views and consented to the double marriage, after the Landgrave's wife had also given her consent under the condition that he should perform his conjugal duty toward her even more than heretofore. Luther had been previously troubled by the question whether bigamy was permissible when asked to give his consent to the double marriage of Henry VIII of England. That can be seen from a letter which he wrote to the Saxon Chancellor Brink in January 1524. In this letter he wrote that on principle he, Luther, could not object to bigamy since it was not in conflict with the Holy Scripture, but that he considered it offensive when occurring among Christians, for there were some things from which Christians should refrain even if they were not forbidden. After the marriage of the Landgrave, which actually took place during March 1540, he wrote in reply to a letter of appreciation from him, "I am glad that your grace is pleased by the advice we have given, but we should prefer to have secrecy maintained. Otherwise the coarse peasants, seeking to follow the example set by the Landgrave, might present the same or even better causes, which would give us no end of trouble." Melanchthon probably had fewer scruples in giving his consent to the double marriage of the Landgrave, for he had previously written to Henry VIII, that every sovereign was entitled to introduce polygamy in his realm. But the double marriage of the Landgrave caused so much unpleasant notoriety in his country, that in 1541 he had a pamphlet distributed in which polygamy was defended on the ground that it was not in opposition to the Holy Scripture. But conceptions had been greatly modified since the 9th or 12th century when polygamy was accepted without averse criticism. The double marriage of the Landgrave of Hesse was however not the only one that gave offense to wide circles. Such princely double marriages were repeated both in the 17th and 18th centuries, as will be shown. When Luther declared the satisfaction of sensual desire to be a law of nature, he only expressed what his contemporaries thought and what the men claimed as their privilege. By the Reformation, which did away with the celibacy of the clergy and abolished the monasteries in the Protestant countries, he gave to hundreds of thousands of men and women the possibility to seek legitimate satisfaction of their natural desires. Hundreds of thousands of others, of course, remained excluded from this possibility by the existing forms of property and the laws founded upon them. The Reformation was the protest of the rising bourgeoisie against the constraint of feudal conditions in church, state, and society. This rising bourgeoisie struggled for liberation from the narrow bonds of the guild, the court, and the papal anathema. It strove for centralization of the powers of the state, simplification of the extravagant church affairs, and the abolition of the numerous abodes of idle persons, the monasteries. Luther represented these endeavors of the bourgeoisie upon the religious field. When he stood for the freedom of marriage, it was the bourgeois marriage that was realized only in our day by the civil marriage laws, and the freedom of migration and freedom of choice in trade and domicile. We will see to what extent the position of woman was modified by these changes. During the Reformation this change of development had not yet been reached. While on the one hand the Reformation made marriage possible for many people, on the other hand free sexual intercourse was subjected to the most bitter persecution. While the Catholic clergy had maintained a certain tolerance toward sexual excess, the Protestant clergy, having been provided for itself, declaimed against it with redoubled zeal. War was waged against the public brothels that were declared to be the devil's dens. Prostitutes were persecuted as daughters of Satan, and every woman who had fallen was considered a paragon of wickedness and was subjected to relentless persecution. The merry, life-loving townsman of the Middle Ages became a bigoted, austere, somber Philistine, who lived miserly that his later clay bourgeois descendants might live all the more extravagantly. The honorable citizen with his stiff cravat, his narrow intellectual horizon, his severe but hypocritical morality, became the prototype of society. Legitimate wives who had not favored the sensuality tolerated by the Catholicism of the Middle Ages, were generally better pleased by the Puritan spirit of Protestantism. But other causes that had an unfavorable influence on conditions in Germany generally, also influenced the position of women unfavorably. Two results of the Reformation: the 30 Years' War. Transformations in the conditions of production, exchange, and finance, that were brought about especially by the discovery of America, and the discovery of the passage to India, resulted in a great social reaction for Germany. Germany ceased to be the center of European commerce. The German trades and manufactures declined. At the same time, the religious Reformation had destroyed the political unity of the nation. Under the cloak of the Reformation, the German princes sought to emancipate themselves from imperial rule. On the other hand, these princes oppressed the nobility and favored the cities to serve their own ends. Some of the cities voluntarily placed themselves under the rule of the princes, driven to this step by conditions that were steadily growing worse. The bourgeoisie, upon seeing their income threatened, tried to make the restrictions that were intended to guard them against undesirable competition more and more rigorous, and the princes willingly conceded their demands. The ossification of conditions increased, but the general impoverishment increased likewise. Another result of the Reformation were the religious struggles and persecutions used by the princes to serve their own political and economic ends that raged in Germany with some interruptions for over a century, and finally ended with its complete exhaustion at the end of the 30 Years' War. Germany had become a vast field of corpses and ruins. Entire countries and provinces had been devastated, hundreds of cities and thousands of villages partly or completely destroyed, and many of them had been wiped from the surface of the earth forever. In many places the population had been reduced to a third, a fourth, a fifth, even an eighth or a tenth of its original number. Such was the case in Nuremberg, and in the entire Franconian province. In this utmost need, in order to increase the population in the depopulated towns and villages, the unusual measure was occasionally resorted to of permitting one man to have two wives. Men had been decimated by the wars, but there was a superabundance of women. On the 14th of February 1650, the Franconian District Council at Nuremberg decreed that men under 60 should not be admitted into monasteries. It furthermore decreed that those clergymen who were not members of an order should become married. Moreover, every man should be permitted to wed two wives, but the men should be frequently reminded and exhorted from the pulpits to employ good judgment and discretion, that a married man who ventured to maintain two wives should not only provide well for both of them, but should also endeavor to avoid ill feeling between them. So even the pulpits were employed to make propaganda for the double marriage and to lay down rules of conduct for the men. Commerce and industry almost came to a standstill during this long period. In many instances they were almost completely destroyed and picked up but very gradually. A large portion of the population had become demoralized and brutalized and disaccustomed to all regular work. During the wars, troops of mercenary soldiers had crossed Germany from one end to the other, plundering, destroying, ravishing and murdering, a terror alike to friend and foe. After the wars, countless numbers of beggars, robbers, and vagabonds maintained the population in constant terror and made commerce and all traffic difficult or impossible. To the female sex especially it was a time of great suffering. In this period of dissoluteness the contempt of woman had increased to the utmost, and the general condition of unemployment weighed most heavily upon her shoulders. Like the male vagabonds, thousands of women populated the highways and forests and filled the almshouses and prisons. All these sufferings were still increased by the forcible expulsion of numerous peasant families by the greedy nobility. Since the Reformation, the nobility had become more and more subjected to princely rule, and by holding court and military positions their dependence on the princes had constantly increased. Now they tried to reimburse themselves for the losses sustained through the princes by robbing the peasants. To the princes, on the other hand, the Reformation offered the desired excuse to acquire the property of the Church, which they proceeded to do on a large scale. Prince August of Saxony, for instance, had, at the end of the 16th century, acquired no less than 300 ecclesiastical estates. His brothers and cousins, the other Protestant sovereigns, above all those of the House of Hohenzollern, did likewise. The nobility followed their example by appropriating the remaining communal property, and by driving both free peasants and serfs from hearth and home and taking possession of their estates. The unsuccessful peasant revolts during the 16th century gave them the desired pretext for such action, and after the attempt had once succeeded, new pretexts were constantly found to continue this forcible method. Various schemes and distortions of justice were resorted to, made easy by the Roman law which had been established in Germany in the meantime, to increase the property of the nobility by forcing the peasants to sell theirs at lowest prices, or by simply expropriating them. Entire villages and the farms of entire districts were usurped in this manner. To quote just a few examples, of 12,543 knightly peasant estates which still existed in the province of Mecklenburg during the 30 Years' War, only 1,213 remained in the year 1848. In the province of Pomerania 12,000 farms were abandoned since 1628. The transformations in the methods of farming that took place during the 17th century gave a further impulse to the nobility to expropriate the peasants and to transform the last remnants of communal property into their private estates. The rotation of crops had been introduced, which provided for changes in the cultivation of the soil in definite periods of time. Tilled land was occasionally transformed into pasture which favored cattle breeding and made it possible to diminish the number of workers. In the cities conditions were not much better than in the country. Formerly women had been permitted to acquire the title of master workman and to employ journeymen and apprentices without any opposition from the male craftsmen. They were even compelled to join the guilds to force them to meet the same conditions of competition. So there were independent women workers among the linen weavers, the cloth weavers, the carpet weavers, and tailors. There were female goldsmiths, girdle makers, harness makers, etc. We find women employed as furriers in Frankfurt and the Silesian cities, as bakers in the cities along the Rhine, as girdle makers and embroiderers of coats of arms in Cologne and Strasbourg, as harness makers in Bremen, as cloth shearers in Frankfurt, as tanners in Nuremberg, as goldsmiths in Cologne. But as the circumstances of the craftsmen grew more and more unfavorable, a sentiment of ill will against the female competitors arose. In France, women were excluded from the trades at the close of the 14th century, in Germany, not until the close of the 17th century. At first they were forbidden to become master workmen, with the exception of widows. Later on they were also excluded from becoming assistants. Protestantism, by abolishing the ostentatious Catholic cult, had seriously injured or entirely destroyed a number of artistic crafts, and these were the very crafts in which many women had been employed. The confiscation and secularization of church property resulted in a decline of charitable work, and widows and orphans were the main sufferers. The general economic decline that manifested itself during the 16th century, as a result of all the enumerated causes, and lasted through the 17th century, caused the marriage laws to become more and more severe. Journeymen and people employed in menial service were prohibited entirely from marrying, unless they could prove that there was no danger of their future families becoming a burden to the community in which they lived. Marriages contracted in opposition to the legal premises were punished frequently severely, sometimes barbarously. According to Bavarian law, for instance, the penalties were imprisonment and public flogging. Illegal marriages, that became more frequent as the marriage laws became more severe, were subjected to especially violent persecution. All minds were ruled by the prevailing fear of overpopulation, and to diminish the numbers of beggars and vagabonds, the various rulers enacted one law upon another, and each was more severe than the preceding one. Chapter 6. The 18th Century. 1. Court life in Germany. Following the example set by Louis XIV of France, most of the princely courts, that were very numerous in Germany in those days, indulged in an extravagance of outward display, especially in the maintenance of concubines, that were in no relation to the size and productiveness of their small domains. The history of the courts of the 18th century constitutes one of the ugliest chapters of history. One ruler tried to excel the other in hollow conceit, mad extravagance and costly military sport. But it was especially in the affairs with their courtesans that the wildest excesses were indulged in. It is hard to tell which of the many German courts excelled in this extravagant mode of living that had a corrupting influence on public life. It was one today and another tomorrow. None of the German states were spared this disgrace. The nobility imitated the sovereigns, and in the capitals the bourgeoisie imitated the nobility. If the daughter of a bourgeois family was fortunate enough to please one of the gentlemen of the court or His Serene Highness himself, in 19 cases out of 20 she considered herself highly favored, and the family willingly consented to her becoming a princely or royal concubine. Among the families of the nobility the same was the case if one of their daughters found favor with the sovereign. Wide circles were dominated by an utter lack of character and modesty. It was worst of all in the two chief cities of Germany, Vienna and Berlin. Although during a great part of the century Vienna was ruled by Maria Theresa, known for her moral austerity, she was powerless against the doings of the rich, profligate nobility and an eagerly imitative bourgeoisie. By establishing purity commissions, that resulted in an extensive system of espionage, she caused much bitterness and made herself ridiculous. The results amounted to nothing. In frivolous Vienna during the second half of the 18th century, proverbs were circulated like the following: one should love one's neighbor like meself, that means, one should love one's neighbor's wife like one's own, or, if the wife turns to the right the husband may turn to the left, if she takes to herself a manservant, let him take a lady friend. How frivolously marriage and adultery were viewed at that time, may be seen from a letter written by the poet Christian von Kleist to his friend Guillaume in 1751. It contains the following passage: I suppose you heard of the adventure of the Landgrave Henry. He has sent his wife to his country seat and intends to get a separation from her because he found her with the Prince of Holstein. The Margrave would have acted more wisely if he had kept the affair secret instead of causing all Berlin and half of the world to speak of him. Besides, one should not judge a natural occurrence so severely, especially one who is not over-virtuous himself. Disgust is bound to result in matrimony, and by their acquaintance with other amiable persons all men and women are induced to be faithless. How can we be punished for something we have been forced to do? In 1772 the British ambassador, Lord Malmesbury, wrote the following in regard to conditions in Berlin: moral depravity prevails among both sexes of all classes. To this is added a general insufficiency of means, due partly to the heavy taxes imposed by the king, and partly to the love of luxury introduced by his grandfather. The men lead a dissolute life notwithstanding their limited means, and the women are shameless harlots. They deliver themselves up to the one able to pay the highest price. Modesty and true love are foreign to them. The worst conditions existed in Berlin during the rule of Frederick William II from 1786 to 1797. He set his people the worst possible example. His court chaplain, Zollner, even degraded himself by marrying the king to his courtesan, Julie von Voss, although he had another wife, and when she died soon after in childbirth, Zollner again consented to marry the king to another one of his courtesans, the Countess Sophie von Doenhoff. Other rulers had set an equally bad example at the beginning of the century. In July, 1706, Duke Louis of Württemberg married, as an additional wife, his courtesan, Gravenitz, the corrupter of the country, as she is still called in Württemberg. His cousin, Duke Leopold, still excelled him in profligacy, for he had 3 wives simultaneously, 2 of which were sisters. Of his 13 children he joined 2 in marriage. The doings of these sovereigns caused much comment among their subjects, but that was all. The marriage of the Duke of Württemberg with Griebnitz was annulled by imperial intervention. But she entered into a mock marriage with a profligate count, and thereupon remained for 20 years more the Duke's concubine and the corrupter of the country. 2. Commercialism and the new marriage laws. The increasing power of sovereigns and the formation of larger states had led to the institution of standing armies. These standing armies and the extravagant mode of life indulged in at most of the courts, could not be maintained without heavy taxation, and to make such taxation possible a large, taxable population was required. Therefore governments from the 18th century on, especially those of the larger states, adopted measures for increasing the population and for heightening the taxability of the inhabitants. The foundation for such measures had been established by the social and economic transformations referred to above, i.e., the discovery of America, the discovery of the passage to India, and the circumnavigation of Africa. This transformation first manifested itself in Western Europe, but later in Germany also. The newly opened thoroughfare had created new commercial relations of an extent undreamed of until then. Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, and England were the first to profit by the transformation, but France and eventually Germany also were benefited by it. Of all these countries, Germany was most retarded in development, as a result of the numerous religious wars and its political disunity. The establishment of a world market and the constant opening of new markets for the products of European industry, not only revolutionized the methods of production, but also revolutionized the views, sentiments, and conceptions of the European nations and their governments. The former mode of production, destined to supply only the daily needs of a given center and its immediate vicinity, was superseded by manufacture on a large scale, which implies the employment of a large number of workers and an increased division of labor. The merchants possessing large financial resources and broadness of perception, became the leaders along these new lines of industry that partly replaced and partly abolished the old handicrafts and put an end to their guild organization. Thereby a period had been ushered in which made it possible for woman to resume her industrial activity. The textile industries, cloth manufactory and the manufacture of laces opened up to her new fields of activity. At the close of the 18th century we already find 100,000 women and 80,000 children employed in the textile and printing trades of England and Scotland, unfortunately under conditions, both in regard to wages and hours of work, that were simply appalling. Similar conditions prevailed in France at the same time, where also tens of thousands of women were employed in various manufactures. This economic development demanded more people, and as the population had been greatly diminished by the wars of conquest in Europe during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, and by the expeditions of discovery beyond the seas, the more advanced governments found it necessary to facilitate marriage and the right of settling. Spain, that by its imperialistic policy had become greatly depopulated, was obliged as early as 1623 to pass a law exempting from taxes for a number of years all persons who became married between the ages of 18 and 25. Poor persons were even given a dowry from public funds. Parents who had 6 or more male children were entirely exempt from taxes. Spain also encouraged immigration and colonization. King Louis XIV of France, who had decimated his people by his numerous wars, found it necessary to counteract this devastation by exempting from taxes for from 4 to 5 years all taxpayers, who constituted a great majority of the population, if they became married before the 20th or 21st year of age. Complete exemption from taxes was, furthermore, guaranteed to all who had 10 living children, provided that none of these had become a priest, a monk, or a nun. Noblemen having the same number of children, provided that none of them had become priests, monks, or nuns, received an annual pension of from 1,000 to 2,000 livres. Citizens not subject to taxation under the same conditions received 1/2 of this amount. Marshal Maurice of Saxony even advised Louis XV not to permit marriages to be contracted for a longer period than 5 years. In Prussia, by laws enacted in the years 1688, 1721, 1726 and 1736, and by various government measures, endeavors were made to encourage immigration, especially were the immigrants welcomed who had been subjected to religious persecution in France and Austria. The theories in regard to population maintained by Frederick the Great were expressed with brutal frankness in a letter written by him to Voltaire on the 26th of August, 1741. He wrote, "I consider men as a herd of deer in the deer park of some great lord, having no other task but to populate the park." By his wars he certainly made it necessary to have his deer park repopulated. In Austria, Württemberg and Brunswick immigration was also encouraged, and there, as in Prussia, emigration was forbidden. Furthermore, in the course of the 18th century, England and France removed all obstacles to marriage and settlement, and other nations followed their example. During 3/4 of the 18th century, political economists as well as the governments considered a large population the greatest good fortune to the state. Only at the close of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century a reversion of opinion took place. This was due to economic crises and to warlike and revolutionary events, that continued during the first half of the 19th century, especially in Germany and Austria. The age at which marriage was permitted was raised again, and proofs were required showing that the contracting parties were assured of a certain amount of wealth or a secure income, and could maintain a given standard of living. To the destitute, marriage was made impossible, and the municipalities were given a great influence in determining under what conditions marriages might be contracted. Occasionally peasants were even forbidden to build their little homes, or compelled to tear them down when they had been built without princely permission. Only in Prussia and Saxony the marriage laws remained comparatively liberal. Since human nature will not be suppressed, the result of all these hindrances to marriage was, that in spite of all the harassing and persecution, illicit relations greatly increased, and that in some German states the number of illegal children was almost as great as that of the legal ones. Such was the fruit of a paternal government that prided itself on its Christian morality. 3. The French Revolution and the rise of industry. In those days the married woman of the middle class lived in severe domestic retirement. The number of her domestic duties was so large, that it was necessary for the conscientious housewife to be at her post from morning till night, and frequently she could accomplish all her tasks only with the aid of her daughters. It was necessary to perform not only those daily domestic tasks that are still performed by the present-day housekeeper, but also many others from which modern woman has been freed by the industrial development. She had to spin, weave and bleach, cut and sew all the garments, manufacture tallow candles and soap, and brew the beer. She was indeed a perfect Cinderella, and her only relaxation was going to church on Sunday. Marriages were contracted only within the same social circle. A severe and ridiculous caste feeling dominated all social relations. The daughters were educated in the same spirit and were maintained in close domestic confinement. Their education was insignificant, and their intellectual horizon did not extend beyond the commonplace domestic relations. To this was added an empty superficial formality, that was supposed to make up for the lack of intellect and education, making woman's life a sheer treadmill. The spirit of the Reformation had degenerated into the worst kind of pedantry. The most natural human desires and the joy of life were crushed beneath a mass of apparently dignified, but soul-killing rules of behavior. Emptiness and narrow-mindedness dominated the middle class, and the lower classes lived under a leaden pressure and in wretched conditions. Then came the French Revolution. It swept away the old political and social order in France, and also wafted a breath of its spirit to Germany, that could not long be resisted. French rule especially had a revolutionizing effect upon Germany. It swept away what was old and decrepit, or, at least hastened its destruction. Those strenuous efforts were made during the reactionary period after 1815 to turn the course of development backward. The new conceptions had become too powerful and were victorious in the end. Guild privileges, lack of personal freedom, market privileges, and proscription were gradually laid on the shelf in the more advanced states. New mechanical inventions and improvements, especially the invention of the steam engine, and the resultant cheapening of commodities, provided employment for the masses, including also the women. Capitalistic industry was born. Factories, railroads, and steamboats were built, mines and foundries, the manufacture of glass and china, the textile industry in its various branches, manufacture of tools and machinery, the building trades, etc., rapidly developed. Universities and polytechnical institutes provided the intellectual forces required by this evolution. The new class that had come into existence, the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, supported by all those who favored progress, insisted upon the abolition of conditions that had become untenable. What had been shaken by the revolution from below during the movement of 1848 and 1849, was finally abolished by the revolution from above in 1866. Political unity, according to the desire of the bourgeoisie, was established, and this was followed by the final overthrow of all the remaining economic and social barriers. Freedom of trade, right of settlement and emigration, and the repeal of laws restricting marriage followed, creating those conditions that capitalism needed for its development. Besides the working man, woman was the one to profit chiefly by this new development, since it opened up to her new avenues and brought her greater freedom. Even before the new order had been introduced by the transformations of the year 1866, several German states had removed a number of the old, rigid barriers, which caused pedantic reactionaries to predict the destruction of decency and morality. In 1863 the Bishop of Mayence, von Ketteler, lamented that to abolish the existing barriers to marriage meant the destruction of marriage itself, since now married couples were enabled to leave each other at will. This lament contains the unintentional confession that in modern marriages the moral bonds are so weak, that man and wife can be kept together only by force. Since marriages now were contracted much more frequently than before this period, a rapid increase of population resulted. This fact, and the fact that the new, rapidly developing industrial system created social problems that had not previously existed, caused the fear of overpopulation to spring up again, as it did in former periods. It will be shown what this fear of overpopulation amounts to. We will test its true value. Chapter 7. Woman as a sex being. 1. The sexual impulse. In present-day bourgeois society woman holds the second place. Man leads, she follows. The present relation is diametrically opposite to that which prevailed during the matriarchal period. The evolution from primitive communism to the rule of private property has primarily brought about this transformation. Plato thanked the gods for 8 favors they had bestowed upon him. The first was that he had been born a free man instead of a slave, and the second was that he had been born a man instead of a woman. A similar thought is expressed in the morning prayer of the Jews. They pray, "Be thou praised God our Lord and Lord of the earth, who hast not created me a woman." In the prayer uttered by the Jewish women the corresponding passage is worded, "Who hast created me according to thy will." The contrast in the respective positions of the sexes could not be more forcibly expressed than in this utterance of Plato and the prayer of the Jews. Man is the real human being according to numerous passages in the Bible, and both the English and French languages furnish proofs of this conception, since the word man denotes both male and human being. When speaking of the people we usually think of men only. Woman is a factor of slight importance, and man is her master. Men generally consider this state of affairs quite proper, and the majority of women still accept it as a divine ordinance. In this prevailing conception the present position of woman is reflected. Regardless of the question whether woman is oppressed as a proletarian, we must recognize that in this world of private property she is oppressed as a sex being. On all sides she is hemmed in by restrictions and obstacles unknown to the man. Many things a man may do she is prohibited from doing, many social rights and privileges enjoyed by him, are considered a fault or a crime in her case. She suffers both socially and as a sex being. It is hard to say in which respect she suffers more, and therefore it only seems natural that many women wish they had been born men instead of having been born women. Of all the natural desires that are a part of human life, beside the desire for food in order to live, the sexual desire is strongest. The impulse of race preservation is the most powerful expression of the will to live. This impulse is deeply implanted in every normally developed human being, and upon attaining maturity its satisfaction is essential to physical and mental welfare. Luther was right when he said, "He who would thwart the natural impulse, seeks to prevent nature from being nature, fire from burning, water from moistening, man from eating and drinking and sleeping." These words ought to be engraved above the portals of our churches in which the sinful flesh is so vehemently denounced. No physician or physiologist could more accurately express the necessity of satisfying the human desire for love. If the human organism is to develop normally and healthfully, it is essential that no portion of the human body should be neglected, and that no natural impulse should be denied its normal satisfaction. Every organ should perform the functions which it has been destined by nature to perform, unless the whole organism is to suffer. The laws of the physical development of man must be studied and observed as well as the laws of mental development. The mental activity of a human being depends upon the physiological condition of his organs. Physical and mental vigor are closely linked. An injury to one has a detrimental effect upon the other. The so-called animal instincts are not inferior to mental requirements. Both are products of the same organism and are mutually interdependent. This applies to both man and woman. Hence it follows that knowledge of the nature of the sexual organs is as necessary as that of all other organs, and that the same attention should be bestowed upon their care. We ought to know that organs and impulses implanted in every human being constitute a very important part of our existence, that they as a matter of fact predominate during certain periods of life, and that therefore they must not be objects of secrecy, false shame, and complete ignorance. It follows furthermore that among both men and women knowledge of the physiology and anatomy of the various organs and their functions should be as widely diffused as any other branch of human knowledge. Endowed with an exact knowledge of his physical nature, man would take a different view of many circumstances. This knowledge would lead to the removal of many evils that society at present passes by silently, in solemn awe, but that nevertheless claim consideration in almost every family. In regard to all other matters knowledge is considered a virtue, it is regarded as the loftiest, most desirable human aim. But we decry knowledge pertaining to those matters that are most closely linked with our own ego and are at the bottom of all social development. Kant says, man and woman together form the full and complete human being, one sex supplements the other. Schopenhauer says, the sexual impulse is the most complete expression of the will to live, it is the concentration of will, and long before these Buddha thus expressed himself, the sexual impulse is sharper than the prod by means of which wild elephants are tamed, it is hotter than flames, it is like an arrow driven into the soul of man. Such being the intensity of sexual impulse, it is not to be wondered at that with both men and women sexual abstinence frequently leads to serious disorders of the nervous system, and in some cases even to insanity and suicide. Of course, not all natures manifest an equally strong sexual impulse. It can also be restrained to a great extent by education and self-control, especially by avoiding the stimulant of lewd conversation and literature, alcoholism, etc. It is held that the sexual impulse is weaker among women than among men, and that sometimes women even feel revulsion against sexual contact. But these constitute a small minority whose physiological and psychological dispositions are peculiarly constituted. We may say that the manner in which the natural desires of the sexes are expressed, both in their organic and physical development, in form and in character, marks the degree of perfection of a human being, be it man or woman. Each sex has attained its own highest development. Among civilized human beings, says Klenka in his essay on Woman as a Wife, sexual intercourse is controlled by moral principles dictated by common sense. But nothing could ever fully subdue the instinct of race preservation, implanted by nature in both sexes. Wherever healthy male or female individuals failed to fulfill this duty, it was not of their own free will, though they may deceive themselves into believing it, but was a result of social hindrances and restrictions. These hindrances have impeded the laws of nature, have stunted the organs, and have transformed the whole organism into an atrophied type both in appearance and in character, and have caused nervous disorders that bring about abnormal, pathological conditions of body and mind. The man becomes effeminate, the woman becomes masculine in form and character, because the sexual contrast has not been realized, because such particular human being remained one-sided, failing to attain his own integration, the full height of his existence. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell says in her essay on the moral education of the young in relation to sex, sexual impulse exists as an inevitable condition of life and the foundation of society. It is the greatest power in human nature. While undeveloped, it is not an object of the thoughts, but it remains nevertheless the central force of life. This inevitable impulse is the natural guardian against all possibility of destruction. Practical Luther has positive advice to offer. He advises, let him who has no desire for chastity look about him for work and turn to matrimony, a boy at the latest when he is 20, a girl when she is 15 or 18 years of age. Then they are healthy and skillful and trust to God to provide for them and their children. God gives them the children and He will provide for them. Unfortunately, our social conditions make it impossible to follow Luther's good advice, and neither the Christian state nor Christian society believes in trusting to God to provide for the children. Science, the views of the philosophers, and Luther's sound common sense, all are agreed that man is entitled to normal satisfaction of those desires that are part and parcel of his very life. If social institutions or prejudices make this impossible, his development is hampered thereby. The results are well known to our physicians, and can be met with in hospitals, insane asylums, prisons, and in thousands of disrupted families. In a book published in Leipzig we find the following thought expressed: sexual impulse is neither moral nor immoral, it is simply natural like hunger and thirst. Nature knows nothing of morality. But organized society is very far from recognizing the truth of this sentence. 2. Celibacy and the frequency of suicide. Among physicians and physiologists it is generally assumed that even an imperfect marriage is preferable to celibacy, and this assumption is substantiated by experience. It is a striking fact that the rate of mortality is lower among married than among unmarried people. The difference is especially marked in the case of men. During some periods of life the rate of mortality among unmarried men is almost twice as great as that among married men. Mortality is likewise very great among men who have become widowers while still young. It is furthermore claimed that the number of suicides are increased by unsound sexual relations. In all countries suicides are much more frequent among men than among women. The following table shows the ratio in various European countries. Among 100,000 suicides. Ratio of female to. During the years. Male. Female. Male suicides. Germany 1899 to 1902 33.08.4 25.5. Austria 1898 to 1901 25.47.0 27.6. Switzerland 1896 to 1903 33.36.4 19.2. Italy 1893 to 1901 9.82.4 24.5. France 1888 to 1892 35.5 9.7 27.3. Netherlands 1901 to 1902 9.33.0 32.3. England 1891 to 1900 13.74.4 32.1. Scotland 1891 to 1900 9.03.2 35.6. Ireland 1901 2.31.2 52.2. Norway 1891 to 1900 10.02.5 25.0. Sweden 1891 to 1900 21.18.6 40.8. Finland 1891 to 1900 7.81.8 21.1. European Russia 1885 to 1894 4.91.6 32.7. During the years 1898 to 1907 we find the following ratio of suicides in the German Empire. Year. Total. Male. Female. Year. Total. Male. Female. 1898 10,835 8,544 2,291 1902 12,336 9,765 2,571 1899 10,761 18,460 2,301 1904 12,468 9,704 2,764 1900 11,393 8,987 2,406 1907 12,777 9,753 3,024. For each 100 male suicides there were female suicides, during 1898, 26.8, during 1899, 27.2, during 1900, 26.8, during 1904, 28.5, during 1907, 31. But during the period of life from the 15th to the 30th year, the rate of suicide is higher among women than among men. The following table shows the ratio between the 15th and 20th, and between the 21st and 30th year. 15th to 20th year. 21st to 30th year. During the years. Male. Female. Male. Female. Prussia 1896 to 1900 5.3 10.7 16.0 20.2. Denmark 1896 to 1900 4.6 8.3 12.4 14.8. Switzerland 1884 to 1899 3.3 6.7 16.1 21.0. France 1887 to 1891 3.5 8.2 10.9 14.0. The following table shows the ratio of male and female suicides in Saxony between the 21st and 30th year. Men. Women. 1854 to 1868 14.95 18.64. 1868 to 1880 14.71 18.79. 1881 to 1888 15.30 22.30. We find an increased number of suicides among widowed and divorced persons also. In Saxony among divorced men the rate of suicide is 7 times as high, among divorced women 3 times as high, as the average rate of suicide among men and women. Also suicide is more frequent among those widowed or divorced men and women who are childless. Among the unmarried women who are driven to suicide between the 21st and 30th year, there are many who have been betrayed in love or have gone wrong. Statistics show that an increase of illegal births is generally accompanied by an increase of female suicides. The rate of female suicides between the 16th and 21st year is exceptionally high, which also points to the conclusion that ungratified sexual impulse, love sorrow, secret pregnancy or the deceit of men constitute frequent causes. In regard to the position of woman as a sex being, we find the following thought expressed by Professor Kraft-Ebing: one source of lunacy among women that should not be underrated, is their social position. Woman is by nature more desirous of love than man, at least in the ideal sense, and she has no honorable means of gratifying this desire except marriage. Marriage is, furthermore, her only means of livelihood. Through countless generations her character has been developed in this direction. Even the little girl is mother to her doll. Modern life with its increased demands is constantly diminishing the prospects of satisfaction through marriage. This is especially true of the upper classes where marriages are contracted less frequently and later in life. While man, owing to his greater physical and intellectual force and his free social position, readily obtains satisfaction of his sexual impulse, or at least finds an equivalent in some life's work that requires all his strength, these paths are barred to the unmarried women of the upper classes. This leads, consciously or unconsciously, to dissatisfaction with oneself and the world, and to morbid brooding. For some time compensation is sought in religion, but in vain. The religious fanaticism, with or without masturbation, leads to a number of nervous disorders that frequently culminate in hysteria or insanity. This explains the fact that unmarried women fall victims to insanity most frequently between the 25th and 35th year of life. It is that period when the bloom of youth fades and hope fades with it, while among men insanity most frequently occurs between the 35th and 50th year, the period during which the struggle for existence makes its greatest demands upon their strength. It is not a mere coincidence that with the decline in the marriage rate the question of the emancipation of women is becoming more and more urgent. I regard it as a signal of distress showing that woman's position in modern society is steadily becoming more unbearable. It is a just demand that woman should be given an equivalent for that which has been assigned to her by nature and of which she is being deprived by modern social conditions. In speaking of the effect of ungratified sexual impulse on unmarried women, Dr. H. Ploss says, it is a noteworthy fact, of interest not only to the physician but to the anthropologist as well, that an infallible remedy exists whereby the process of fading bloom, so manifest in old maids, can not only be arrested, but the already vanished bloom of youth can even be reinstated, partly at least, if not in its entire charm. Unfortunately, our social conditions rarely permit its application. This remedy is a regular, orderly, sexual intercourse. We can often observe that when an elderly girl is still fortunate enough to attain matrimony, a marked change in her appearance takes place shortly after her marriage. Her shape obtains its former roundness, the roses return to her cheeks, and her eyes regain their former brightness. Marriage then is a real fountain of youth to the female sex. Thus nature has its fixed laws that inexorably demand obedience, and every unnatural mode of life, every attempt to adapt the organism to conditions of life that are not in keeping with the laws of nature, inevitably leaves marked traces of degeneration. This is true of both the animal and the human organism. The question now presents itself, does society fulfill the demands for a rational mode of life, especially in the woman's case? If it does not, we are confronted by a second question, can society fulfill them? If this question also must be answered in the negative, a third question ensues, how can they be fulfilled? Chapter 8. Modern Marriage. 1. Marriage as a profession. Marriage and the family are the foundations of the state. Whoever, therefore, attacks marriage and the family, is attacking society and the state and undermining both. Thus exclaim the defenders of the present order. Monogamic marriage, as has been sufficiently shown, is the outcome of the system of gain and property that has been established by bourgeois society, and therefore undoubtedly forms one of its basic principles. But whether it is adapted to natural needs and to a healthy development of human society is a different question. We will show that this marriage, which depends upon the bourgeois system of property, is a more or less forced relation, having many disadvantages, and frequently fulfilling its purpose only insufficiently or not at all. We will, furthermore, show that it is a social institution which is and remains inattainable to millions of persons, instead of being a free union founded on love, the only union suited to nature's purposes. John Stuart Mill says in regard to modern marriage, marriage is the only real bondage recognized by law. According to Kant's conception, man and woman together constitute the perfect human being. Upon a normal union of the sexes the healthy development of mankind depends. Satisfaction of the sexual impulse is essential to the sound physical and mental development of both man and woman. But man has gone beyond the animal stage, and so is not contented by the mere physical satisfaction of his sexual impulse. He requires intellectual attraction as well, and the existence of a certain harmony between himself and the person with whom he enters into union. Where such intellectual harmony fails to exist, the sexual intercourse is purely mechanical and thereby becomes immoral. Men and women of refinement demand a mutual attraction that extends beyond their sexual relations, and that shall have an ennobling effect upon the new beings which may spring from their union. The fact that such a standard of ideals fails to exist in countless present-day marriages caused Varnhagen von Enns to write, "Whatever we saw about us both of marriages already contracted, and of marriages about to be contracted, was not likely to implant in us a good opinion of such unions. On the contrary, the entire institution which is supposed to be founded on mutual love and respect and is instead founded on anything but that, seemed coarse and despicable to us, and we fully agreed with Friedrich Schlegel, whose opinion on this subject we found expressed in the fragments of Anthonium. Almost all marriages are concubinages, they are at best remote approaches to the true marriage, which should be a blending of two persons into one. This is quite in keeping with the views of Kant. The joy in having progeny and the responsibility towards same makes the relation of love existing between two persons one of longer duration. A couple desirous of entering marriage should therefore carefully consider whether their respective traits of character are suited to their union. The answer to this grave question ought to be unbiased. But that is only possible by the exclusion of every other interest that has no direct bearing on the purpose of the union, satisfaction of the sexual impulse and propagation of one's own personality by means of propagation of the race, guided by a certain measure of insight that controls blind passion. As these conditions fail to be observed in a tremendous number of cases in present-day society, it is evident that modern marriage frequently fails to fulfill its true object and that we are not justified in regarding it as an ideal institution. How many marriages are contracted on an entirely different basis than the one described above cannot be demonstrated. The parties concerned like to have their marriage appear different from what it really is. Here a condition of hypocrisy presents itself, such as no previous social period has known in a similar degree. The state, the political representative of society, has no inclination to institute investigations that would cast an unfavorable light upon society. The state itself marries its officials and servants according to maxims that cannot be measured by the standard that should constitute the foundation of true marriage. 2. Decline of the birth rate. Marriage, in order to realize the purpose of nature, should be a union founded on mutual love. But this motive is rarely met with unalloyed under present conditions. To the great majority of women, marriage is a means of livelihood that they must obtain at any cost. On the other hand, a great many men regard marriage from a purely commercial point of view, weighing and considering its material advantages and disadvantages. Even those marriages that are not based on selfish, sordid motives, are frequently marred and broken up by the harsh realities of life. Only rarely those hopes are realized that were held by a man and woman prior to their marriage. That is only natural. For in order to lead a contented married life not only mutual love and respect are required, but economic security as well, that is, a certain measure of the necessities and comforts of life in order to satisfy the needs of man and wife and their children. Material cares and the cruel struggle for existence are destructive to marital contentment and happiness. But these material cares increase with the increasing number of offspring. In other words, the better marriage fulfills its natural object, the greater become these cares. The peasant, for instance, takes pleasure in every new calf that his cow brings forth, he cheerfully counts his stickling pigs and relates the good news of their arrival to his neighbors. But he looks somber when a new baby is added to the number of children that he feels able to support without care, not a large number, forsooth, and he looks doubly somber if the newly born babe has the ill fortune of being a girl. We may say then that both marriages and births are controlled by economic conditions. This is especially evident in France, where agriculture is carried on by a division of the land into small lots, the products of which are not sufficient to support a large family. The famous, or notorious, French system of having no more than 2 children, a system that has developed into a social institution in France, is the result. In many provinces the population is accordingly almost stationary, while in others there has been a marked decline. The same results that the methods of farming have produced in the rural districts, have been produced in the cities by industry. In fact, the birth rate is declining even more rapidly in the cities. The number of births is constantly decreasing in France, in spite of the fact that the number of marriages is increasing. This is true not only of France, but of the majority of civilized countries. This fact points to a development produced by our social conditions that should make the ruling classes think. In 1881, 937,057 children were born in France. In 1906, 806,847, and in 1907, only 773,969. In 1907, 163,088 fewer children were born than in 1881. It is a noteworthy fact that the number of illegitimate births did not decrease. There were 79 of these in 1881. During the period from 1881 to 1890 they attained their highest figure, 75,754, and in 1906 there still were 70,866. The decline of the birth rate then was confined entirely to the legitimate births. During the entire century a decline of the birth rate was noticeable. The following table shows the number of births for every 1,000 inhabitants of France during more than a century. 1801 to 1810 332, 1841 to 1850 273, 1891 to 1900 221. 1811 to 1820 316, 1851 to 1860 262, 1905 206. 1821 to 1830 308, 1861 to 1870 261, 1906 206. 1831 to 1840 290, 1881 to 1890 239, 1907 197. This represents a decline of 135 births for every 1,000 inhabitants from 1801 to 1907. It is natural that this symptom is a cause of much concern to French statesmen and economists. But the problem is not confined to France. Since a long time the same phenomenon may be observed in Germany, especially in Saxony, where the decline of the birth rate has been even more rapid. In Germany there were the following number of births for every 1,000 inhabitants: 1,875 423, 1,890 370, 1905 340. 1,880 391, 1,895 373, 1906 341. 1,885 385, 1900 368, 1907 332. The majority of the other European countries present a similar condition, as the following table shows. 1,871. 2. 1,880, 1,881. 2. 1,890, 1,891. 2. 1900, 1901. 2. 1905. 1907. For every 1,000 inhabitants. England and Wales 35.4, 32.5, 29.9, 28.1, 26.3. Scotland 34.9, 32.3, 30.2, 28.9, 27.0. Ireland 26.5, 23.4, 23, 23.2, 23.2. Sweden 30.5, 29.1, 27.2, 26.1, 25.5. Italy 36.9, 37.8, 34.9, 32.6, 31.5. Austria 39.0, 37.9, 37.1, 35.8, 35.0. Hungary 44.3, 44.0, 40.6, 37.2, 36.0. Belgium 32.3, 30.2, 39.0, 27.7, 25.7. Switzerland 30.8, 28.1, 28.1, 28.1, 26.8. Netherlands 36.2, 34.2, 32.5, 31.5, 30.0. The decline of the birth rate then is a general one, and though France and Ireland show the lowest figures, the decline is most rapid in England, Germany, and Scotland. We meet with the same phenomenon in the United States and Australia. The fact presents itself still more strikingly if we proceed to compare the number of births with the number of married women between the 15th and 49th year of age. Legitimate children born to 1,000 married women between the 15th and 49th year. Decades Eng. And Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Austria, Hungary, Switzerland. 1876 to 1885, 250, 271, 250, 44, 262, 240, 59, 246, 234, 239. 1886 to 1895, 259, 255, 245, 235, 259, 231, 246, 250, 235, 230. 1896 to 1905, 203, 235, 264, 217, 246, 219, 244, 242, 216, 225. Decades Germany, EMP, Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, Baden, Netherlands, Belgium, France, Italy. 1876 to 1885, 268, 273, 276, 267, 288, 266, 293, 264, 167, 248. 1886 to 1895, 258, 265, 263, 250, 259, 248, 286, 236, 150, 249. 1896 to 1905, 243, 250, 259, 216, 262, 251, 272, 213, 132, 225. The above enumerated facts go to prove that the birth of a human being, God's image, as religious persons say, is, on an average, estimated below the value of a newly born domestic animal. In many respects our views differ but slightly from those of barbarian people. Among the latter, newly born children were often killed. This fate especially befell the girls. Among some living savages the same custom still prevails. We do not kill the girls, we are too civilized for that, but frequently we treat them as pariahs. Man, being the stronger, everywhere represses woman in the struggle for existence, and if she still persists in the struggle, she is often persecuted by the stronger sex as an undesirable competitor. Men of the upper classes are especially bitter against female competition. Among workingmen the demand to exclude women from the trades is voiced only rarely. When a resolution formulating such a demand was presented at a Congress of French workingmen in 1876, it was voted down by a large majority. Since that time the conviction that the working woman is a fellow being entitled to equal rights and privileges, has grown among the class-conscious workingmen of all countries. The resolutions passed by international workingmen's congresses prove this. The class-conscious working man knows that present industrial conditions compel woman to enter into competition with man. He also knows that an attempt to exclude woman from industry would be as futile as an attempt to forbid the use of machinery. Therefore he endeavors to instruct woman in regard to her position in society and to enlist her aid in the struggle for freedom of the proletariat against capitalism. 3. Mercenary marriage and the matrimonial market. Modern society has undoubtedly advanced beyond any previous stage of development, but our conceptions concerning the relation of the sexes has in many respects remained unchanged. In 1876 Professor L.V. Stein published a book on woman in the field of political economy, that is not suited to its title, since it merely draws a very poetically tinted picture of marriage. But this picture clearly shows the submissive position of woman in her relation to the lion, man. Stein writes, man desires a being who not only loves him but also understands him. He seeks one who is not only devoted to him, but whose soft hand smooths the wrinkles on his forehead, who brings into his life peace, calm, order, gentle self-control, and all the many little comforts of life to which he returns daily. He needs someone to enhance all these things with the inexpressible charm of womanliness, imparting warmth and joy to his home. Beneath this apparent praise of woman lurks her degradation and the egotism of man. The professor depicts woman as a dainty creature, endowed nevertheless with the needful knowledge of arithmetic to keep the household accounts well balanced, caressing like a gentle spring breeze the master of the house, the ruling lion, and with her soft hand smoothing the wrinkles from his forehead, that perhaps have appeared there from brooding over his own stupidity. The professor depicts woman and marriage such as barely one among 100 actually exist. About the many thousand unhappy marriages, about the great number of women to whom it is never given to attain marriage, and about the millions of women who must slave beside their husbands from morning till night to earn their daily bread, he seems to see and know nothing whatever. All these marriages are stripped of poetry by the harsh reality of life, more quickly than a careless hand strips the colored dust from a butterfly's wing. One glance at those countless women sufferers would have greatly marred the professor's poetically tinted picture. The women he observes only constitute a small minority, and it is doubtful whether they represent an advanced type. There is a frequently quoted saying, that the degree of civilization attained by a nation may be measured by the position of its women. We uphold the justice of the saying. But upon applying this standard we find that our highly lauded civilization does not amount to much. In his book on the subjection of women, the title shows the conception of the position of woman held by the author. John Stuart Mills says, men have become more domesticated. Increasing civilization has put more fetters on man in regard to woman. That is true to some extent wherever an honest marriage relation exists between husband and wife. But to a considerably large minority it does not apply. Intelligent men will recognize that it is to their own advantage, if women are drawn out into the world from their narrow domestic sphere, and are given an opportunity to become acquainted with the great problems of the day. The fetters that are thereby placed on him, are not hard to bear. On the other hand, the question arises whether modern life has not brought new factors into the matrimonial relation that are more apt to destroy marriage than any previously known. Marriage has become an object of material calculation in a marked degree. The man who wishes to marry, in seeking to obtain a wife, also seeks to obtain property. That was the chief reason why daughters, who were at first excluded from the right of inheritance when the patriarchal system came into power, were at an early period reinstated to this right. But never before was the marriage market as openly and cynically displayed as today, never before was marriage regarded in the same degree as a simple speculation, a mere financial transaction. At present matchmaking is frequently carried on so shamelessly, that the often repeated phrase about the sanctity of marriage becomes a farce. Still, for this fact, as for all others, an explanation can be found. At no previous time was it so difficult for the great majority of people to accumulate a modest fortune, as it is at present, and at no previous time was the striving for a decent livelihood and the enjoyment of life so general. Those who do not attain the aim they have set for themselves feel their disappointment all the more keenly, because all believe to have the same right to enjoyment. No formal difference of class or caste exists. Everyone hopes to attain some aim that seems attainable in accordance with his station in life. But many are called and few are chosen. In order that one may live in comfort, 20 others must live in want, and in order that one may revel in luxury, hundreds or thousands must dwell in poverty. But everyone is eager to be one of the favored few, and accordingly resorts to all means that are likely to lead him to his goal. One of the simplest and most accessible means of attaining a privileged social position is a mercenary marriage. In this way the desire for money, on the one side, and the desire for social rank and title, on the other, obtain mutual satisfaction among the upper classes of society. Here marriage is degraded to a business transaction. It becomes a conventional union that both sides respect outwardly, while secretly both all too often follow their own inclinations. In every large city there are certain places where upon definite days members of the upper classes come together, chiefly for the purpose of matchmaking. Rightly have these reunions been called the matrimonial market, for just as on the stock market, speculation and barter dominate, and not infrequently fraud and deception enter into the dealings. Here we find officers of the army, overhead and ears in debt, but possessing some ancient title of nobility, roués, weakened by a life of debauchery, who seek a wife to nurse them and hope to mend their shattered health in marriage, manufacturers, merchants, and bankers, who are at the verge of bankruptcy, sometimes at the verge of imprisonment and who wish to be saved, and public officials who have prospects of promotion, but are in need of money. Here they come as customers and conclude the marriage bargain. In these marriages it frequently is deemed quite immaterial whether the future wife is young or old, pretty or ugly, well-built or deformed, educated or ignorant, pious or frivolous, a Christian or a Jewess, provided that she has money. Money redeems all faults and compensates for the lack of anything else. According to the German law, procurers are severely punished by imprisonment. But when parents or guardians barter their children or relatives to some unloved man or woman for life, for the sake of wealth, social position, or some other advantage, no public prosecutor may interfere, and yet a crime has been committed. There are many well-organized matrimonial agencies, and any number of procurers and procuresses who are searching candidates for the sacred wedded state. These transactions are especially profitable when performed in the interest of members of the upper classes. In 1878 a procuress was tried in Vienna who had been accused of being an accomplice in murder, and was finally sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. Among other things the trial revealed that the former French ambassador to Vienna, Count Banneville, had paid this woman 22,000 guilders for procuring a wife for him. Other members of the aristocracy were also involved in this trial. For years the authorities had permitted this woman to ply her criminal trade unmolested. In the capital of the German Empire similar occurrences were reported. They are met with wherever there are persons seeking to contract mercenary marriages. During the last few decades the daughters and heiresses of American millionaires have become special objects of desire to the pauperized European nobility. These American women, on the other hand, have exchanged their millions for the rank and title that are unknown in their own country. A number of communications, published in the German press during the fall of 1889, contain some characteristic information on this subject. According to this, a German nobleman living in California had offered his services as a matchmaker by advertising in German and Austrian papers. The offers he received in return clearly show the conceptions prevailing in the circles concerned, in regard to the sanctity of marriage and its ethical side. Two Prussian army officers, members of an ancient nobility, sought his services, and frankly stated as the reason of their doing so, the fact, that together they owed over $15,000. In their letter to the procurer they literally wrote, "It is self-understood that we cannot pay anything in advance. You will receive your remuneration immediately after the wedding journey. Only recommend ladies to us whose families are in no wise objectionable. We would also consider it very desirable to meet ladies who are particularly good-looking. If required, we will give your agent our photographs, who can also give us further details, show us the ladies' photographs, etc. We regard this whole transaction as an affair of honor and expect the same of you. We expect an early reply through your agent on this side. Baron V. M. Baron V. W. Berlin, Frederick St. 107, December 15, 1889. A young German nobleman, Hans V. H. wrote from London that he were 5'10", of ancient nobility, and employed in diplomatic service. He confessed that his fortune had been greatly diminished by unsuccessful betting at the races, and that he was therefore compelled to seek a rich wife. "I am prepared," he wrote, "to come to the United States immediately." The German-American nobleman asserted that besides a number of counts, barons, etc., he had counted among his customers 3 princes and 16 dukes. Some men who were not the proud possessors of a title bargained for American heiresses likewise. An architect, Max W. from Leipzig, asked for a fiancée who must be rich, beautiful, and cultured. A young manufacturer, Robert D., from Kehl on the Rhine, wrote that he would content himself with a fiancée owning $100,000, and promised in advance that he would make her happy. But we need not look far to find further instances of this sort. We need but glance at the matrimonial advertisements in many of our capitalistic papers to recognize them as the outward signs of degrading views. The prostitute who plies her trade as a result of bitter need is morally superior to these marriage seekers. The editor of a socialist paper who should venture to publish such advertisements would be expelled from his party. The capitalistic press does not hesitate to publish such advertisements, because they pay. But that does not prevent this same press from railing against the socialistic principles as being destructive of marriage. No age has been more hypocritical than ours. Most of these newspapers are nothing more or less than matrimonial agencies. One might fill entire pages with clippings taken from leading newspapers on a single day. Sometimes the interesting fact is revealed, that even ministers are sought in this way and that ministers also resort to this method to seek wives. Sometimes the applicants even consent to overlook a moral blemish, provided that the girl is rich. The moral degradation of certain strata of society could not be more vividly exposed than by this sort of marriage. Chapter 9. Disruption of the family. 1. Increase of divorce. The part played by church and state in this sort of sacred marriage is not a worthy one. The state official or the officiating clergyman whose task it is to perform the marriage ceremony, never pauses to consider by what methods the couple he is about to join in wedlock have been brought together. It may be quite evident, that the two are in no wise mated either in regard to their ages or in regard to physical and mental qualities. The bride may, for instance, be 20 and the groom 70, or vice versa. The bride may be beautiful and full of vitality, the groom may be old, cross, and inflicted with infirmities. It makes no difference to the representative of state and church. The marriage is consecrated, and the consecration is most solemn in character where the monetary reward for this holy function is most generous. But when such a marriage turns out to be an exceedingly unhappy one, as could have been foreseen by anybody, and frequently was foreseen by the unfortunate victim itself, the woman generally being the victim, and when one or the other party then seeks separation, both church and state place the greatest difficulties in their way. Yet neither church nor state questioned in advance whether love and moral sentiments, or shameless, coarse egotism brought about the union. Moral revulsion is not considered sufficient cause for separation. Obvious proofs are demanded, proofs that will degrade one or the other party in public opinion, to make divorce possible. That the Catholic Church does not permit divorce at all, except by special permission from the Pope, which is very hard to obtain, makes conditions particularly unfavorable among the Catholic population. The German Code of Civil Law has also made divorce much more difficult. Thus divorce by mutual consent, that had been permitted by Prussian law, was abolished. Many divorces had been granted under this law, some for more serious reasons that were concealed out of regard for the guilty party. In Berlin, for instance, there were 5,623 divorces from 1886 until 1892, 1,400 of these, approximately 25%, were granted upon mutual consent. In many cases divorce is granted only then, when the party seeking divorce does so within 6 months after discovery of the cause for divorce. According to Prussian law, the time limit is 1 year. Take, for example, that a young wife discovers soon after her marriage, that she is tied to a man who is no husband to her at all. It is asking a great deal that she should determine on divorce within 6 months, a step that requires a considerable amount of moral strength. To justify the increased difficulty in divorce, the following argument is advanced: only by making divorce increasingly difficult, can the advancing disruption of the family be counteracted and the family bonds be strengthened. This argument is a contradiction in itself. A disrupted marriage is not made bearable by forcing husband and wife to continue living together in spite of their inward estrangement and mutual aversion. A condition of this sort, maintained by law, is profoundly immoral. The result is that in a large number of cases adultery is made a cause for divorce. Since this cause cannot be ignored by the law, neither the state nor society are improved by this process. It must also be regarded as a concession to the Catholic Church, that in many cases separation takes the place of divorce, which was formerly not the case according to civil law. It is no longer considered a cause for divorce, when through the fault of the one party, a marriage remains childless. The new German Code of Civil Law contains the following paragraph: the religious duties in regard to marriage are not touched upon in the rules laid down in this paragraph. This likewise is a concession to the Church. It is merely ornamental in character, but it is characteristic of the spirit still prevailing in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century. For our purposes, the admission is important, that divorce was made more difficult to counteract the advancing disruption of the family. Human beings then remain chained to one another for lifetime against their will. One party becomes a slave to the other and is forced in fulfillment of matrimonial duties, to endure intimate embraces that perhaps seem more loathsome than harsh words and ill treatment. Rightly Montgazza says, "There is no greater torture than to suffer the caresses of an unloved person. Is such marriage not worse than prostitution? Even the prostitute has a certain degree of liberty of withdrawing from her abominable trade, and if she is not the inmate of a public brothel, she may refuse herself to a man she does not wish for some reason or other. But a woman sold in marriage must endure the embraces of her husband, even though she have 100 reasons to hate and despise him. If the marriage has been contracted from the outset and by mutual understanding, as a mere marriage of convenience, matters are not quite as bad. Mutual obligations are considered and a bearable mode of life is found. Scandal is avoided, especially out of consideration for the children, where such exist, and yet it must be said that the children are the ones to suffer most when their parents lead a cold, indifferent life, devoid of love, even if it does not deteriorate into a life of open hostility. More frequently yet an agreement is accomplished to avoid material loss. Usually the husband's misbehavior is the cause of trouble in marriage, that may be seen from the divorce cases. When a man remains dissatisfied with his marriage, his domineering position enables him to find compensation elsewhere. The woman is far less inclined to go astray, firstly because physiological reasons make a transgression much more dangerous in her case, and secondly because when she is the one to break the marital vow, it is considered a crime that society will not condone. The woman alone, be she wife, widow, or maiden, has fallen. The man, when he commits the same sin, has, at the worst, behaved with impropriety. The same action then is judged by entirely different standards, according to whether it has been committed by a man or by a woman, and the women themselves are often most bitter and unmerciful in their condemnation of a fallen sister. As a rule, women will seek divorce only in cases of flagrant infidelity or gross ill-treatment, because they are in a dependent position and are obliged to regard marriage as a means of subsistence, also because the social position of a divorced woman is not an enviable one. She is regarded and treated more or less as a cipher. If in spite of all this women constitute the majority of plaintiffs in divorce cases, this goes to prove what moral tortures they must endure. In France, even before the introduction of the new divorce laws, by far the most proceedings for separation were instituted by women. Until 1884, a woman in France could sue for divorce only in case her husband brought the woman with whom he maintained an intimate relation into the domicile of his wife against her will. Thus proceedings for separation were instituted annually by women, men, women, men. 1856 to 1861 1729 184 1866 to 1871 2591 330 1861 to 1866 2135 260 1901 to 1905 2368 591. Not only were the majority of proceedings instituted by women, the figures also show that their number steadily increased. By information gathered from reliable sources, it may be seen that elsewhere also the greater number of actions for divorce and separation are instituted by women, as the following table shows. Percentage of number of plaintiffs. Divorces. During the years. Husbands. Wives. Husbands. And wives. Austria 1893 to 1897 4.45.0 90.6. Romania 1891 to 1895 30.6 68.90.5. Switzerland 1895 to 1899 26.4 45.48.2. France 1895 to 1899 40.0 59.1. Baden 1895 to 1899 36.0 59.14.9. England and Wales 1895 to 1899 60.4 39.6. Scotland 1898 to 1899 43.3 56.7. Separations. Austria 1897 to 1899 4.9 16.6 78.5. France 1895 to 1899 15.9 84.1. England and Wales 1895 to 1899 3.0 97.0. Scotland 1898 1899. 100.0. In the United States, where the divorce statistics cover a period of 40 years, we find the following ratio. 1867 to 1866 PC 1887 to 1906 PC 1906. PC. Men 112,540 34.2 316,149 33.4 23,455 32.5. Women 216,176 65.8 629,476 66.6 48,607 67.5. Total 328,716 100 945,625 172,062 100. The above table shows that in more than two-thirds of all divorce cases women were the plaintiffs. In Italy we find a similar ratio. During 1887 there were 1,221 divorce cases, 593 of these were instituted by wives, 214 by husbands, 414 by both husbands and wives. In 1904 there were 2,103 cases, 1,142 by wives, 454 by husbands, and 507 by both. Statistics teach us that the majority of divorces are sought by women, and they furthermore teach us that the number of divorces is rapidly increasing. Since the introduction of the new divorce law in France in 1881, the divorces have increased from year to year, as follows. Years 1884. 1885 1890. 1895 1900. 1905 1906. 1907. Divorces. 1,657 4,123 6,557 7,700 7,820 10,019 10,573 10,938. In Switzerland, too, the divorce rate is increasing. From 1886 to 1890 there were 882 divorces. From 1891 to 1895 there were 898 divorces, in 1897, 1,011, in 1898, 1,018, in 1899, 1,091, in 1905, 1,206, in 1906, 1,343. In Austria during 1899 there were 856 divorces and 133 separations. In 1900 there were 1,310 divorces and 163 separations. In 1905 there were 1,885 divorces and 262 separations. The number of divorces and separations have been doubled during a decade. In Vienna there were 148 divorces in 1870 and 1871, they increased with each succeeding year until in 1878 and 1879 there were 319 cases. Vienna being a Catholic city, divorces are not easily obtained. Nevertheless, a Viennese judge exclaimed during the 80s, the charge of broken marriage vows is as frequent as the charge of broken windows. The following shows the increasing divorce rate in the United States. Years 1867, 1886, 1895, 1902-1906. Divorces 9,937, 25,535, 40,387, 61,480, 72,062. If the number of divorces in relation to the population had remained the same in 1905 as in 1870, the exact number of divorces in 1905 would have been 24,000, and not 67,791, as actually was the case. The total number of divorces from 1867 to 1886 was 328,716, from 1887 to 1906, 945,625. The United States have the highest divorce rate. For every 1,000 marriages there were the following number of divorces: in 1870, 81, in 1880, 107, in 1890, 148, in 1900, 200. Why is divorce more frequent in the United States than in any other country? Firstly, because in some of the states the divorce laws are less rigorous than in most of the other countries, and, secondly, because women enjoy a freer, more independent position than in any other country of the world, and are accordingly less willing to submit to the tyranny of husbands. The following shows the number of divorces in Germany from 1891 to 1900. Years 1891, 1892, 1893, 1894, 1895. Divorces 6,678, 6,513, 6,694, 7,502, 8,326. Years 1896. 1897, 1898, 1899, 1900. Divorces 8,601, 9,005, 9,143, 9,563, 7,928. We see that from 1899 to 1900, the number of divorces have decreased by 1,635, because on the 1st of January, 1900, the new Code of Civil Law went into effect, which made divorce more difficult. But life is stronger than law. After there was a decrease in the divorce rate from 1900 to 1902, there has been a rapid increase ever since, as the following table shows. Years: 1900-1901, 1902-1903, 1904-1905, 1906-1907. Divorces 7,964, 9,069, 9,933, 10,868, 11,147, 12,180, 12,489. In Saxony, too, in spite of various fluctuations, there has been a steady increase, as may be seen from the following table, for each 1,000 years. Divorces. Marriages: 1836 to 1840, 356, 121. 1846 to 1850, 395, 121. 1871 to 1875, 581, 122. 1891 to 1895, 921, 138. 1896 to 1900 1130 151. 1901 to 1905 1385 168. For each 1,000 marriages in Prussia there were the following number of divorces: 1881 to 1885, 67.62, 1886 to 1890, 80.55, 1891 to 1895, 86 to 77, 1896, 100 and 1.97, 1905, 106, 1908, 121. That is a tremendous increase. The increase of divorce is not a national but an international symptom. For each 1,000 marriages there were the following number of divorces in 1876 to 1880, 1881 to 1895, 1886 to 1890 at the close of the century. Austria 19.4, 19.7, 31.0. Hungary 31.6, 30.4, 30.5, 58.0. Romania 37.3, 52.3, 73.1, 98.0. Italy 11.8, 11.3, 10.6, 15.0. France 33.9, 75.9, 80.9, 129.0. England and Wales 6.5, 7.4, 7.0, 10.6. Scotland 12.3, 13.0, 16.7, 26.0. Ireland 0.6, 0.4, 1.1, 1.0. Belgium 25.5, 31.9, 43.0, 72.0. Netherlands 78.0. Norway 13.9, 12.1, 19.3, 33.0. Sweden 28.5, 28.6, 31.6, 45.0. Finland 16.1, 7.8, 10.0, 29.0. Switzerland 220.0, 200.0, 188.0, 199.9. It would be a great mistake to draw conclusions from these widely diverging figures about the moral status of the various countries enumerated above. No one would claim that cause for divorce is 4 times greater among the Swedish people than among the English people. The laws must be taken into consideration that make divorce more or less difficult as the case may be. The moral status, that is, the causes making divorce appear desirable to either man or woman, are a secondary consideration. But the figures show that the divorce rate is increasing more rapidly than the population that is increasing, in fact, while the marriage rate is decreasing. We will return to this phase of the question later on. Great differences of age between husband and wife play a considerable part in divorce. That is shown by the following table gathered from official statistics in Switzerland. Number of divorces for each 1,000 marriages. With same difference of age. 1881 to 1890, 1891 to 1900. Man older, 26 years and more 271, 328. Man older, 11 to 25 years 189, 198. Man older, 1 to 10 years 193, 181. Husband and wife of same age 195, 190. Man younger, 1 to 10 years 226, 226. Man younger, 11 to 25 years 365, 431. Man younger, 26 years and more 759, 870. The following statistics from Saxony during 1905 and 1906, and from Prussia from 1895 to 1905, show the divorce rate in its relation to the various strata of society. Annual divorces for each 100,000 married men. Saxony. Prussia. Agriculture 5934. Industry 220, 158. Commerce 297, 229. Public service and learned professions 346 165. In Saxony divorces were most frequent among officials and professional men. In Prussia they were most frequent among those employed in commerce. In Saxony those employed in commerce came second, in Prussia, officials and professional men. Men employed in industry come third, 220 in Saxony, and 158 in Prussia. Those employed in agriculture furnished the lowest figures. When we compare the growing number of divorces in the cities with those among the rural population, we are led to the conclusion that the rapid development of industry, accompanied by an increasing instability of public life, makes the marriage relation more unfavorable, and adds to the factors that make for the disruption of marriage. On the other hand, the growing divorce rate shows that the number of women are increasing who resolve to cast off a yoke that has become unbearable. 2. Bourgeois and proletarian marriage. The corruption of marriage increases at the same rate at which the struggle for existence grows more severe, making matrimony more and more an object of mercenary speculation. As it is becoming increasingly difficult to support a family, many men choose to refrain from marrying, and so the declamations about it being woman's duty to practice her natural profession of wifehood and motherhood, are just so many meaningless phrases. On the other hand, these conditions are bound to foster illegitimate relations and to increase the number of prostitutes. They also increase the number of those who fall victims to an unnatural satisfaction of the sexual impulse. Among the ruling classes the wife is frequently degraded, just as she was in ancient Greece, to the mere functions of bearing legitimate children, acting as housekeeper, or serving as nurse to a husband ruined by a life of debauchery. For his amusement, or to gratify his desire for love, the man maintains courtesans or mistresses who live in elegance and luxury. Others who do not have the means of maintaining mistresses, associate with prostitutes during marriage as before marriage, and a number of wives are sufficiently corrupted to consider such relations quite proper. In the upper and middle classes of society the chief evil in marriage is its mercenary character. But this evil is still heightened by the mode of life that prevails among these classes. That applies to the women as well as to the men, since they frequently lead lives of idleness or devote themselves to corrupting occupations. The society woman's spiritual nourishment usually consists of the following: reading ambiguous novels, visiting frivolous plays, enjoying sensuous music, resorting to intoxicating stimulants, and indulging in scandal-mongering. Idleness and ennui frequently entice her into love intrigues, that are sought more eagerly still by the men of her circles. In the mad pursuit of pleasure she rushes from one banquet and entertainment to another, and in summer she goes to watering places and summer resorts to rest from the exertions of the winter and to seek new amusement. Scandals are a daily occurrence with this mode of life. Men seduce and women allow themselves to be seduced. Among the lower classes mercenary marriage is practically unknown. The working man generally marries for love, but nevertheless many harmful and destructive influences exist in the proletarian marriage also. Blessed with many children, cares and worries ensue, and all too often bitter poverty prevails. Disease and death are frequent guests in the proletarian family, and unemployment heightens the misery. Many are the factors that lessen the working man's income and frequently deprive him of that meager income altogether. Hard times and industrial crises throw him out of employment. The introduction of new machinery or of new methods of production makes him superfluous. Wars, unfavorable tariff and commercial treaties, the imposition of new indirect taxes, or blacklisting by his employers as a result of his political convictions, destroy his means of subsistence or gravely injure them. From time to time one or another thing occurs that entails a longer or shorter period of unemployment with its accompanying misery and starvation. Uncertainty is the mark of his existence. Such vicissitudes are productive of ill temper and bitter feelings that most frequently lead to outbursts in domestic life where demands are made daily and hourly that cannot be satisfied. This leads to quarrels and harsh words and eventually to a rupture in the marriage relation. Frequently both husband and wife must work for a living. The children are left to themselves or to the care of older brothers and sisters, who are still in need of care and education themselves. The noonday meal, usually of the poorest quality, is devoured in utmost haste, provided that the parents have time to come home for this meal. In the majority of cases this is impossible, owing to the distances between homes and factories and to the brevity of the time allowed for rest. Weary and worn, both parents return at night. Instead of a cheerful, pleasant home to come to, theirs is only a small, unsanitary dwelling, frequently wanting in fresh air and light and devoid of the most elementary comforts. The scarcity of available lodgings with all the resulting evils, is one of the darkest phases of our social system that leads to countless vices and crimes. In spite of all attempts at relief, the housing problem is becoming more serious every year in all the larger centers of industry, and other strata of society, such as professional people, clerks, officials, teachers, small dealers, etc. are affected by it. The working man's wife who returns to her home at night exhausted from a day's hard labor, must begin work anew. She must toil in feverish haste to attend to the most necessary details of housekeeping. After the children have been put to bed, she still continues to mend and sew until far into the night. Rest and recuperation are unknown to her. The man often is ignorant and the woman still more so, and the little they have to say to one another is quickly said. The man goes to a saloon where he at least finds some of the comforts that he lacks at home, he drinks, and no matter how little he spends, he is spending too much for his income. Sometimes he falls a victim to the vice of gambling, that claims many victims in the upper strata of society also, and then still loses more than he spends on drink. Meanwhile the woman is brooding at home full of grudge. She must toil like a beast of burden, there is no rest or recreation for her, but the man enjoys the liberty that is his, just because he had the good fortune of having been born a man. Thus discord arises. If the woman is less conscientious, if she, too, seeks pleasure and diversion when she has returned from a hard day of work, to which she is surely entitled, her household goes to ruin and the misery becomes greater still. Nevertheless, we are living in the best of worlds. Thus marriage is constantly being disrupted among the proletariat also. Even favorable periods of employment often have a detrimental influence, for they involve overtime work and sometimes also work on Sunday, thereby depriving the worker of the little time he is able to devote to his family. Often the distances from the workingmen's homes to their places of employment are so great, that they must leave at daybreak, when the children are still soundly asleep, and do not return until late at night when they are sleeping again. Thousands of workingmen, especially those connected with the building trades, remain away from home during the entire week and only return to their families on Saturday night. How can family relations prosper under such conditions? At the same time the number of women workers is constantly growing, especially in the textile industries, for thousands of spinning machines and power looms are being tended by women and children, whose labor is cheap. Here matrimonial relations have been reversed. While the wife and the children go to the factory, the unemployed man not infrequently, remains at home performing the domestic duties. In a number of cloth factories in Chemnitz we find women who are employed there only during the winter months, because their husbands who are road builders, masons or carpenters, earn little or nothing in winter. During the absence of the women, the men attend to the housekeeping. In the United States, where capitalism has developed so rapidly, that all its evils are manifest on a much larger scale than in the industrial countries of Europe, a characteristic name has been coined for this state of affairs. Industrial centers where women are mainly employed while men remain at home, have been called she-towns. At present it is generally conceded that women should be admitted to all trades. Capitalistic society in its mad chase of profits has long since recognized, that women can be more profitably exploited than men, since they are by nature more pliant and meek. Accordingly the number of trades in which women may find employment are increasing with every year. The constant improvement of machinery, the simplifying of the process of labor by an increased division of labor, and the competitive warfare among individual capitalists, as also among rival industrial countries, all favor the steady increase of woman labor. The phenomenon is common to all industrially advanced countries. As the number of women in industry increases, the competition between them and the male workers grows more severe. The reports of factory inspectors and statistical investigations prove this. The position of women is especially unfavorable in those trades in which they predominate as, for instance, the clothing trades, and particularly in those branches in which the workers perform the work in their own home. Investigations concerning the condition of women workers in the manufacture of underwear and the clothing trades were made in Germany in 1886. This investigation showed among other things that the miserable pay these workers received frequently drove them to prostitution. Our Christian government, whose Christianity is sought in vain where it is really needful, but is met with where it is superfluous, our Christian government is like our Christian bourgeoisie, whose interests it serves. This government finds it exceedingly difficult to decide upon the enactment of laws which would limit the work of women to a bearable degree and prohibit child labor entirely. This same government also fails to grant a normal workday and sufficient rest on Sundays to its own employees, thereby harming their family relations. Frequently men employed in the mail and railroad service and in prisons must work many hours overtime without receiving adequate remuneration. As the rents are also far too high in comparison with the incomes of the workers, they must content themselves with the poorest quarters. Lodgers of one sex or the other, sometimes of both, are taken into the working man's home. Old and young of both sexes live together in a small space and frequently witness the most intimate relations. How modesty and decency fare under such conditions, has been shown by horrible facts. The increasing demoralization and brutalization of the young that is being discussed so much, is partly due to these conditions. Child labor, too, lost the worst possible influence on children, both physically and morally. The increasing industrial activity of married women has the most detrimental effect during pregnancy and at childbirth and during the early babyhood of the children, when they depend upon the mother for nourishment. During pregnancy it may lead to a number of diseases that are destructive to the unborn child and harmful to the organism of the woman, and bring about premature births and stillbirths. When the child has been born, the mother is compelled to return to the factory as soon as possible, lest someone else take her place. The inevitable result for the poor, little babes is neglect and improper or insufficient nourishment. They are given opiates to be kept quiet, and as a further result of all this, they perish in masses or grow up sickly and deformed. It means race degeneration. Frequently the children grow up without ever having experienced real parental love. Thus proletarians are born, live and die, and society and the state marvel at it that brutality, immorality, and crime are increasing. During the 60s of the last century the cotton industry in England almost came to a standstill, as a result of the civil war that was being waged in the United States. Accordingly, thousands of working women were unemployed, and among them physicians made the astounding observation, that in spite of the existing want, infant mortality was decreasing. The reason was that the babies now were being nursed by their mothers and more care was bestowed on them than ever before. During the crisis of the 70s of the last century similar observations were made in the United States, especially in New York and Massachusetts. Unemployment enabled the women to devote more time to their children. The same fact was noted during the general strike in Sweden in August and September of 1909. The mortality in Stockholm and other large Swedish cities had not been as low for many years as during the weeks of this giant strike. One of the eminent medical authorities of Stockholm declared that the low rate of mortality and the general state of good health was in close connection with the Great Strike. He pointed out that the out-of-door life which was being led by the army of strikers was chiefly responsible for this satisfactory state of health, for no matter how extensive the sanitary regulations might be, the air in the factories and workshops was always more or less detrimental to the health of the workers. The same medical authority pointed out, furthermore, that the prohibition of the sale of intoxicating drinks during the Great Strike also tended to improve the state of health. Domestic industry, which is depicted so alluringly by the romancers among political economists, is not more favorable to the workers. Here man and wife both toil from dawn to darkness, and the children are trained as helpers from their earliest childhood on. The entire family and perhaps some assistants live together in closest quarters among rubbish and disagreeable odors. The bedrooms are similar to the workshop, usually small, dark spaces with insufficient ventilation, detrimental to the health of the persons who are obliged to sleep in them. The struggle for existence that is growing increasingly difficult, also sometimes compels men and women to commit acts that they would loathe under different circumstances. It was shown in 1877 in Munich that among the prostitutes entered on lists by the police, there were no less than 203 wives of workingmen and mechanics. Many more married women are driven to occasional prostitution by need, without submitting to police control that deeply degrades all modesty and human dignity. Chapter X. Marriage as a means of support. 1. Decline of the marriage rate. When we consider the conditions enumerated above, it requires no further proof to recognize that a growing number of persons do not regard the wedded state as a desirable goal, but hesitate to enter into it. This explains the phenomenon, that in most civilized countries the marriage rate is stationary or declining. It was a matter of old experience, that an increase in the price of grain had a detrimental effect on both the marriage and birth rates. With the growing industrial development of any country, the marriage and birth rates are influenced more and more by the ups and downs of the market. Economic crises and a lowering of the general economic standard have a lasting unfavorable influence. This may be seen from the marriage statistics of various countries. According to the latest census, 12,832,044 marriages were contracted in the United States during the period from 1887 to 1906. 1,887 483,096 1902 746,733 1,891 562,412 1903 786,132 1,892 577,870 1904 781,145 1,893 578,673 1905 804,787 1,894 566,161 1906 853,232. These figures show that as a result of the crises during 1893 and 1894, the marriage rate declined by 12,512. The same phenomenon recurs in 1904, during which year the marriage rate declined by 49.87. The following table shows marriage statistics gathered in France. 1873 to 1877 299,000, 1893 to 1897 288,000. 1878 to 1882 281,000, 1898 to 1902 296,000. 1883 to 1887 284,000, 1903 to 1907 306,000. 1888 to 1892 279,000. The marriage rate attained its highest figure, 321,238, during the year 1873. From that time on the marriage rate declined only to increase again with times of prosperity. In France, the highest marriage rate since 1873 was attained in 1907 when it reached 314,903. To some extent this increase was due to a new law that went into effect on June 21, 1907, by which the legal formalities required in order to become married were simplified. This increase was especially noticeable in the poorer districts. The following table shows the number of marriages contracted for every 1,000 inhabitants in various European countries. Countries 1871 to 1875, 1876 to 1880, 1881 to 1885, 1886 to 1890 1891 2 1895 1896 2 1900 1902 1905 1907 German Empire 18.84 15.68 15.40 15.68 15.88 17.83 16 16.2 Prussia 18.88 15.86 15.92 16.32 16.40 16.86 16.2 16.4 Bavaria 18.92 14.65 13.64 13.96 14.76 16.09 15.2 15.4 Saxony 19.96 17.70 17.62 18.64 17.52 18.76 16.6 16.8 Austria 18.30 15.52 15.88 15.40 15.76 16.04 15.8 15.8 Hungary 21.51 19.30 20.24 17.72 17.92 16.05 17.2 19.6 Italy 15.54 15.06 14.08 17.64 14.96 14.40 14.8 15.4 Switzerland 16.06 14.90 13.80 14.00 14.72 15.59 15 15.6 France 16.06 15.16 15.04 14.48 14.90 15.14 15.2 16.0 England and Wales 17.08 15.34 15.14 14.70 15.16 16.14 15.6 15.8 Scotland 14.98 11.76 13.76 18.02 13.68 14.94 14.0 14.0 Ireland 9.72 9.04 8.66 8.66 9.48 9.87 10.4 10.2 Belgium 15.44 13.94 13.94 14.34 15.24 16.45 16.2 16.2 Netherlands 16.64 15.76 14.28 14.04 14.48 14.88 15.0 15.2 Denmark 15.88 15.54 15.38 13.94 13.84 14.79 14.4 15.2 Norway 14.58 14.40 13.82 12.76 12.92 13.73 12.4 11.8 Sweden 14.04 13.20 2.84 12.20 11.45 12.04 11.8 12.0 Finland 17.68 15.72 14.90 14.40 12.98 15.34 13.0 13.6 European Russia excluding the Vistula province 19.62 17.62 18.06 17.94 17.08 17.80 Bulgaria 18.04 17.24 16.07 Serbia 22.80 23.32 22.14 21.76 19.84 That the marriage rate rises and sinks with the rise and decline of national prosperity is most strikingly noticeable in Germany. The largest number of marriages were contracted in Germany in 1872, the year after the close of the Franco-Prussian War. From 1873 on, the marriage rate declined until in 1879, the year when the crisis was at its worst, it attained its lowest figure. Then it gradually increased again until 1890, a year of prosperity, to sink once more in 1892 and again to increase with the years of returning prosperity until with the height of prosperity the highest figures were attained. The next crisis brought another decline. In 1902 the number of marriages did not exceed 457,208, while in 1906 and 1907 it rose up again to 498,900 and 503,964. But in general the statistics of most countries point to a decline of the marriage rate. The highest numbers attained during the 70s were attained only in exceptional instances at the close of the 90s. But not only the earnings have a strong influence on the marriage rate, the conditions of property have so likewise. Statistics from the Kingdom of Württemberg show that with the increase of large estates the number of married men between 25 and 30 years of age decreases and the number of unmarried men between 40 and 50 years of age increases. Small estates are favorable to the marriage rate, because they enable a greater number of families to maintain a decent though modest livelihood, while large estates are, for obvious reasons, unfavorable to the marriage rate. With the growing industrial development of a country, the number of marriages in urban trades and professions increases. The following statistics from Sweden during the years 1901 to 1904 show the relation of marriage to occupation. Agriculture per 1000 4.78. Industry 7.17. Commerce 7.75. Learned professions 6.33. All these figures prove that not moral but economic causes are the determining factors. The number of marriages, like the moral status of a social group, depend upon its material foundation. 2. Infanticide and abortion. Fear of poverty and doubts as to whether it will be possible to bring up the children suitable to their station in life, cause many women of all classes to commit deeds that are averse to the laws of nature and to the laws of organized society as well. Such deeds include the various methods to prevent conception, and when this has occurred nevertheless, artificial abortion. It would be a mistake to assume that such methods are resorted to only by frivolous, unscrupulous women. They are, on the contrary, frequently resorted to by conscientious wives, who feel that they must limit the number of offspring and rather submit to the dangers of abortion, than to deny themselves to their husbands and thereby drive them to the devious paths. Other women again take this step to conceal a sin, or because they abhor the discomforts of pregnancy, childbirth, and motherhood, or because they fear that their physical beauty will be impaired and that they will accordingly seem less attractive to their husbands and to men in general. These women readily obtain medical and surgical aid at high prices. Artificial abortion seems to be practiced more and more. It was frequently practiced among the ancients and is practiced today among both civilized nations and savages. The old Greeks practiced it openly, without any legal restraint. Plato regarded it as within the province of the midwife, and Aristotle permitted it to married people when a pregnancy that was not desired took place. According to Jules Ronier, the women of Rome practiced abortion for several reasons. In the first place, they wished to conceal the results of their illegitimate relations, secondly they wished to indulge in uninterrupted excesses, and thirdly they sought to avoid the detrimental effects of pregnancy and childbirth upon their beauty. Among the Romans a woman was considered old when she attained the 30th year, and the women therefore shunned everything that was likely to make them age more quickly. During the medieval ages abortions were punishable by severe penalties, in some instances even by capital punishment, and a free woman who had practiced it became a serf. At the present time abortions are practiced chiefly in Turkey and in the United States. The Turks do not regard a foetus as being really alive until after the 5th month, and have no scruple in causing its abortion. Even at later stages, when the operation becomes criminal, it is frequently practiced. In 1872 at Constantinople, more than 3,000 cases of abortion were brought before the courts in a period of 10 months. More frequently yet it is practiced in the United States. In all the large cities of the Union institutions exist where women and girls can go to bring about premature birth. Many American newspapers contain advertisements of such places. In some strata of American society an artificial abortion is discussed as openly as a regular confinement. In Germany and other European countries it is regarded in a different manner, and according to German law both the perpetrator and the accomplice may be punished by imprisonment. Abortion is often followed by the worst results, not infrequently it results in death, and in many cases it means the permanent destruction of health. Dangers from the most unfavorable pregnancy and childbirth are less great than from artificial abortions. Sterility is the most frequent result. Nevertheless, the practice is becoming more frequent in Germany also. The following number of persons were convicted of criminal abortion: from 1882 to 1886, 839, from 1897 to 1901, 1,565, from 1902 to 1906, 22,236. During recent years, several cases of criminal abortions created a sensation, because distinguished physicians and prominent society women figured in these cases. Judging by the advertisements in German newspapers, there also is an increase of those places and institutions where married and unmarried women are given an opportunity to await the results of their wrongdoing in absolute secrecy. The fear of a too numerous progeny in consideration of the economic status and the cost of education has caused the introduction of preventive measures among entire classes and nations, and has gradually developed into a regular system that threatens to become a public calamity. It is a well-known fact that almost all strata of French society abide by the custom of limiting their offspring to 2 children. Few civilized countries have as high a marriage rate as France, but notwithstanding this fact, in no other country the birth rate is as low and the increase of population as gradual. The French bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and the working class, all abide by this custom. In some parts of Germany the conditions among the peasantry seem to have led to a similar state of affairs. In a picturesque region in the southwestern part of Germany, a certain species of tree, which furnishes an ingredient for an abortive remedy, is grown on every farm. In another region the peasants have long since followed the custom of limiting their offspring to 2 children, they do not wish to divide up their farms. Another noteworthy fact is the marked increase in the publication and sale of literature discussing and recommending means for optional sterility. Of course, these books are always clothed in scientific garb and invariably point to the threatening danger of excess of population. Besides the prevention of conception and artificial abortion, crime also plays a part. In France, child exposure and infanticide have increased as a direct result of French civil law, according to which it is interdicted to investigate paternity. The Code Civil provides that la recherche de la paternité est interdite, but la recherche de la maternité est admise. This law forbids to search for a child's father but permits to search for its mother. With brutal frankness it thus proclaims injustice to the unfortunate girl who has been seduced. The men of France may, by the provision of this law, seduce as many girls and women as they please. They are freed from all responsibility and do not have to contribute anything to the support of their illegitimate children. This law was framed under the pretext that women must be deterred from seducing men. We see, everywhere it is the poor, feeble man, although his is the strong sex, who never seduces but always is seduced. The result of this paragraph of the Code Civil was the framing of another paragraph which provides that l'enfant concupendant le marriage à pour père le mari. While it is forbidden to search after a child's father, deceived husbands must regard children as their own, that have sprung from illicit relations their wives may have maintained. We must admit that the French bourgeoisie is at least consistent. Until now all attempts to repeal these obnoxious laws have failed. On the other hand, the French bourgeoisie seeks to atone somewhat for the cruelty of preventing women, who have been deceived, from seeking financial aid from the fathers of their children, by establishing foundling institutions. Thus the newborn babe is deprived not only of its father but of its mother as well. According to the French conception, foundlings are orphans, and the French bourgeoisie thus permits its illegitimate children to be reared as children of the nation at the expense of the state. A wonderful institution. Lately French methods have been copied in Germany. The new German civil law contains provisions in regard to the legal status of illegitimate children, that are in contradiction to the more humane laws that were in force heretofore. One paragraph states that an illegitimate child and its father are not regarded as being related, while Emperor Joseph II had already decreed that legitimate and illegitimate children should be equal before the law. Another paragraph states that an illegitimate child is fatherless if its mother maintained relations with several men at the time of conception. The child is made to suffer for its mother's frivolousness, weakness, or poverty. Frivolous fathers are not taken into consideration by the law. The law concerning illegitimate children furthermore provides, it is the mother's right and duty to care for the person of the illegitimate child. The father of the illegitimate child is obliged to provide for same until the completion of its 16th year, in accordance with the social status of the mother. According to former Prussian law, the seducer was obliged to provide for the child in accordance with his own social status and wealth. If the woman had been seduced with the promise of marriage, she was entitled to all the rights of a divorced wife, and in those cases the illegitimate children were regarded as legitimate before the law. These more just and humane provisions have now been dispensed with. The tendency of German legislation is a retrogressive one. During the period from 1831 to 1880, 8,568 cases of infanticide were tried before the French Court of Assizes. This number increased from 471 during the years 1831 to 1835 to 970 during the years 1876 to 1880. During the same period 1,032 cases of criminal abortion were tried, 100 of these during the single year 1880. It goes without saying that only a small number of the artificial abortions actually practiced ever come to the notice of the courts. As a rule, only such cases are brought to public attention that result in severe illness or death. The rural population furnished 75% of the infanticides, and the urban population furnished 67% of criminal abortions. The women residing in cities have more means at hand to prevent normal childbirth. Therefore the cases of abortion were numerous and the cases of infanticide relatively few. In the rural districts the inverse ratio prevails. In Germany the following number of persons were convicted of infanticide, from 1882 to 1886, 884, from 1897 to 1901, 887, from 1902 to 1906, 745. This is the picture presented by present-day society in regard to its most intimate relations. It differs considerably from that picture which is usually drawn for us by poetic visionaries, but it at least has the advantage of being true. Yet the picture is incomplete, a few characteristic features must still be added. 3. Education for marriage. All parties are agreed that at the present time the female sex is, on an average, mentally inferior to the male sex. Balzac, who by no means was an admirer of women, nevertheless declared, "A woman who has obtained the education of a man, indeed possesses the most brilliant and fruitful qualities for establishing her own happiness and that of her husband." Goethe, who was well acquainted with the types of men and women of his day, uttered the following sharp remark in The Years of Travelling of William Meister: "Scholarly women were held up to ridicule, and educated women were not popular either, probably because it was regarded as impolite to disgrace so many ignorant men. But that does not alter the fact that women, as a rule, are mentally inferior to men. This difference is bound to exist, since the mental status of woman is but what man, her master, has made it. The education of women has always been pitifully neglected, even more than the education of the proletariat, and even at the present time it is insufficient. In our age the desire for the exchange of ideas is a growing one among all classes of society, and accordingly we begin to recognize the neglected mental training of women as a great mistake, one from which not only women, but men also must suffer. With men education is mainly directed upon the development of the intellect, it is supposed to sharpen their reasoning powers, to expand their knowledge and to strengthen their will power. With women, especially among the upper classes, education is mainly directed upon the development of their sentiments. It chiefly consists of attaining various accomplishments that only tend to heighten their imaginative faculty and to increase their nervous irritability, such as music, literature, art, and poetry. That is the greatest error in education that could possibly be committed. It shows that educators have allowed themselves to be guided by their prejudices concerning the nature of woman and her narrow sphere in life. The development of sentiment and imagination in women should not be artificially stimulated, which only increases the tendency to become nervous. With women, as well as with men, the mental faculties should be developed and they should be acquainted with the practical facts of life. It would be the greatest advantage to both sexes if women were less sentimental and more rational, if they displayed less nervousness and timidity, and more courage and willpower, if they possessed fewer accomplishments, and a broader knowledge of the world and mankind and the natural forces of life. Until the present time, the spiritual life of woman and her sentiments have been stimulated to the utmost, while her intellectual development has been neglected, hampered, and repressed. As a result, she literally suffers from spiritual and sentimental hypertrophy, which makes her susceptible to all sorts of superstitions and miracle, frauds, an easy victim of religious and other swindles, a willing tool of bigotry and reaction. Men in their short-sightedness frequently lament this fact, but they do nothing to change it, because the great majority of them are still deeply entrenched in their own prejudices. As a result of this false education, women generally regard the world very differently from men, and thereby another great source of differences and misunderstandings between the sexes is established. For every man in present-day society, participation in public life is one of the most essential duties. That many men still fail to recognize this duty does not alter the fact. But an ever-widening circle of men has begun to recognize that public institutions directly affect the private relations of each individual, and that the welfare of individuals and families depends far more upon the nature of public institutions than upon personal qualities and actions. They have begun to recognize that even supreme efforts on the part of a single individual are powerless in combating evils that are rooted in social conditions, and influence his position accordingly. Moreover, the struggle for existence necessitates far greater exertions today than formerly. Demands are made upon a man today that require more and more of his time and strength. But the ignorant, indifferent woman is usually incapable of comprehending his duties and interests. We may even say that the differentiation between man and woman is greater today than it was formerly, when conditions were more petty and narrow, and therefore more within the range of woman's understanding. Occupation with public affairs today claims a greater number of men than formerly. This expands their ideas, but it also estranges them from their domestic circle. Thereby the woman feels neglected, and one more source of differences has been created. Only in rare cases do men succeed in making themselves understood by their wives and in convincing them. As a rule, the man holds the opinion that his aims and interests do not concern his wife, and that she is unable to understand them. He does not take the trouble to instruct her. "You don't understand that," is the usual reply when a woman complains to her husband that he is neglecting her. The lack of understanding on the part of the women is still heightened by the lack of common sense on the part of the men. Among the proletariat, the relation between husband and wife is more favorable, when both recognize that they must follow the same path, since one, and one only, leads to a better future for them and their children, the complete reorganization of society that will make all men and women free. As this recognition spreads among the women of the proletariat, their wedded life becomes idealized in spite of misery and want. For now both husband and wife have a common aim to strive for, and their common struggle furnishes an inexhaustible source of inspiration in exchange of opinions. The number of proletarian women who have awakened to this recognition is growing with each year. Here a movement is expanding that will be of vital importance to the future of mankind. In other marriages, the differences of education and conceptions, that were overlooked in the beginning while passion was still strong, become more and more noticeable with the advancing years. But as sexual passion decreases, it ought to be replaced by mental conformity. Quite disregarding the fact whether or not a man recognizes that he has social and civic duties, and whether or not he fulfills these duties, his business or profession alone suffices to keep him in constant touch with the outside world, and to create an intellectual atmosphere about him that broadens his views. Contrary to the woman, he is usually in a state of intellectual malting, but domestic activities require the woman's time and attention from morning till night, and being deprived of opportunity for mental development, she is apt to become dull and mentally stunted. This domestic misery in which the majority of wives in present-day society are obliged to live, has been truly pictured by Gerhard V. Amenter in his book on A Commentary to the Book of Life. In the chapter on fatal stings he says, "It is not the terrible occurrences that no one is spared, a husband's death, the moral ruin of a beloved child, long, torturing illness, or the shattering of a fondly nourished hope, it is none of these that undermine the woman's health and strength, but the little daily recurring, body and soul devouring cares. How many millions of good housewives have cooked and scrubbed their love of life away? How many have sacrificed their rosy cheeks and their dimples in domestic service, until they became wrinkled, withered, broken mummies? The everlasting question, what shall I cook today, the ever-recurring necessity of sweeping and dusting and scrubbing and dish-washing, is the steadily falling drop that slowly but surely wears out her body and mind. The cooking stove is the place where accounts are sadly balanced between income and expense, and where the most depressing observations are made concerning the increased cost of living and the growing difficulty in making both ends meet. Upon the flaming altar where the pots are boiling, youth and freedom from care, beauty and light-heartedness are being sacrificed. In the old cook whose eyes are dim and whose back is bent with toil, no one would recognize the blushing bride of yore, beautiful, merry and modestly coquettish in the finery of her bridal garb. To the ancients the hearth was sacred, beside the hearth they erected their lauries and household gods. Let us also hold the hearth sacred, where the conscientious German housewife slowly sacrifices her life, to keep the home comfortable, the table well supplied, and the family healthy. That is the only consolation that bourgeois society is able to offer those women who slowly perish as a result of the present order. Those women who enjoy a freer position as a result of their more favored social circumstances, usually have a narrow, superficial education that is manifested in connection with inherited, female characteristics. Most of these women are interested only in external appearances, dress and personal adornment are their chief concern, and the satisfaction of their depraved tastes and their unbridled passions, form their object in life. They are not interested much in the children and their education, that would mean too much trouble and annoyance. Therefore they willingly turn over their children to nurses and governesses and later on to boarding schools. At the most they regard it as their duty to make silly doll women of their daughters, and superficial, extravagant dandies of their sons. This class of young men, who regard idleness and extravagance as a profession, furnishes the seducers of the daughters of the people. The conditions described above have led to a number of traits of character peculiar to women, that are more fully developed from generation to generation. Men seem to find satisfaction in ridiculing these traits, but they forget that they themselves are to blame for them. The following are some of these frequently condemned female traits of character: talkativeness and scandal-mongering, the inclination to discuss the most insignificant things at the greatest length, the exaggerated interest in outward display, the love of dress and coquetry, envy and jealousy toward the members of her sex, and the tendency of being dishonest and hypocritical. These traits of character usually manifest themselves with the female sex at an early age. They are general and only differ in degree. These traits have developed under the pressure of social conditions, and they have been further developed by heredity, example, and education. One who has been brought up unwisely is not likely to bring up others wisely. In order to understand the origin and development of traits of character common to an entire sex or to an entire people, we must follow the same method that modern scientists apply to understand the origin and development of living beings and their characteristics. The material conditions of life to a great extent imprint upon every living being its traits of character. It is compelled to adapt itself to these existing material conditions, until the adaptation becomes its nature. Human beings form no exception to that which holds true for all living beings throughout nature. Man is not exempt from natural laws. Viewed physiologically, he is merely the most highly developed animal. Of course, many persons refuse to admit this. Thousands of years ago ancient peoples, although they knew nothing of modern science, held more rational views in regard to many human problems, than a great many, of our contemporaries, and, what is more noteworthy still, their views that were based on experience, were put into practice. We praise and admire the strength and beauty of the men and women of ancient Greece, but we forget that it was not the climate of this beautiful country that had such a favorable influence upon the nature and development of its population, but the educational maxims that were consistently carried out by the state, and that were destined to combine beauty, strength, and skill with mental sharpness and vigor. Indeed, the mental development of woman was neglected even then, but not so her physical development. In Sparta, where physical culture of both sexes was most extensively practiced, boys and girls went about naked until the age of puberty, and together they joined in physical exercises, games, and wrestling matches. The display of the nude human body, the natural treatment of natural things, prevented the extreme sexual irritation that is mainly caused by an artificial separation of the sexes from childhood on. The body of one sex was no mystery to the other. No dallying with ambiguities could arise. Nature was regarded as such. Each sex took pleasure in the beauty of the other. To a natural, untrammeled relation of the sexes must mankind return. We must cast aside the unsound spiritualistic conceptions concerning human affairs and create methods of education that shall bring about a physical and mental regeneration. The prevailing conceptions in regard to education, especially the education of women, are still exceedingly reactionary. That a woman should possess such qualities of character as strength, courage, and determination, is decried as unwomanly, and yet no one can deny that by means of such qualities she will be better enabled to protect herself. But her physical development is hampered, just like her mental development. This is due in no small degree to the irrational mode of dress. Woman's dress not only interferes with her physical development, it frequently does her direct bodily harm, and yet there are few, even among physicians, who dare to oppose it. Fear of displeasing the patient causes them to be silent or even to flatter her follies. The modern style of dress prevents women from freely exercising their strength, hampers their physical development, and creates a feeling of helplessness in them. Moreover, woman's dress endangers the health of her environment, for at home and on the street she is a walking generator of dust. The physical and intellectual development of women is furthermore severely hampered by a rigorous separation of the sexes in school and in social intercourse, that is quite in accordance with the spiritualistic conceptions implanted by Christianity, and is still sadly prevalent among us. The woman who is given no opportunity to develop her abilities and talents, who is maintained within a narrow sphere of ideas, and rarely permitted to associate with members of the other sex, cannot rise above the commonplace and trivial. For her ideas are centered in the occurrences of her immediate environment. Verbose conversations over a mere nothingness and the tendency to gossip are fostered by this narrow life, since the mental activities that reside in every human being must find expression somewhere. Men are frequently grievously annoyed and driven to despair by these qualities which they roundly condemn, without pausing to consider that they, the lords of creation, are chiefly to blame for them. During recent years numerous attempts have been made to introduce more rational conceptions of life, but they are merely a beginning, and until now have been confined to a very small portion of society. 4. The misery of present-day marriages. As a result of our social and sexual relations, woman is directed toward marriage by every fiber of her existence, and naturally marriage constitutes a chief topic of her conversation and thought. As woman is physically weaker than man, and is subjected to him by custom and law, her tongue is her chief weapon to be used against him, and she naturally makes a liberal use of this weapon. In the same way her much berated love of dress and personal adornment can be explained, that leads to increasingly eccentric follies of fashion and often causes financial troubles and unpleasantness to fathers and husbands. To man, woman has chiefly been an object of enjoyment. Being socially and economically dependent, she must regard marriage as a means of support, and thus becomes subservient to man, becomes his property. her position is rendered more unfavorable still by the fact that the number of women usually exceeds the number of men. We will return to this phase of the question later on. This disproportion increases the competition of women among themselves, all the more so because, for numerous reasons, many men fail to marry. Woman is therefore compelled to enhance her personal charms, in order to compete with the members of her own sex in the struggle for the possession of a man. When we consider that this disproportion has existed through many generations, it is not to be wondered at that these characteristics have gradually assumed their present, extreme form. We must consider moreover that at no time the competition among women for the possession of man was as severe as it is at present, owing to causes, some of which have already been, and others that still are to be enumerated. The increasing difficulty of obtaining a decent livelihood also directs woman more than ever to marriage as a means of support. Men do not object to these conditions, since they are favorable to them. It flatters their vanity and serves their interest to play the part of the ruler, and as all rulers they are not easily accessible to reason. It is all the more important therefore that women themselves should strive to bring about conditions that will liberate them from their present, degraded position. Women can no more rely upon the aid of men, than the workers can rely upon the aid of the bourgeoisie. When we furthermore consider what traits of character are developed by competition along other lines, how, for instance, industrial competition leads to hatred, envy, and calumny, and how the competitors resort to the basest means, we find an explanation for the fact that similar traits of character have been developed in women by their competition for the possession of a man. It is due to this permanent competition that women, as a rule, cannot get along as well with one another as men can, that even intimate friends are easily led to quarrel when the favor of a man enters into consideration. This competition also explains what may be frequently observed, that when two women meet, even though they are utter strangers to one another, they regard each other in a hostile way. With a single glance they have summed up each other's shortcomings in the manner and style of their clothes, and in the looks of each the verdict may be read, I am better dressed than you are and am better able to attract attention to myself. On the other hand, woman is by nature more impulsive than man. She is less given to reflection, is more unselfish and naive, and is more controlled by passion. These traits of character are expressed in their most beautiful form by the unselfish self-sacrifice with which she serves her children and others who are near and dear to her and cares for them during illness. But when angered, her impassionate nature manifests itself in its ugliest form. Yet the fact remains that both good and evil qualities are fostered, hampered, or transformed, by the social position. The same propensity that may be harmful under unfavorable circumstances may, under favorable circumstances, become a source of happiness to oneself and others. Fourier has ably shown that the same human propensities may, under different circumstances, lead to opposite results. Beside the improper mental education, the improper or insufficient physical education in regard to the purposes of nature, remains to be considered. All physicians are agreed that woman's education for her profession of motherhood is almost entirely neglected. Soldiers are trained in the use of their weapons, and mechanics in the use of their tools. Every profession requires preliminary study. Even the monk has his noviceship. Only the woman is not educated for her serious maternal duties. 9/10 of all maidens who are given an opportunity to marry, enter matrimony in complete ignorance of motherhood and its duties. The unpardonable prudery that prevents mothers from speaking to their grown daughters about the important functions of sex, leaves them in a state of densest ignorance concerning their duties to their husbands and to themselves. The entrance into marriage means to most women entrance into an utterly strange world. Their conceptions of marriage are purely imaginative, drawn from novels of doubtful value, and are usually very foreign to reality. Another source of differences may be found in the lack of practical knowledge of housekeeping that is still quite essential in present-day marriage, though women have been relieved of many domestic activities that were formerly inevitable. Some women are deplorably ignorant of household duties because they consider themselves superior to such work and regard it as a task for servants only. Others, daughters of the proletariat, are equally ignorant, because the struggle for existence compelled them to toil in the factory from morning until night, and they found no time to prepare for their future profession of housekeeper. It becomes more and more evident that the trend of development makes individual housekeeping unpractical, and that it can be maintained only by an irrational sacrifice of time and money. There is still another cause that to many men destroys the purpose of marriage: the physical enfeeblement of women. The food we eat, the manner in which we live, the conditions of our work and the character of our amusements, all tend to act more destructively than favorably upon our physical condition. Rightly is our age termed a nervous age. But nervousness leads to physical degeneration. Anemia and nervousness exist in an especially marked degree among women. This physical degeneration is fast becoming a social calamity, and if it would continue to exist for several generations more, without our being able to procure more normal conditions of development, it would ultimately lead to race destruction. The female organism requires special care in consideration of its special sexual functions. It requires good and sufficient nourishment, and at certain periods it requires rest. For the great majority of women such care does not exist, nor can it be obtained under present-day conditions. Women have so accustomed themselves to self-denial that many women consider it a matrimonial duty to give their husbands the best morsels and to content themselves with insufficient food. It also frequently happens that the boys of a family are better nourished than the girls. It is generally assumed that women can content themselves with poorer and less nourishment than men. Young girls are therefore often a sad sight to professional authorities on hygiene and physical culture. A great number of our young women are weak, anemic, and extremely nervous. The results are suffering during menstruation and diseases of the sexual organs that sometimes make it dangerous or impossible to give birth to children or to nurse them. If the degeneration of our women continues to go on in the same manner as up to the present, it will become doubtful whether civilized man may still be classified with the mammals. Instead of being married to a healthy, cheerful companion, a capable mother, a wife attending to her domestic duties, the man is burdened with a sickly, nervous woman who cannot endure the slightest draught or the least noise and requires the constant attendance of a physician. We need not dwell longer on this subject. Everyone knows of a number of such cases among his own friends and relatives. Experienced physicians assert that the majority of married women, especially in the cities, are in a more or less abnormal, physical condition. According to the degree of the ailment and the characters of husband and wife, such marriages must be more or less unfortunate. In accordance with public opinion, they entitle the men to take liberties outside of their matrimonial relations, and the knowledge of this fact must heighten the misery of the wives. Sometimes the sexual requirements of husband and wife also differ widely and give rise to profound disharmonies, yet the much desired separation is not possible. In connection with this, the truth must not be concealed that in a great many cases the men are responsible for the severe physical sufferings that befall their wives in marriage. As a result of their profligate lives, many men suffer from chronic sexual diseases that they frequently treat lightly, because they do not cause them much trouble. But during sexual intercourse with their wives, these fall victims to severe abdominal diseases that set in shortly after marriage and frequently result in sterility. Usually the unfortunate woman is ignorant of the true cause of the disease that mars her life and destroys the purpose of marriage, and reproaches herself or is reproached for the condition that her husband has caused. Many a blooming young woman becomes a chronic invalid after she has barely entered marriage. Neither she nor her relatives are able to explain her condition, and the physician must maintain silence. Recent investigations have shown that childless marriages are frequently due to sexual diseases of men, while formerly the lords of creation maintained the convenient theory that the woman was always to blame when their marriages remained childless. Numerous are the causes that prevent present-day marriage from being what it ought to be. It is therefore a recommendation of doubtful value when even learned men seek to oppose the woman movement by pointing out to women that marriage is their true vocation. As a result of our social conditions, marriage has become a caricature foreign to its true purposes. Chapter 11. The chances of matrimony. 1. The numerical proportion of the sexes. The usual advice to women to seek their salvation in marriage, this being their true profession, is thoughtlessly approved of by the vast majority of men. But it seems like mockery, that many of those who give such advice and of those who applaud it, refrain from marrying themselves. Schopenhauer, the philosopher, has only the conception of a Philistine concerning woman and her position. He says, woman is not called upon to perform great tasks. Her characteristic is not doing but suffering. She pays her debt to life by the throes of childbirth, care of her child and submissiveness to her husband. The supreme expressions of vitality and perception are denied her. Her life should be more tranquil and insignificant than man's life. Woman is called upon to be the nurse and educator of childhood because she is childish herself, because throughout life she remains a big child, a sort of intermediary stage between child and man, the true human being. Girls should be reared to be domestic and submissive. Women are the most thoroughgoing, incurable Philistines. The work by Lombroso and Ferrero, Woman as a Criminal and Prostitute, is also written in the spirit of Schopenhauer. We have never met with an equally extensive scientific book. It consists of 590 pages, that contains so little convincing material in regard to the subject it deals with. The statistics from which the most daring conclusions are drawn, are very inadequate. Sometimes a dozen cases have sufficed the author to form a weighty opinion. It is a noteworthy fact that the material contained in the book which may be regarded as the most trustworthy has been furnished by a woman, Dr. Mrs. Tarnowskaya. The influences of social conditions and social development are almost entirely disregarded. All phenomena are judged from a narrow physiological and psychological point of view, and much ethnological information concerning various peoples is interwoven with the argumentation, without any attempt being made to investigate the nature of this information. According to the authors, as according to Schopenhauer, woman is a big child, an incarnate liar, weak in her judgment, fickle in love, incapable of any heroic deed. The inferiority of woman, so they claim, has been proven by a great many physical differences and characteristics. Woman's love is, at the bottom, nothing but a secondary character of motherhood. All the sentiments of affection that bind a woman to a man are not derived from the sexual impulse but from instincts of devotion and submission acquired by adaptation. But how these instincts were acquired the authors fail to examine. If they did, it would imply an investigation of the social position of woman during thousands of years which has made her what she is today. The authors describe the dependence and enslavement of woman among different nations and during various periods of civilization, but being blinded by a narrow conception of the Darwinian theory, they trace everything to physiological causes, and disregard the social and economic causes that have had the strongest influence on woman's physiological and psychological development. Among other things, the authors discuss the vanity of woman and express the view that among people at a low stage of development men are the vain sex, which may be observed even today on the Hebrides, Madagascar, and among the tribes about the Orinoco River, as also on many islands of the Polynesian archipelago and among a number of African and South Sea Island tribes, while among nations of high stage of development, women are the vain sex. But why is this so? The answer is simple. Among peoples at a low stage of development, matriarchal conditions prevail or have been abandoned but recently. Here woman's position is such that she is relieved of the necessity of wooing man. The man woos her, and for this purpose he adorns himself, he becomes vain. Among peoples at a higher stage of development, especially among all civilized nations, man does not woo woman, but woman woos man. It rarely occurs that woman takes the initiative and literally offers herself to a man, modesty forbids that. But the offer nevertheless is made by manner and dress, the luxury of her personal adornment and her coquetry. Such conduct is forced upon her by the fact that there are more women than men and by the social necessity of regarding marriage as a means of support and as the only institution by means of which she may satisfy her sexual impulse and obtain social recognition. Here again we find purely economic and social causes bringing forth qualities, now in the man and now in the woman, that we are accustomed to regard as quite independent of social and economic causes. From this we may draw the conclusion that when society has reached a state of development in which every form of dependence of one sex upon the other will cease, vanity and the follies of fashion will disappear, as will many other vices that we deem ineradicable today, because we believe them to be inherent in human nature. In regard to Schopenhauer, it must be said that he, as a philosopher, is as biased in his judgment of women as the majority of our anthropologists and medical men who regard her only as a sex being, never as a social being. Schopenhauer had never been married. He failed to contribute his share that one more woman might fulfill the purpose in life that he prescribed to women. This leads us to another, no more pleasant phase of the question. It is generally known that many women remain unmarried because they are given no opportunity to become married. Custom forbids the woman to offer herself. She must allow herself to be chosen, she may not choose. If she is not chosen, she must join that great army of unfortunate women who have missed their purpose in life and who are frequently subjected to a life of poverty and want, sometimes made more bitter still by ridicule. But what causes the numerical disproportion of the sexes? Many are quick to reply: too many girls are born. The persons who make this statement are misinformed, as we shall see. Others draw the conclusion that if women are in the majority in most civilized countries, polygamy ought to be permitted. But polygamy is not only averse to our customs, it also entails the degradation of woman, although that did not prevent Schopenhauer from asserting that to the female sex, general polygamy is a boon. Many men do not marry because they believe that they are unable to support one woman and the children who are likely to be born according to their station in life. Only few men are able to support two women, and among these, many do have two or several wives, one legitimate wife, and one or several illegitimate wives. Those privileged by wealth allow nothing to prevent them from doing as they choose. Even in the Orient, where custom and law have suffered polygamy to exist for thousands of years, relatively few men have more than one wife. We speak of the degrading influence of life in Turkish harems. But we overlook the fact that only very few men belonging to the ruling class can afford to maintain a harem, while the great mass of men live in monogamic marriage. In the city of Algiers at the close of the 60s of the last century, there were among 18,282 marriages no less than 17,319 with only one wife. There were 888 marriages with two wives, and only 75 with more than two. In Constantinople, the capital of the Turkish Empire, conditions are probably quite similar. Among the rural population in the Orient, the conditions favoring monogamic marriage are still more striking. In the Orient, as with us, material conditions come into consideration that compel the majority of men to content themselves with one wife. But if conditions were equally favorable to all men, polygamy could still not be generally maintained because there are not enough women. Under normal conditions, the numbers of persons of both sexes are almost equal, which everywhere points to monogamic marriage. The following table, which has been published by Boucher in the General Statistic Records, proves this assertion. Number of male persons, number of female person, entire population, number of women for every 1,000 men. Europe 170,818,561, 174,914,119, 345,732,680, 1,024. America 41,643,389, 40,540,386, 82,183,775, 973. Asia 177,648,044, 170,269,179, 347,917,223, 958. Australia 2,197,799, 1,871,821, 4,069,620, 852. Africa 6,994,064, 6,771,360, 13,765,425, 968. 399,301,857, 394,366,865, 793,668,722, 988. The result of this compilation may, to many people, be a surprising one. With the exception of Europe, where there are, on an average, 1,024 female inhabitants for every 1,000 male inhabitants, the male population predominates. Even if we may assume that the information is incomplete, especially in regard to the female sex, and that especially in countries with a Mohammedan population the female population surpasses the given figures, the fact remains that, except in a few European countries, the female population nowhere considerably exceeds the male population. In the meantime, the Imperial Bureau of Statistics in Berlin has published a new compilation of the census in European and non-European countries, which includes 883 million people. When we take into consideration the census, not included in this compilation, of Italy, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Costa Rica, Argentine Republic, the Transvaal, Orange River Colony, Cyprus, Formosa, and Pescadores, the number of enumerated inhabitants of the earth attains 882 million, with a general average of 991 female persons for every 1,000 male persons. For the enumerated population of the earth we may therefore assume an almost equal representation of both sexes, with a slight preponderance of the male. In Europe the conditions are different. With the exception of the countries of southeastern Europe, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece, the female population predominates. The proportion is least unfavorable in Hungary and Italy, where there are respectively 1,009 and 1,010 female inhabitants for every 1,000 male inhabitants. Belgium comes next with 1,013 female for every 1,000 male inhabitants. Portugal and Norway show the most unfavorable proportion, next to these Great Britain with 1,063 female for every 1,000 male inhabitants. France, Germany, Austria, and Russia lie in the middle, having for every 1,000 male inhabitants respectively 1,033, 1,032, 1,035 and 1,029 female inhabitants. In Germany during the last 2 decades each census has shown a more favorable proportion. On December 1, 1885, the female population exceeded the male population by 988,376 persons. The census of December 1, 1890, still showed an excess of the female population of 966,806 persons. 1,895 to 957,401, 1,900 to 892,684, and according to the census of December 1, 1905, the excess of the female population had sunken to 871,916 persons. The decline of this difference may be chiefly accounted for by the decline of emigration, in which the male sex is mainly concerned. This may be clearly seen from the proportion of the sexes in the United States, into which the stream of emigration is mainly directed, and where the dearth of women is almost as great as the excess of women in Germany. In 1900 for every 1,000 men there were only 953 women. This emigration from Germany decreased from 220,902 persons in 1881 to 22,073 persons in 1901 and to 19,883 persons in 1908. The fact that more men than women emigrate accounts in the first place then for the difference between the numbers of persons of both sexes. Italy furnishes a good example, for there the male population still predominated at the beginning of the 40s of the last century, while at present the female population predominates, owing to the large emigration. Furthermore, more men than women meet with accidents in agriculture, industry, commerce, and traffic. Also more men are temporarily absent abroad as merchants, sailors, marines, etc. Another fact that has been statistically proven and that constitutes an important factor is that women on an average attain a higher age than men, and that therefore there are more old women than old men. According to the census of 1900, the proportion of the sexes according to age in Germany was the following: age male more female, excess of female population. Under 10 years 6,904,732, 6,871,599, 33,133. From 10 to 15 years 2,925,918, 2,012,571, 13,345. From 15 to 21 years 3,179,813, 3,162,448, 17,365. From 21 to 30 years 4,251,204, 4,293,775 to 42,571. From 30 to 40 years 3,669,656, 3,731,556 to 61,900. From 40 to 50 years 2,770,451, 2,923,228 to 152,777. From 50 to 60 years 2,053,085 to 320,273, 267,188. From 60 to 70 years 300,637, 1,545,808, 245,171. From 70 years up 681,751, 868,671, 186,920. 27,737,247, 28,629,931, 63,845, 956,527, 892,684. This table shows that up to the 21st year the number of boys exceeds the number of girls. This excess of boys is due to the fact that everywhere more boys than girls are born. The following number of boys and girls, for instance, were born in the German Empire. During the year 1872 for 100 girls 106.2 boys. During the year 1880 for 100 106.2. During the year 1900 100 106.0. During the year 1905 100 106.3. During the year 1907 100 106.3. But the male sex dies younger than the female sex, especially during infancy more boys than girls die. Our table shows that from the 21st year on the female population exceeds the male. The following figures show the death rate of male and female inhabitants in Germany. During the years. Male female 1872 to 1875 29.5 26.3 1891 to 1895 24.6 22.1 1876 to 1880 27.8 24.5 1896 to 1900 22.6 20.0 1881 to 1885 27.3 24.2 1901 to 1905 21.0 18.8 1886 to 1890 25.8 23.1. The table on page 159 furthermore shows that at the true marriageable age, between the 21st and 50th year the female sex exceeds the male sex by 257,248 persons, and between the 50th and 70th year by 699,279. In Germany as in England the number of old women increases each year. A great disproportion, that constantly increases, is furthermore met with among widowed and divorced persons. According to the census of 1890 and 1900, there were the following numbers of widowed persons in Germany. 1890 1900. Men 774,967, 809,238. Women 2,157,870, 2,352,921. More women than men 1,382,903, 1,543,683. These widowed persons were of the following ages. 1890 1900. Men women 40 to 60 years 222,286, 842,920, 225,191, 900,357. 60 years and older 506,319, 1,158,712, 537,116, 1,299,905. The number of divorced persons were during 1890, 25,271 men and 49,601 women. During 1900, 31,279 men and 60,738 women. These were of the following ages. 1890 1900. Men women. 40 to 60 years 13,825, 24,842, 16,976, 30,385. 60 years and older 4,917, 7,244, 5,713, 8,452. These figures show us that widowed and divorced women are excluded from remarriage, even during the age best suited to marriage. For during the years 1890 and 1900 there were respectively 46,362 and 46,931 widowed men up to the 40th year of age, while during the same years there were respectively 156,235 and 152,689 widowed women. There were divorced men in 1890 and 1900 respectively 651 and 8,590 and divorced women 17,515 and 21,901. Here the disadvantage of divorce to the women is proved by figures. The following shows the proportion of unmarried persons during 1900. Men women. 15 to 40 years 6,700,352, 5,824,464. 40 to 60 years 426,388, 503,406. 60 years and older 141,416, 252,134. Among the unmarried persons between the 15th and 40th year there are, as above table shows, 875,888 more men than women, which appears to be very favorable to women. But men between the 15th and 21st year of age, at which age there are 3,175,453 men to 3,064,567 women, are, with very few exceptions, unable to marry. The same may be said of men between the 21st and 25th year of age, the great majority of whom are unable to support a family, while women of this age are all marriageable. When we furthermore consider the fact that for diverse reasons a great many men do not marry at all, the number of unmarried men over 40 years were 567,804, we find that the position of women in regard to marriage is a highly unfavorable one. A great many women then, under present-day conditions, are compelled to deny themselves the legitimate satisfaction of the sexual impulse, while men seek and find satisfaction in prostitution. The position of women would become a far more favorable one, as soon as a transformation of social conditions would abolish the obstacles that at present prevent hundreds of thousands of men from becoming married. As already mentioned, the disproportion in the numbers of the sexes is due to a great extent to emigration. Obligatory service in the army also drives many young men, frequently the strongest, to seek their fortune abroad. According to official reports of the army, 135,168 men were convicted of illicit emigration, and 13,055 more cases were being investigated. These figures include men up to the 45th year. This illicit emigration of men from Germany causes a considerable loss. Emigration is especially large in the years following Great Wars, that was seen after 1866 and during the years 1871 to 1874. We furthermore have great losses of life among men by accidents. In Prussia during the period from 1883 to 1905 no less than 297,983 persons were killed by accidents. Of these there were, during the 1 year 1905, 11,792 men and 2,922 women. From 1886 to 1907, 150,719 persons were killed by accidents in industry, agriculture and state or municipal employment. Only a small fraction of these were women. Another considerable portion of persons employed in these occupations become maimed or crippled for life and therefore unable to maintain a family. Others die young, leaving their families in the neediest circumstances. Much loss of life among men is also connected with navigation. From 1882 to 1907, 2,848 seagoing vessels were sunk, entailing a loss of life of 4,913 members of the crew, almost all men, and 1,275 passengers. Only when the highest valuation of human life has been established, which will be the case in a socialistic community, will society be enabled to prevent a great majority of accidents on land and sea. At present many persons are killed or maimed as a result of ill-applied economy of employers. In many other cases accidents are due to excessive speed or over-fatigue of workers. Human life is cheap. When one working man has been killed there are many others to take his place. Especially in navigation many preventable accidents occur. By the revelations of Plimsoll in the English Parliament during the 70s, the fact became generally known that many owners of unseaworthy vessels, impelled by criminal greed, insured these vessels at a high rate and then sent them with their crew to almost certain destruction, in order to obtain the amount of insurance. These are the so-called death ships that are not unknown in Germany either. Every year the marine bureaus are called upon to pronounce their verdicts in connection with a number of marine accidents, and those verdicts usually show the accidents to be due to advanced age or overloading or improper condition of the vessel or insufficient equipment, or a number of these causes combined. In the cases of many sunken ships the causes of their sinking can never be determined, because the disasters occur in mid-ocean and no one survives to tell the tale. Many crimes are committed in this way. The stations for saving shipwrecked persons established at the coasts are also very insufficient because they are chiefly maintained by private charity. An organized society that will regard it as its highest duty to provide equally for all its members, will succeed in making all these accidents of extremely rare occurrence. But under the present predatory system, where human lives are regarded as mere ciphers and the sole aim is to attain the highest possible profit, a human life is sometimes sacrificed in order that a dollar may be gained. 2. Obstacles to marriage. The excess of women. There are still other causes that make marriage difficult or prevent it entirely. A considerable number of men are prevented from marrying by the state. People condemn the enforced celibacy of the Catholic clergy, but they do not mention the fact that a far greater number of soldiers are doomed to celibacy likewise. When an officer of the army wishes to marry, he not only requires the consent of his superiors, he is also denied the free choice of a wife, since it is prescribed that he must possess a certain amount of wealth. In Austria a captain of the army seeking to marry, must give a security of 30,000 florins if he is under 30 years of age, 30,000 florins if he is over 30, minor officers must give a security of 16,000 florins. In all cases the fiancée of an army officer must have lead an immaculate life, and her standard of living must be suited to his rank. In Germany, officers of the army may seek permission to marry only when they can prove that they have an additional income. The required size of this additional income varies with the different ranks. These are striking proofs of the materialistic conception of marriage maintained by the state. Public opinion in general maintains that men should not marry until they have attained their 24th or 25th year of life. This opinion is founded on the fact that few men are able to support a family before they have reached this age. Only persons who are fortunate enough not to be obliged to win an independent position, persons of princely rank, for instance, form an exception. In their case we regard it as quite proper that a man should become married at 18 or 19, and a maiden at 15 or 16 years of age. Princes come of age when they are 18 years old, and are considered competent to rule the most numerous people. Common mortals do not come of age until they are 21 years old. This difference of opinion in regard to the age at which marriage is desirable, shows that only social considerations are taken into account, that have no bearing upon man as a sex being. But nature will not be fettered by definite social conditions and the views that have sprung from these conditions. As soon as a human being has attained maturity, the sexual impulse manifests itself with all its vigor. The advent of puberty with the female sex differs according to the individual, the climate and the mode of life. In the torrid zones it sets in as early as the 9th or 10th year, and sometimes one meets women of that age with their first babes in their arms, but they are fated when they have attained their 25th or 30th year. In the temperate zones girls usually attain puberty at 14 or 16 years of age, in some cases later still. The age of puberty also differs with girls living in the country from those living in cities. Among the healthy, robust country girls who work hard, as a rule menstruation sets in later than among our poorly nourished, effeminate, ethereal young ladies in the cities, who suffer from overexcitement of the nerves. In the country puberty usually develops in the normal way. In the city its normal development is an exception, and not infrequently it is accompanied by various symptoms of disease that drive physicians to despair. Often physicians are obliged to say that the only certain cure would be marriage. But in many cases this cure cannot be applied, owing to the unsurmountable obstacles. All these factors show where we must seek a change. To begin with, we need a complete revolution in our educational methods. We need a system of education that takes both the physical and intellectual qualities into consideration. Furthermore, we need an entirely different mode of living and working. But both cannot be brought about except by a complete transformation of social conditions. Our social conditions have created a profound contradiction between man as a sex being and man as a social being. This contradiction has never been so noticeable as in the present age, and it leads to many evils and diseases to which women especially are subjected. In the first place, the woman's organism is far more influenced by her sex mission than man's organism. In the second place, she is confronted by the greatest number of obstacles that prevent her from satisfying her strongest natural impulse in a natural way. This contradiction between natural impulse and social constraint leads to anomalies, to secret vices and excesses that are bound to undermine even strong constitutions. Unnatural satisfaction is frequently aided in a most shameless manner. In the advertisements of newspapers and periodicals, certain manufactures are recommended in a more or less veiled manner. These advertisements appeal to the wealthy classes of society, because the price of the manufactures are so high that a person of moderate means could not buy them. Besides, we find advertisements of obscene pictures, entire series of photographs and poetry and prose of a similar character, whose very titles are intended to produce sensual excitement. These matters ought to claim the attention of the police and public prosecutors. But these gentlemen are too busy persecuting socialism, that will destroy the home and the family, to give their full attention to such doings. A part of our novels influence the sentiments of the reading public in the same direction. It is really not to be wondered at if sexual debauchery, artificially stimulated, gradually becomes a social disease. Many women of the wealthy classes lead an idle, self-indulgent life. They stimulate their nerves by the most extraordinary means, and indulge in a certain enjoyment of art that creates an exaggerated sentimentality and heightens their nervous irritability. All this increases the sensual passions and naturally leads to excesses. Among poor people, sexual irritability is frequently heightened by certain kinds of hard work, especially such work that compels people to lead a sedentary life which creates congestion of the blood in the abdominal organs. One of the most dangerous occupations in this respect is constant work at the sewing machine, an occupation in which a great many women are employed at present. This work is so detrimental to the health of women that 10 to 12 hours of it daily will shatter the strongest constitution in a few years. Excessive sexual irritability is also brought about by long hours of work in a high temperature, for instance in sugar refineries, laundries, printing establishments, etc. The same may be said of night work with artificial light in overcrowded workshops, especially where members of both sexes work together. Here again we are confronted by a number of evils that clearly show the unhealthful and irrational character of present-day conditions. But these evils that are deeply rooted in our social conditions, cannot be removed by moralizing or by resorting to palliative measures, such as social and religious quacks always have in readiness. It is necessary to strike the root of the evil. The only redemption will be to bring about social conditions that shall enable all persons to obtain a natural education, to lead a healthful mode of life and work, and to find normal satisfaction of all natural and healthy desires. Many obstacles do not exist for the man that do exist for the woman. Owing to his position of rulership, his free choice of a mate is in no wise hampered, except by the social considerations enumerated above. But the nature of marriage as a means of support, the numerical superiority of women, and custom, all prevent the woman from asserting her wishes. She is obliged to wait until someone seeks her. As a rule she gladly avails herself of the first opportunity of finding a husband who will save her from the social disregard and indifference that are the usual portion of that unfortunate being, the old maid. Many women look down with disdain upon those of their sisters who are possessed of sufficient human dignity not to sell themselves into the prostitution of marriage to the first man who comes along, but prefer to walk on life's thorny path alone. Nevertheless, the man who wishes to marry for love has social obstacles to consider. He must ask himself, can I support a wife and the children who are likely to come, without being weighed down by financial cares? If the man has an ideal conception of marriage, if he is determined to let his choice be influenced by love only, this question becomes all the more important. At present conditions of earning and property are such, that many men must answer this question in the negative, and they accordingly prefer to remain unmarried. Many men do not acquire an independent position, suited to their demands, until late in life, and are not able to support a wife according to her station in life unless she has a considerable fortune of her own. It must be admitted, of course, that many young men have an exaggerated idea of what constitutes living according to their station, but owing to the false education of many women and their social habits, these young men must indeed be prepared that their wives will make demands upon them that will exceed their means. They frequently do not make the acquaintance of the good, modest women who are simple in their tastes, because they are modest in their manners also and are not met with in society where men have accustomed themselves to seek wives, while the women they do meet often are the kind who seek to fascinate a man by outward appearances and to deceive him in regard to their personal qualities and their material position. When this type of woman has attained an age at which marriage becomes urgent, lures of all sorts are resorted to all the more eagerly. When such a woman has succeeded in capturing a man, she has become so accustomed to outward show, extravagance in dress and costly enjoyments that she wishes to maintain them in her married life. Here men find themselves on the verge of an abyss, and many prefer to leave the flowers that bloom at this abyss unplucked. They prefer to pursue their path alone and seek entertainment and enjoyment while maintaining their freedom. Deception and fraud are common practices in bourgeois society. It is not surprising that they also play a part in the contracting of marriages and entail severe suffering of both parties. Statistics show that the educated and wealthy classes as a rule marry later in life than the lower classes. According to Westergaard, the average age of marriage in Copenhagen was, among professional people, merchants, manufacturers, and bankers, 32.2 years, among mechanics and small dealers, 31.2 years, among clerks and commercial employees, 29.7 years, among waiters and domestic servants, 28, and among factory workers, sailors, and day laborers, 27.5 years. In Prussia from 1881 to 1886 the average ages at which men married were, miners, 27.6, factory workers, 27.7, metal workers, 28, stonemasons, 28.2, building trades, 28.6, workers in wood, 28.7 machinists, 29, teaching, 29.1, agriculture, 29.6, railway service, 30, commerce, 30.9, physicians, clergymen, and officials, 31.8 to 33.4. According to Ansel, the average age at which the well-to-do and educated classes married in England from 1840 to 1871, was 29.95 years, but since then it has been raised. From 1880 to 1885, the average ages at which men of different professions married, were as follows. Years. Miners 23.56, clerks 25.75. Textile workers 23.88, merchants 26.17. Clothing trades 24.42, farmers 28.73. Mechanics 24.85, professional men and capitalists 30.72. Day laborers 25.06. These figures show how marriage is influenced by social position. The fact that the average age of marriage in most European states has been somewhat lowered during the last decades, is due to the general growth of industrialism. This may be seen in Germany, Austria, and Sweden, where the increase of early marriages is in connection with the growing number of persons employed in industry. In older industrial countries, as France and England, the average age of marriage has been raised. Russia forms an exception. Here the rise in the average age of marriage is due to the abolition of communal property. The number of men who are prevented from marrying for numerous reasons is constantly increasing. This applies especially to the men of the upper classes and the higher professions, firstly because they are more pretentious, and secondly because these men are best enabled to find companionship and pleasure outside of marriage. Conditions are especially unfavorable to women in places where there are many pensioners with their families, and few young men. There we find from 20 to 30 women among 100 who are unable to marry. The lack of men seeking marriage is most severely felt by those women, who have been accustomed by their social position to require a certain standard of life but who have no dowry. This is especially true of the young girls of those numerous families that depend upon a fixed salary which leaves them socially respectable but poor. These girls often become dangerous competitors to the working girls who earn their living by embroidery, making underwear, making artificial flowers, hats, gloves, etc., that is, in all those trades in which the employers prefer to have the work done in the homes of the workers. These ladies often work for the lowest wages because they are not obliged to earn their living entirely but only wish to add to the family income or to earn enough to pay for their clothes. Employers favor the competition of these ladies, because it enables them to reduce the wages of the poor proletarian workers and to drive them to the utmost exertion of their strength. Many wives of government officials, whose husbands are poorly paid and cannot maintain them according to their standard of living, also employ their spare time in such sordid competition, which means increased exploitation among large strata of female proletarians. The agitation carried on by the bourgeois women's clubs to elevate women's work and to gain admission for women into the higher professions, is especially destined to improve the position of women of the upper classes. In order to do this successfully, these clubs seek the patronage of ladies of high rank. In this respect the bourgeois women only follow the example of the bourgeois men, who also seek such patronage and become interested in such endeavors that only show small, never large results, In this way people waste a tremendous amount of effort, and deceive themselves and others in regard to the necessity of thoroughgoing reform. In these circles no doubt is permitted to arise as to the justice and wisdom of our present state and social order. The conservative nature of such endeavors prevent clubs of this kind from being permeated by so-called destructive tendencies. At a convention of women in Berlin during the spring of 1894, a minority expressed the thought that it might be well if the bourgeois women would cooperate with the proletarian women, that is, the socialist women, but with a majority of the delegates the suggestion called forth a storm of protest. But the conservative tendencies of the bourgeois women will not accomplish the liberation of womankind. How many women are excluded from marriage owing to the causes previously stated, cannot be definitely determined. The numerical superiority of women in Germany is distributed very unevenly, both in regard to the different countries and districts and in regard to age. The following table has been compiled from the census of 1900. Number of women for every 1,000 men. Under 15 to 40 to 60 over 60. Berlin 1012 1044 1191 1659. Kingdom of Saxony 1015 1030 1107 1360. Kingdom of Bavaria to the right of the Rhine 1015 1024 1083 1163. Kingdom of Bavaria to the left of the Rhine 986, 997, 1070 1157. Kingdom of Württemberg 1015 1041 1134 1179. Baden 100974, 1079 1173. Hamburg 999 1031 1038 1454. Province of Brandenburg 993, 1015 1089 1276. Province of Pomerania 989, 1035 1099 1214. Province of the Rhine 991, 954, 1008 1120. German Empire 995 1008 1087 1218. At the true marriageable age, from 15 to 40 years, the numerical superiority of women in the entire German Empire is 8 for every 1,000 men. The number of male inhabitants between 15 and 40 years of age is 11,100,673, the number of female inhabitants between 15 and 40 years of age is 11,187,779. So we have a superabundance of 87,106 women. In 1900 there were 11,146,833 German women of childbearing age. Among these only 6,432,772 were married, 283,629 were widowed, 31,176 were divorced, and 4,399,286 were single. The following table shows the proportion of the sexes in other countries. In the year number of women for every 1,000 men. Under 15 to 40 to 60 over 60. Germany 1900, 995, 1008 1087 1218. Austria 1890 1005 1046 1079 1130. Hungary 1900, 998, 1029 1033. Serbia 1896 969 952 225 804. Italy 1881, 963, 1021 1005 980. Switzerland 1888, 999, 1059 1103 1148. France 1896, 998, 1012 1029 1108. Luxembourg 1900 992 853 988 1063. Belgium 1899 92 984 1018 1117. Netherlands 1899 986 1031 1031 1145. Denmark 1890 978 1080 1073 1179. Sweden 1899 971 1016 1146 1252. England and Wales 1891 1006 1075 1096 1227. Scotland 1891 973 1073 1165 1389. Ireland 1901 968 1037 1103 1032. United States of America 1900 979 969 989 987. Egypt 1897 943 996 943 1015. Japan 1891 978 962 951 1146. New South Wales 1891 978 827 679 665. Queensland 1891 976 698 559 611. Tasmania 1891 977 877 898 632. New Zealand 1891 979 927 661 654. Cape of Good Hope 1891 989 008 939 1019. This table shows that in all countries having a similar economic structure, similar conditions exist in regard to the proportion of the sexes. In all these countries then a great many women, apart from all other obstacles already mentioned, have no prospect of becoming married. In England in 1901 among 1,000 women over 15 years only 496.4 were married, in Scotland, 442.8, in Ireland, 370.9, in Sweden, 468.2, in Norway, 469.9. How do these facts impress those persons who oppose the struggle of women for independence and equal rights by relegating them to marriage and the home? It is not due to ill will on the part of the women if so many fail to marry. But what becomes of these victims of our social conditions? That nature has been sinned against is expressed in the peculiar features and traits of character by which old maids and ascetic old bachelors are distinguished from other persons in all countries and climates, and goes to show the strong and harmful influence resulting from the suppression of natural instincts. Many forms of hysteria among women are due to this cause. Hysteria is also caused by dissatisfaction in marriage, which sometimes results in sterility. These are the general characteristics of modern marriage and its results. From them we must draw the following conclusion: present-day marriage is an institution that is closely connected with existing social conditions, with which it must stand and fall. But this marriage is in a state of decline and dissolution as bourgeois society itself. Which are the salient points that we have determined in regard to bourgeois marriage? 1. The birth rate is declining although the population is increasing, which shows that the economic status of the family has deteriorated. 2. Divorces are increasing more rapidly than the population is growing, and in most cases women are the ones to seek divorce, although they suffer most in consequence of it, both economically and socially. This shows that the unfavorable factors in marriage are increasing, that marriage is in a state of dissolution. 3. The marriage rate is declining, notwithstanding the fact that the population is increasing, which proves that in the eyes of many persons marriage no longer accomplishes its social and moral purpose and is regarded as worthless or of doubtful value. 4. In almost all civilized states there is a disproportion in the number of the sexes, the female sex predominating. This is not due to natural causes, since more boys than girls are born, but to unfavorable social and political factors that are rooted in conditions of state and society. As all these unnatural conditions that are especially harmful to women are established by the nature of bourgeois society and increase with the duration of its existence, this society proves itself incompetent to abolish the evils and to liberate woman. To accomplish this, a different social order will be necessary. Chapter 12. Prostitution, a necessary social institution of bourgeois society. 1. Prostitution and society. Marriage constitutes one phase of the sex relations of bourgeois society, prostitution constitutes the other. If men fail to find satisfaction in marriage, they, as a rule, seek it with prostitution, and those men who for one reason or another refrain from marrying, seek satisfaction with prostitutes also. To those men then, who voluntarily or involuntarily lead an unmarried life, and to those who do not find their expectations realized in marriage, opportunities for satisfaction of the sexual impulse are far more favorable than to women. Men have always regarded it as their just privilege to employ prostitution. But they are relentless in condemning a woman who is not a prostitute, when she has fallen. That natural impulses are implanted in women as well as in men, and that these manifest themselves particularly strongly at certain periods of a woman's life, does not alter their judgment. By means of his ruling position, man compels woman to suppress her most powerful instincts, and makes chastity the condition of her social position and of marriage. Nothing can prove the dependent position of woman in a more emphatic and revolting way than these vastly differing conceptions in regard to the satisfaction of the same natural impulse. Man is especially favored by conditions. The results of sexual intercourse have been assigned to the woman by nature, while man has the enjoyment only without trouble or responsibility. This natural advantage of men over women has fostered the unbridled lust which characterizes a great many men. But as a great many causes prevent or limit the legitimate satisfaction of the sexual impulse, the result is its illegitimate satisfaction. Prostitution thus becomes a necessary social institution of bourgeois society, just as the police, the standing army, the church, and the capitalist class. This is no exaggeration, we can prove it. We have shown how prostitution was regarded as a necessary institution in ancient society and how it was organized by the state in both Greece and Rome. We have also shown what views prevailed in regard to it during the Christian Middle Ages. Even Saint Augustine, who was, after Paul, the staunchest pillar of Christianity and ardently preached asceticism, could not refrain from exclaiming, "Suppress the public prostitutes and the force of passion will overturn everything." Saint Thomas Aquin, who is still considered the greatest authority on theology, has expressed the same opinion more forcibly still by saying, "Prostitution in the cities is like the cesspool in the palace, if you remove the cesspool the palace will become an unclean and evil-smelling place." The provincial council at Milan in 1665 held the same view. But let us consult some modern opinions. Dr. F.S. Hegel says, "Advancing civilization will gradually clothe prostitution in more pleasing forms, but only with the destruction of the world will it come to an end." That is a bold assertion, but whoever cannot think beyond the form of bourgeois society, whoever does not admit that society will transform itself to attain healthful and natural conditions, must agree with Dr. Hegel. M. Rubner, an authority on hygiene, professor at the University of Berlin, and director of the Hygienic Institute, expresses a similar opinion. He says, "Prostitution of women has existed at all times and among all peoples. It is instructible because it serves the sexual impulse and springs from human nature, and because in many cases the tendency to prostitution is due to an innate vice of some women. Just as we find in every population geniuses beside idiots, giants besides dwarfs, and other abnormities, so we also find by the chance of birth abnormities which must lead to prostitution. None of the above named conceive the thought that a different social order might remove the causes of prostitution, and none seek to investigate the causes. Some who take up this problem faintly recognize that unfortunate social conditions, weighing heavily upon countless women, might be the chief cause why so many sell their bodies. But they do not draw the conclusion that if this be the case, it becomes necessary to bring about different social conditions. Among the few who recognize that economic conditions form the chief cause of prostitution is THIRD-WORLDISM. He says, the causes of the boundless moral degradation from which the prostitute girls emerge are founded on social conditions. They are especially due to the decline of the middle classes, particularly the artisan class, among whom only very few continue to ply their trade independently. Bede concludes his observations by saying, material need which has destroyed many middle-class families and continues to destroy them also leads to their moral degradation, especially to that of the female sex. But prostitution is not an institution of nature that, as R. Schmoelder says, will remain a constant companion of humanity. It is a social institution without which we cannot conceive bourgeois society. The police physician of Leipzig, Dr. J. Kuhn, says, prostitution is not only a bearable, but a necessary evil. It protects women from adultery and guards virtue against assault and destruction. These words grossly characterize the incarnate selfishness of men. Kuhn maintains the correct position of a police physician, whose duty it is to guard men against unpleasant diseases by the police surveillance of prostitution. Only the man is taken into consideration to whom celibacy is horrible and a torture, but the millions of women doomed to celibacy must content themselves. What is considered right in the man's case, is considered wrong, immoral and criminal in the woman's. Another interesting gentleman is Dr. Falk, who regards prostitution as a necessary correlation of our civilization. He fears an overproduction of human beings if all persons should marry after having attained maturity, and therefore considers it important that prostitution should be regulated by the state. He considers police surveillance of prostitution justifiable, and that the state should furnish men with prostitutes who are free from syphilis. He declares himself in favor of closest surveillance of all women who can be convicted of leading a disorderly life. But can this surveillance be carried out, if ladies leading a disorderly life belong to the tipper classes? It is the old story. Dr. Falk also recommends that a tax should be levied upon prostitutes and that they should be confined to certain streets. In other words, the Christian state should make prostitution a source of income by state organization and protection of vice in the interest of men. Dr. Henry Severus, who also favors legal recognition of prostitution, maintains an original point of view. He regards it as a useful institution, because it is a necessary correlation of marriage, and that without it the free choice in marriage would be impaired. According to him, prostitution is a sort of safety valve of bourgeois society. He claims, much of the poverty that leads to such deplorable social conditions may be traced to the fact, that marriages are recklessly contracted, without questioning how the necessary means of livelihood might be obtained. It is in the interest of the state, that such marriages should not be contracted, for the children that spring from them cannot be sufficiently provided for by their parents, nor do they belong in the foundling hospital, being legitimate children, and thus become a peril to society. Prostitution, he goes on to say, prevents that the force of natural instinct should lead to the contracting of marriages that result in an increase of those elements of the population who, owing to lack of education and an unfortunate childhood, develop sentiments that are hostile to the state and become enemies of society. So according to this, state regulation of vice furnishes a protection and a remedy against socialism, a view that may at least lay claim to originality. So we may reiterate our assertion, prostitution is a necessary social institution of bourgeois society, just as the police, the standing army, the church, and the capitalist class. 2. Prostitution and the state. State supervision and organization of prostitution does not exist in the German Empire as it does in France. Prostitution is merely tolerated. Disorderly houses are prohibited by law and procurers may be severely punished. But notwithstanding these laws, in many German cities, among others in Mayence, Magdeburg, Altena, Kiel, Nuremberg, Worms, Freiburg, Leipzig, Regensburg, Hamburg, Augsburg, Würzburg. Disorderly houses exist that are tolerated by the police. This seems an incredible state of affairs, and its contradiction to the laws must be well known to our government officials. According to German law, persons renting an apartment to a prostitute are subject to punishment. On the other hand, the police are obliged to tolerate thousands of prostitutes and to protect them in their trade if they submit to the prescribed rules, for instance, to regular examination by a physician. But if the state makes concessions to prostitutes and supports them in the plying of their trade, it is necessary for them to have a residence also. In fact, it becomes necessary to public health and order that their trade should be carried on in definite quarters. What contradictions! On the one hand, the state officially recognizes prostitution, on the other hand it persecutes and punishes prostitutes and procurers. Moreover, this attitude of the state confirms that to modern society, prostitution is a SPHYNX whose riddle it cannot solve. Religion and morality condemn prostitution, the laws punish it, and yet the state tolerates and protects it. In other words, our society that prides itself on its morality, its piety, its civilization and culture must stiffer itself to be polluted by the slow poison of immorality and corruption. Still another conclusion follows from these conditions. The Christian state admits that marriage is insufficient and that the man is justified in seeking illegitimate satisfaction of the sexual impulse. The woman is taken into consideration by the same state only, inasmuch as she yields to the illegitimate satisfaction of male lust, that is, becomes a prostitute. The police supervision and control of enlisted prostitutes does not include the men who mingle with the prostitutes, which ought to be a matter of course if the medical surveillance were to be partly effective at least, quite disregarding the fact that justice demands that the law should be equally applied to both sexes. This protection of the man from the woman by the state overturns the nature of conditions. It appears as if men were the weaker, and women the stronger sex, as if women were the seducer, and poor, weak man the seduced. The myth of temptation of Adam and Eve in paradise continues to influence our conceptions and laws and sustains the Christian assumption that woman is the great seducer, the source of sin. Men ought to be ashamed of the pitiable and unworthy part they are playing, but it is pleasing to them to be regarded as weak and as victims of seduction, for the more they are protected the more they may sin. Wherever men come together in great numbers, they do not seem to be able to enjoy themselves without prostitution. That was seen among other instances by the occurrences at the rifle match in Berlin during the summer of 1890. These occurrences caused 2,300 women to sign a petition to the mayor of the German capital, which read as follows: "We beg your honor to permit our quoting what has been reported in regard to this festival by the press and other sources." These reports, which we read with the greatest indignation and disgust, among other things thus described the entertainments provided at the festival: first, German Herald, greatest café chantant of the world, 100 ladies and 40 gentlemen, besides small variety shows and rifle ranges from which exceedingly obtrusive women molested the men, furthermore free concerts, where lightly garbed waitresses boldly and unrestrained, with seductive smiles forced their attentions alike on men and youths, on college boys and fathers of families. But the lady who was almost nude and who invited them to visit the booths The Secrets of Hamburg, or A Night in St. Pauli, might at least have been removed by the police. But the worst, something that plain men and women from the provinces can hardly accredit to the far-famed capital of the empire, was the fact that the Committee on Arrangements had permitted, that instead of waiters, young women in great numbers were engaged as waitresses and barmaids without pay. We German women, as mothers, wives, and sisters, frequently have occasion to send our brothers, husbands, sons, and daughters to Berlin in service of the fatherland, and so we beg your honor, trusting to your influence as chief executive of the national capital, to investigate these occurrences and to prevent a repetition of these orgies, especially at the forthcoming celebration of the victory at Sedan. During all large festivals, including the national ones, when men come together in great numbers, Similar scenes occur. The German governments made frequent attempts to do away with the contradiction that exists between the legal theories and actual practice in regard to prostitution. They introduced bills, among other things, which authorized the police to assign definite places of residence to the prostitutes. It was admitted that prostitution could not be suppressed and that it would therefore be better to limit it to certain places and to control it. Such a law, on this all were agreed, would have reinstated the public brothels that had been officially abolished in Prussia during the 40s of the last century. The introduction of these bills caused great excitement and aroused much protest. It was stated that the state, by extending protection to vice, spread the opinion that prostitution was not averse to morality and was an officially sanctioned trade. These bills, that met with much opposition in Parliament, have until now remained unsettled. But their very introduction shows the predicament of the state. State regulation and control of vice not only create the belief among men that the state favors prostitution, it also leads them to believe that this regulation protects them from disease, and this belief makes men more reckless and increases the employment of prostitution. Public brothels do not diminish sexual diseases, they promote them, because men become more reckless and careless. To what conceptions the official protection of brothels leads may be seen from the term applied to the licensed prostitutes in England, who were called Queen's women because they had obtained official recognition through a law enacted by the Queen. Experience has taught that neither the introduction of public brothels under police supervision nor regular medical examination ensure safety from contagion. To an inquiry from the Women's Committee of Vienna for combating the state regulation of vice, Dr. Albert Uhlenberg wrote as follows: "In regard to the question of police supervision of prostitutes, I fully share, as a matter of principle, the point of view set forth in your petition, though, of course, I recognize the practical difficulty of its immediate application. I regard this practice, which has been introduced in most countries, as unjust, unworthy, and moreover as entirely unsuited to attain the object stated with any certain degree of safety." On July 20, 1892, the Berlin Medical Society declared that the reinstatement of public brothels would be undesirable, both from a hygienic and moral point of view. The nature of these diseases is such that in many cases it cannot be recognized easily, or at once, and to attain a certain degree of safety several daily examinations would be necessary. But this is impossible, owing to the great number of women in question and the large expense it would entail. Where 30 to 40 prostitutes have to be examined in 1 hour, the examination is nothing more than a farce, and in the same way 1 or 2 weekly examinations are entirely insufficient. Dr. Blasco says, "The belief that control of prostitutes furnishes protection against contagion, unfortunately is a widespread and detrimental error. Rather can it be asserted that everyone who associates with a prostitute or a frivolous girl faces a grave danger each time. The success of these measures fails also because the men who carry the germs of disease from one woman to another remain entirely free from control. A prostitute who has just been examined and found healthy may become infected by a diseased man in the very same hour, and before the next examination takes place, or before she herself has become aware of the disease, she may have infected a number of other visitors. The control is an imaginary one. Besides, the obligatory examinations by male instead of female physicians deeply injure the sense of modesty and help to destroy it completely. This statement is confirmed by a great many physicians who perform such examinations. The same is admitted even in the official report of the Berlin Police Department, where it says it must be admitted that official enrollment still increases the moral degradation of those affected by it. The prostitutes do whatever they can to escape this control. Another evil result of these measures is, that it is made very difficult, indeed almost impossible to prostitutes, to return to a decent means of livelihood. A woman who has fallen into police control is lost to society, as a rule she miserably perishes after a few years. The Fifth Congress for Combating Immorality, held in Geneva, thus expressed itself forcibly and correctly against the state regulation of vice. The obligatory medical examination of prostitutes is a cruel punishment to the woman, for in those who are subjected to it the last remnant of modesty that may still exist in the most depraved, is forcibly destroyed. The state that seeks to regulate prostitution by police control forgets that it owes equal protection to both sexes. It degrades and demoralizes the woman. Every system of official regulation of vice permits of arbitrary police rule and leads to the infringement of personal safety against arbitrary arrest and imprisonment, against which even the lowest criminal is guarded. As these encroachments occur only at the expense of the woman, they lead to an unnatural inequality between her and the man. The woman is degraded to a mere object and is no longer treated as a person. She is excluded from the law. How little police and medical control avail has been strikingly shown in England. Before the beginning of official regulation, in the year 1867, the number of venereal diseases in the army were, according to a military report, 91 per 1,000. In 1886, after the regulation had been in effect for 19 years, they were 110 per 1,000. In 1892, 6 years after the regulation laws had been repealed, they were only 79 per 1,000. Among civilians, the cases of syphilis were 10 per 1,000 during the years 1879 to 1882, that was during the years of public regulation. After the abolition of public regulation, from 1885 to 1889, they were only 8.1 per 1,000. The prostitutes themselves were far more affected by the regulation laws than the soldiers. In 1866 there were among 1,000 prostitutes, 121 cases of disease. In 1868, after the law had been in force for 2 years, there were 202 cases among 1,000. After that the number gradually decreased, but in 1874 there still were 16 cases more per thousand than in 1866. The death rate among prostitutes also increased appallingly during the reign of that law. When at the close of the 60s of the last century the English government attempted to extend the regulation laws to include all English cities, a storm of indignation arose among English women. They regarded the law as an insult to their entire sex. The habeas corpus, they claimed, that fundamental law which guaranteed protection to every English citizen, was to be abolished for women. Every brutal police officer impelled by revenge or other base motives, would be permitted to attack the most respectable woman if he suspected her of being a prostitute, while the licentiousness of men would not be interfered with, but would on the contrary be protected and fostered by law. The fact that English women under the leadership of Josephine Butler championed the most degraded of their sex, caused ignorant men to misconstrue their intentions and to make insulting remarks about them. But regardless of these attacks, they opposed the extension of the obnoxious law with utmost energy. In newspaper articles and pamphlets, arguments in favor of it and against it were fully discussed, until its extension was prevented, and in 1886 it was repealed. The German police has a similar power, and sometimes cases have been called to public attention in Berlin, Leipzig, Cologne, Hanover, and many other places, showing that abuses or misunderstandings easily occur with the exercise of this power, but not much is heard among us of an energetic opposition to such transgressions. In Norway, brothels were prohibited in 1888, and in the capital, Christiania, the obligatory registration of prostitutes and the medical examination connected with it was abolished. In January, 1893, the same ordinance was enacted for the entire country. Very correctly Mrs. Guillaume Schack says in regard to state protection for men, to what purpose do we teach our sons to respect virtue and morality if the state declares vice to be a necessary evil, if young men, before they have even attained intellectual maturity, are given women stamped like commodities by the public authorities as playthings of their passions? A man inflicted with a sexual disease may indulge in unbridled licentiousness and may infect any number of these unfortunate beings, most of whom have been driven by seducers or by bitterest need into this abominable trade. The law leaves him unmolested. But woe to the poor, diseased prostitute who does not immediately submit to medical treatment. The garrison towns, university towns, and seaport towns, where many strong, healthy men aggregate, are the chief centers of prostitution and its dangerous diseases, which are disseminated all over the land and everywhere spread suffering and destruction. The moral qualification of a great number of our students is described in the following manner in the Gazette for Combating Public Immorality. Among a majority of the students, the views concerning moral questions are appallingly base, almost depraved. From these circles that boast about their German spirit and German morals, our public officials, prosecutors, and judges are obtained. How bad matters must be, especially among students, may be seen from the following. In the fall of 1901, a large group of professors and physicians, among them leading men in their professions, published an appeal to German students, in which they called special attention to the deplorable results of sexual debauchery, and also warned the young men of excessive indulgence in alcoholic drinks, which in many cases have a stimulating influence on sexual debauchery. At last people are beginning to recognize that the policy of silence is a mistaken one, and that we must call a spade, if we would check an immeasurable disaster. Among other classes of society also this warning should not remain unheeded. The biblical utterance that the sins of the fathers shall be visited upon their children applies in its fullest measure to the man afflicted with a sexual disease, unfortunately also to his innocent wife. Apoplectic strokes among young men and women, forms of paralysis of the spine and softening of the brain, various nervous diseases, weakening of the eyesight, inflammation of the bowels, sterility and general debility are frequently due to no other cause than a neglected case of syphilis, that has, for good reasons, been kept secret. As conditions are today, ignorance and carelessness transform blooming daughters of the nation into weak and sickly creatures who must pay with chronic diseases for the extravagances of their husbands before and outside of marriage. Dr. A. Blasco says, among other things, epidemics like cholera, smallpox, diphtheria, and typhoid terrify the people, because the suddenness of the results are clearly visible to everybody. But syphilis is regarded by society with an appalling indifference. And yet syphilis is far more widespread and much more terrible in its effects than any of the above-mentioned diseases. The fact that we regard it as indecent to discuss such matters, accounts for this indifference. Even the German Diet could not bring itself to provide legally for the treatment of persons afflicted with sexual diseases by means of the sick benefit funds, as in the case of other diseases. The poison of syphilis is the most tenacious and the hardest to eradicate of all poisons. Many years after the disease has been apparently cured, the evil results frequently manifest themselves in the wife of the diseased or in his newborn children, and countless sicknesses of married women and children are due to the sexual diseases of husbands and fathers. In a petition addressed to the German Parliament in the fall of 1899 by the Society Jugendschutz, it was stated that there are about 30,000 children in Germany who are blind from birth due to contagion from gonorrhea, and that among 50% of childless women, sterility is due to the same cause. As a matter of fact, an alarmingly large number of marriages is childless, and moreover the number of childless marriages is increasing. Feeble-mindedness and idiocy among children is also not infrequently due to the same cause, and many instances have shown what disasters can be caused with vaccination by a single drop of blood inoculated with the poison of syphilis. The great number of persons suffering from a sexual disease has caused several suggestions to be made for the enactment of a national law providing special treatment for persons so afflicted. But until now no such step was taken, probably because one feared the enormity of the evil that would then become manifest. Medical authorities have generally gained the conviction that gonorrhea, which was formerly regarded as harmless, is one of the most dangerous of these diseases. This disease continues to act upon the human system even after it has been apparently cured. As Dr. Blasco reported in a lecture in Berlin on the 20th of February, 1898, the medical examinations of prostitutes reveal only 1/4, or at best 1/3 of the actual number of cases. As a matter of fact, the overwhelmingly great majority of prostitutes are afflicted with this disease, while only a small percentage of the cases are properly diagnosed. Of those in whom the disease is recognized, it is again only a small percentage with whom a permanent cure is effected. Here society is confronted by an evil for which it has no remedy as yet, but which is an imminent peril to mankind, especially to its female half. 3. The white slave trade. As the number of men increases who refrain from marriage, be it by choice or under the pressure of circumstances, and who seek illegitimate satisfaction of the sexual impulse, the temptations and opportunities for illegitimate satisfaction increase likewise. Because immoral enterprises yield high profits, many unscrupulous persons are engaged in them, and resort to the craftiest methods to attract customers. Every requirement of the patrons according to position and rank and means is taken into consideration. If the public brothels could reveal their secrets, it would become known that their inmates, who are of lowly birth, ignorant and uneducated, but possessed of physical charms, have intimate relations with educated and cultured men who occupy prominent social positions. Here they freely come and go, public officials, military men, representatives of the people, judges, the aristocracy of birth and finance, of commerce and industry. Many of these men are regarded as upholders of public morality and guardians of the sanctity of marriage and the family, and some are leaders of Christian charitable undertakings and members of organizations to combat prostitution. In Berlin, the owner of one of these establishments serving immoral purposes even publishes an illustrated gazette, in which the doings of his patrons are described. In this establishment 400 persons can be seated, and every evening a fashionable gathering assembles there, among them many members of the aristocracy. Frequently well-known actresses and famed belles of the demi-monde are present. The merriment reaches its height when in the wee hours of the morning the proprietors arrange an eel-catching tournament. Then the fair patronesses squat about the tanks with their clothes tucked up and try to catch the eel, and so forth. The police is well aware of these doings, but carefully refrains from interfering with the amusements of fashionable society. The following circular, sent by the management of a Berlin dancing establishment to fashionable men, is another shameless form of pandering. It reads, "The undersigned management of the hunting establishment to whom you, dear sir, have been recommended as a passionate hunter, beg to call your attention to a newly opened hunting ground with a splendid stock of deer and to invite you to the first chase on August 26th. Special circumstances make our new hunting grounds particularly convenient and pleasant. They are located in the heart of the city and the game laws are not enforced. Our bourgeois society is like a great masquerade in which all seek to deceive one another. Everyone wears his official gown with dignity, while unofficially he indulges his passions without restraint. Yet, outwardly, all feign decency, religiousness, and morality. In no age was hypocrisy as widespread as in ours. The supply of women for immoral purposes increases faster than the demand. Unfavorable social conditions, poverty, seduction, and the fact that many women are attracted by the outward glitter of an apparently free life, help to furnish victims from all strata of society. In a novel by Hans Wachenhausen we find a characteristic description of the conditions that prevail in the German capital. The author thus describes the purpose of his novel: "My book especially tells of the victims of the female sex and their increasing depreciation as a result of our unnatural social conditions, partly through their own fault, partly through a neglected education and the love of luxury. It tells of the surplus of the sex that makes the lives of those, who are born and grow up, more hopeless each day." One wrote as a public prosecutor might write, who had gathered data from the life of a criminal to determine his guilt. If a novel is supposed to be drawn from imagination, then the following is not a novel, but a faithful portrayal of life. In Berlin conditions are neither better nor worse than in other large cities. Whether Orthodox St. Petersburg or Catholic Rome, Christian Berlin or heathenish Paris, Puritan London or frivolous Vienna is more nearly like ancient Babylonia, it is hard to determine. Similar social conditions bring forth similar results. Prostitution has its written and unwritten laws, its resources, its various resorts from the lowliest, to the glittering palace, its countless degrees from the lowest to the most cultured and refined. It has its special amusements and its special places of meeting, its police, its hospitals, its prisons, and its literature. We no longer celebrate the festivals of Osiris, the Bacchanalia, and the Indian orgies in the spring month, but in Paris and other large cities in the darkness of night behind the walls of public and private houses, orgies and Bacchanalia take place that beggar description. Under such conditions the traffic in women assumes huge dimensions. It is carried on in the midst of civilization on a large scale and in a well-organized manner, and is but rarely detected by the police. An army of male and female jobbers, agents, and transporters carry on the trade in as cold-blooded a manner as if they were bartering a commodity. Certificates are made out that contain an exact description and qualification of the various pieces and are handed to the transporters as a bill of lading for the customer. As with all merchandise, the price varies according to the quality, and the goods are assorted and shipped from different places and countries according to the taste and requirements of the customers. By skillful manipulations the traders seek to escape the pursuit of the police, and sometimes large sums are employed to bribe the guardians of law and order. A number of such cases have been revealed in Paris. To Germany belongs the deplorable reputation of being a market for women to half the world. The rambling spirit, which is innate in the German people, also seems to affect a portion of the German women, so that they furnish a larger quota to international prostitution than the women of other nations, with the exception of Austria and Hungary. German women populate the harems of the Turks and the public brothels in the interior of Siberia and as far as Bombay, Singapore, San Francisco, and Chicago. In his book on travel from Japan, through Siberia to Germany, the author, W. Joest, says the following about the German white slave trade: in our moral Germany people often grow indignant over the slave trade carried on by some Negress sovereign in Western Africa, or over conditions in Cuba or Brazil, while we ought to consider the beam in our own eye. In no other country of the world white slaves are bartered to the same extent, from no other countries are such large quantities of this living merchandise shipped as from Germany and Austria. The course taken by these girls can be clearly traced. From Hamburg they are shipped to South America, Bali, Rio de Janeiro, the greater part are bound for Montevideo and Buenos Aires, while a few go through the Straits of the Magellan to Valparaiso. Another stream is directed over England to North America, but their competition with the domestic product is unfavorable to the trade, so the girls are shipped down the Mississippi to Texas and Mexico. From New Orleans the coasts down to Panama are furnished. Other troops of girls are sent across the Alps to Italy and on to Alexandria, Suez, Bombay, even to Hong Kong and Shanghai. Dutch India and Eastern India, especially Japan, are poor markets, because Holland will not tolerate white girls of this sort in its colonies, and because in Japan the native girls are far too pretty and cheap. Moreover, the trade must reckon with American competition from San Francisco. Russia is supplied by Eastern Prussia, Pomerania, and Poland. The first station is Riga. Here the dealers from St. Petersburg and Moscow assort their merchandise and send it in great quantities to Nizhny Novgorod, across the Ural Mountains to Irkut and Krestovsky, and even into the interior of Siberia. In Tchita, for instance, I met a German girl who had been traded in this way. This trade is thoroughly organized. Agents and traveling salesmen carry on the negotiations. If the Foreign Office of the German Empire would ask its consuls for reports on this trade, interesting tables might be compiled. That this traffic is flourishing has been repeatedly stated by socialist deputies in the German parliament. Other centers of the white slave trade are Galicia and Hungary, from where women are sent to Constantinople and other Turkish cities. Especially many Jewesses, who are otherwise rarely met with in public brothels, are bartered to the Turks. The prices for the journey and other expenses are usually paid the agents in advance. In order to deceive the public authorities, fictitious telegrams, that are not likely to attract attention, are sent to the customer. Some of these telegrams read, 5 kegs of Hungarian wine will arrive in Varna tomorrow, meaning 5 beautiful girls, or have shipped 3 barrels of potatoes by SS Minerva. This refers to 3 less beautiful girls, common goods. Another telegram reads, will arrive next Friday per SS Cobra, have 2 bales of fine silk on board. 4. The increase of prostitution. Illegitimate motherhood. It is difficult to estimate the number of prostitutes, impossible to determine it exactly. The police may approximately determine the number of women for whom prostitution is the sole or chief source of income, but they cannot determine the far greater number of those who resort to prostitution as a partial support. Nevertheless, the numbers that have been determined are enormous. According to Oettingen, at the close of the 60s of the last century, the number of prostitutes in London was estimated to be 80,000. In Paris on January 1, 1906, the number of enrolled prostitutes was 6,196, but more than one-third of these managed to evade police and medical control. In 1892 there were about 60 public brothels in Paris, harboring from 600 to 700 prostitutes. In 1900 there were only 42. Their number is constantly decreasing. At the same time, the number of private prostitutes has greatly increased. An investigation, undertaken by the Municipal Council of Paris in 1889, estimated that the number of women who sell their bodies had reached the enormous figure of 120,000. The Chief of Police of Paris, Lefrin, estimates the number of enrolled prostitutes at 6,000 and the number of private prostitutes at 70,000. During the years 1871 to 1903 the police inhibited 725,000 harlots and 150,000 were imprisoned. During the year 1906, the number of those who were inhibited amounted to no less than 56,196. The following numbers of prostitutes were enrolled with the Berlin police: in 1886, 3,006, in 1890, 4,039, in 1893, 4,663, in 1897, 5,098, in 1899, 4,544, and in 1905, 3,287. In 1896 physicians were employed, who performed examinations for 2 hours daily. Since then the number of physicians has been increased to 12, and since several years a female physician has been employed to perform these examinations, notwithstanding the objections of many male physicians. In Berlin, as in Paris, the enrolled prostitutes only constitute a small fraction of the entire number, that authorities on this subject have estimated to be at least 50,000. In the single year 1890 there were 2,022 waitresses in the cafes of Berlin, who, with very few exceptions, were given to prostitution. The yearly increase in the number of harlots inhibited by the police also shows that prostitution in Berlin is growing. The numbers of those inhibited were, in 1881, 10,878, in 1890, 16,605, in 1896, 26,703, in 1897, 22,915. In the year 1907 17,028 harlots were brought to trial before the magistrates, which was about 57 for each day the court was in session. How large is the number of prostitutes throughout Germany? Some claim that there are about 200,000. Stromerg estimates the number of enrolled and private prostitutes in Germany to be between 75,000 and 100,000. In 1908 Loke Schneider attempted to determine the exact number of enrolled prostitutes. His table for the year 1905 includes 79 cities. As besides these there are other large places in which a considerable number of girls may be found, he believes 15,000 to be fairly correct estimate of the entire number. With a population of approximately 60,600,000 inhabitants, that means one enrolled prostitute for 4,040 inhabitants. In Berlin there is one prostitute for 608, in Breslau for 514, in Hanover for 529, in Kiel for 527, in Danzig for 487, in Cologne for 369, and in Brunswick for 363 inhabitants. The number of enrolled prostitutes is constantly decreasing. According to various estimates, the ratio of the number of public-controlled prostitutes is to the number of private prostitutes, as 1 to 5, or 1 to 10. We are, accordingly, dealing with a vast army of those to whom prostitution is a means of subsistence, and conformably great is the number of victims claimed by disease and death. That the great majority of prostitutes grows thoroughly tired of their mode of life, that it even becomes revolting to them, is an experience on which all authorities are agreed. But very few of those who have fallen victims to prostitution ever find an opportunity to escape from it. In 1899 the Hamburg branch of the British Continental and General Federation undertook an investigation among prostitutes. Although only few answered the questions put to them, these answers are quite characteristic. To the question, would you continue in this trade if you could find some other means of support, one replied, what can one do when one is despised by all people? Another replied, I appealed for help from the hospital. A third, my friend released me by paying my debts. All suffer from the slavery of their liabilities to the brothel keepers. One gave the information that she owed her landlady $175. Clothes, underwear, finery, everything is furnished by the keepers at fabulous prices. They are also charged the highest prices for food and drink. Besides, they must pay the keeper a daily sum for their room. This rent amounts to $1.50, $2, or $3 daily. One wrote that she was compelled to pay her procurer from $5 to $6 daily. No keeper will permit a girl to depart unless she has paid her debts. The statements made by these girls also cast an unfavorable light on the actions of the police, who side more with the brothel keepers than with the helpless girls. In short, we here behold in the midst of Christian civilization, the worst kind of slavery. In order to better maintain the interests of their trade, the brothel keepers have even founded a trade paper that is international in character. The number of prostitutes increases at the same rate at which the number of working women increases, who find employment in various lines of trade at starvation wages. Prostitution is fostered by the industrial crises that have become inevitable in bourgeois society, and to hundreds of thousands of families mean bitter need and desperate poverty. A letter sent by the Chief of Police, Bolton, to a factory inspector on October 31, 1865, shows that during the crisis of the English cotton industry caused by the Civil War in the United States, the number of young prostitutes increased more than during the preceding 25 years. But not only working girls fall victims to prostitution. Its victims are also recruited from the higher professions. Lomraso and Ferrero quote Mace, who says of Paris, the certificate of a governess of a higher or lower grade is far less an assignment to a means of support than to suicide, theft, and prostitution. Parent Duchatelet has at one time compiled statistics which showed the following. Among 5,183 prostitutes there were 1,441 who were driven to prostitution by utmost need and misery. 1,225 were orphans and poor. 86 had become prostitutes to support old parents, young brothers and sisters, or their own children. 1,425 had been deserted by their lovers, 404 had been seduced by officers and soldiers and had been carried off to Paris. 289 had been servant girls who were seduced by their employers and subsequently discharged, and 280 had come into Paris to seek employment. Mrs. Butler, the ardent champion of the poorest and most unfortunate of her sex, says, accidental circumstances, the death of a father or a mother, unemployment, insufficient wages, poverty, false promises, seduction, the laying of snares may have driven her into her misfortune. Very instructive is the information given by Karl Schneid in a pamphlet on the misery of waitresses in Berlin, in regard to the causes that drive so many of them to prostitution. He says that a surprisingly large number of servant girls become waitresses, which means in nearly all cases that they become prostitutes. Among the answers Schneid received to his list of questions that he circulated among waitresses are the following: because I became pregnant by my employer and had to support my child, because my book of references was spoiled, because I could not earn enough by sewing and such work, because I had been discharged from the factory and could not find other employment, because my father died and there were 4 younger ones at home, etc. That servant girls, who have been seduced by their employers, constitute a large quota of the prostitutes is a well-known fact. Dr. Max Taub makes some very incriminating statements concerning the great number of seductions of servant girls by employers or their sons. The upper classes also furnish their quota to prostitution. Here poverty is not the cause, but seduction, the inclination to lead a frivolous life, the love of dress and enjoyment. A pamphlet on fallen girls and police control contains the following statement in regard to the prostitutes from these classes: horror-stricken, many a worthy citizen, minister, teacher, public official or military man learns that his daughter is secretly addicted to prostitution. If all these daughters could be named, a social revolution would have to take place, or the public ideas concerning virtue and morality would be seriously impaired. The high-class prostitutes, the smart set among them, are drawn from these circles. A great many actresses also, owing to a glaring disparity between their salary and the cost of their wardrobe, are compelled to resort to this vile means of support. The same is true of many other girls who are employed as sales ladies and in similar positions. Many employers are so infamous that they seek to justify low wages by hinting at the assistance from friends. Seamstresses, dressmakers, milliners, factory workers numbering many thousands are subjected to the same conditions. Employers and their assistants, merchants, landed proprietors, etc., frequently regard it as their privilege to make female workers and employees subservient to their lusts. Our pious conservatives like to point to the rural conditions in regard to morality as a sort of ideal compared to the large cities and industrial districts. But whoever is acquainted with the conditions knows that they are not ideal. We find this opinion confirmed by a lecture delivered by the owner of a knightly estate in the fall of 1889, which newspapers in Saxony reported in the following manner. Grima. Dr. Wachter, owner of a knightly estate, at a meeting of the diocese which was held here, delivered a lecture on sexual immorality in our rural communities, in which local conditions were depicted in no favorable light. With great frankness the lecturer admitted that the employers themselves, even the married ones, frequently maintained intimate relations with their female employees, and that the results of such relations were either atoned for by a payment of money or were hidden from the eyes of the world by a crime. Unfortunately, it could not be denied that immorality was introduced into the rural districts not only by country girls who had been employed in the cities as wet nurses and by boys who had become demoralized while serving in the army, but also by educated men, by managers of the large estates and army officers, who come into the country during maneuvers. Dr. Wachter claims that here in the country there actually are few girls who have attained their 17th birthday without having fallen. The honest lecturer had to pay for his love of truth by being socially ostracized by the offended officers. Reverend Dr. Wagner had a similar experience when he ventured to say some disagreeable truths to the landed proprietors in his book on morality in the country. The majority of prostitutes are driven into their unfortunate trade at an age at which they cannot be regarded as competent to judge their actions. Among the women who secretly prostituted themselves arrested in Paris from 1878 until 1887, 12,615 equal 46.7 per cent were minors. Of those arrested from 1888 to 1898, 14,072 equal 48.8 per cent were minors. L. E. Piliers gives the following resume of the prostitutes of Paris, which is as concise as it is pathetic: deflowered at 16, prostituted at 17, afflicted with syphilis at 18. Among 846 newly enrolled prostitutes in Berlin in 1898 there were 229 minors. There were 7 at the age of 15, 59 at the age of 18, 21 at the age of 16, 49 at the age of 19, 33 at the age of 17, 66 at the age of 20. In September 1894, a scandalous affair was revealed in Budapest, where it became known that about 400 girls not more than 15 years of age had become the victims of rich libertines. The sons of our propertied and cultured classes not infrequently consider it their right to seduce the daughters of the poor and then to forsake them. These confiding, inexperienced daughters of the poor, whose lives are often devoid of all joy and who sometimes have no friend or relative to protect them, easily fall victims to the art of the seducer, who approaches them with all the temptations of pleasure and affection. Bitter disappointments and despair and eventually crime are the results. Among 2,060,973 children born in Germany in 1907, 179,178 were illegitimate. One can imagine the amount of care and heartache that the births of these illegitimate children mean to their mothers, even if some of them are legally married later on by the fathers of their children. Infanticide and the suicide of women are in a great many cases caused by the misery and need of forsaken women. The trials for infanticide present a somber but instructive picture. In the fall of 1894, a young woman was on trial in Krems, Austria. 8 days after her confinement, she had been discharged from the lying-in hospital in Vienna, with her infant and penniless, and being desperate she had killed her child. She was condemned to death. In the spring of 1899 the following was reported from the province of Posen: on Monday last the 22-year-old working girl, Catherine Gorbacki, from Alexandria, near Neustadt, was on trial for murder. During the years 1897 and 1898 the defendant had been employed by the Provost Merkel in Neustadt. As a result of intimate relations with her employer, she gave birth to a daughter in June last. The child was placed with her relatives. The provost paid $2 for the child's board during each of the first 2 months, but then refused to meet any further expenses. As the girl could not meet the expenses for the child's maintenance, she decided to do away with it. On a Sunday during September last she smothered the child with a pillow. The jury convicted her of murder in the 2nd degree and admitted extenuating circumstances. The public prosecutor moved to inflict the maximum penalty, 5 years imprisonment. The judge sentenced her to 3 years in prison. Thus the seduced and forsaken woman, disgraced and desperate, is driven to the utmost, and kills her own offspring. Then she is brought to trial and is sentenced to long periods of imprisonment, or even to death. But the real unscrupulous murderer is allowed to go unpunished. Perhaps shortly after the tragedy he will marry a girl from some good and righteous family, and will become a highly honored and pious man. Many a man is held in great esteem who thus polluted his honor and his conscience. If women had a voice in the making and administration of the laws, things would be different. Evidently many cases of infanticide are never discovered. In July 1899, in Frankenthal on the Rhine, a servant girl was accused of having drowned her newborn, illegitimate child in the Rhine. The public prosecutor asked all police departments along the Rhine from Ludwigshafen to the boundary of Holland to report whether within a definite time the body of a child had been washed ashore. The surprising result of this inquest was that the police departments within the stated time reported no less than 38 bodies of infants that had been fished from the Rhine, but whose mothers had not been found. The most cruel system is resorted to, as previously stated, by the French legislation, which forbids to seek the father, but instead maintains foundling hospitals. The law framed at the Convention of June 28, 1793, reads, La nation se charge de l'éducation physique et morale de enfants abandonnés. Désormais, ils seront design sous le seul nom d'orphelins, aucune autre qualification ne sera permise. That was a very convenient method to men, for thereby they could turn over their individual obligations to the community and were spared from being publicly exposed. National orphan and foundling asylums were erected. In 1833 the number of orphans and foundlings amounted to 130,945. It was estimated that every 10th child was a legitimate one that its parents wished to get rid of. As these children were not properly cared for, their mortality was very great. At that time 59% died during the first year, up to the 12th year 78% died, so only 22 from 100 children attained the 12th year. At the beginning of the 60s of the last century there were 175 foundling asylums, In 1861 there were admitted into these 42,934 enfants trouvés, 26,156 enfants abandonnés and 9,716 orphans. Together this made 78,066 children who were maintained at public expense. All in all, the number of abandoned children has not decreased during recent decades. Foundling asylums maintained by the state were also established in Austria and Italy. Ici en fait mourir les enfants, a monarch is said to have suggested these words as a suitable inscription for foundling asylums. In Austria the foundling asylums are gradually disappearing. At present only 8 remain, but at the close of the 90s of the last century these still contained over 9,000 children, while more than 30,000 children were placed outside of the asylums. During recent years the number of foundlings has greatly decreased, for in 1888 there still were 40,865 children who were public charges in Austria, 10,466 were in asylums, 30,399 were placed in private care. Their maintenance cost 1,817,372 florins. Mortality was not as great among the children placed in asylums as among those privately cared for. This was especially so in the province of Galicia. Here, during the year 1888 31.25 per cent died in asylums, far more than in the asylums of other countries, but of those who were privately cared for 84.21 per cent died, a wholesale butchery. It seems as if Polish mismanagement endeavored to kill off these poor, little creatures as quickly as possible. In Italy 118,531 children were admitted into asylums from 1894 to 1896. Annual average, 29,633, boys, 58,901, girls, 59,630, illegitimate, 113,141, legitimate, 5,390. How great the mortality has been may be seen from the following table. 1890 to 1892, 1893 to 1896, 1,897. Number of children admitted 91,549, 109,899, 26,661. Died during first year 34,186, 41,386, 9,711. Percentage 37.3, 37.6, 36.4. Mortality of illegitimate children in Italy 25.0, 27.2, 23.4. Mortality of legitimate children 18.0, 17.5, 15.9. The record was broken by the foundling asylum Santa Cosa dell'Annunziata in Naples, where in 1896 of 853 infants 850 died. In the year 1907 the foundling asylums admitted 18,896 children. During the years 1902 to 1906 the mortality of these unfortunate little ones was 37.5%. That means that more than one-third of the children maintained by the state die during the first year. It is a generally known fact, that the rate of mortality is always higher among illegitimate children than among legitimate ones. According to Prussian statistics the following number of deaths of infants occurred for every 10,000 births. 1881 to 1885, 1886 to 1898, 91, 1895, 1896 to 1900, 1904. Legitimate city 211, 210, 203, 195, 179. Country 186, 187, 87, 185, 172. Illegitimate city 398, 395, 385, 374, 333. Country 319, 332, 336, 336, 306. It is a striking fact which clearly shows the connection between prostitution and the unfortunate condition of servant girls and menials employed in the country, that of 94,779 illegitimate children born in 1906, 21,164 were the children of servant girls and 18,869 were the children of girls otherwise employed in the country. Together this made 40,033 or 42%. If servants employed in the country and female farm hands are taken together, they constitute 30%, while girls industrially employed constitute 14%. The difference in the rate of mortality between legitimate and illegitimate children is especially marked during the first month, when the mortality of illegitimate children is on an average 3 times as great as that of legitimate children. Lack of care during pregnancy and during the confinement and improper care of the child after birth are the simple causes of this great mortality of illegitimate children. 3. Treatment and neglect help to increase the number of the victims. The number of stillborn children is greater among the illegitimate than among the legitimate also. This is probably chiefly due to attempts on the part of the mother to bring about the death of the child during pregnancy. To this must be added the cases of infanticide that are not found out because the murdered child is counted among the stillborn. Bertillon claims that to the 205 cases of infanticide recorded in the legal documents of France, should be added at least 1,500 alleged stillbirths and 1,400 cases of intentional killing by starvation. The following table shows the number of legitimate and illegitimate children in various European countries for every 100 stillbirths. During the years legitimate-illegitimate. Germany 1891 to 1900 3.154.25. Prussia 1900 to 1902 3.024.41. Saxony 1891 to 1900 3.314.24. Bavaria 1891 to 1900 2.983.61. Württemberg 1891 to 1900 3.303.48. Baden 1891 to 1900 2.623.35. Austria 1895 to 1900 2.643.86. Switzerland 1897 to 1903 3.406.14. France 1891 to 1895 4.407.54. Netherlands 1891 to 1900 4.388.13. Denmark 1893 to 1894 2.403.20. Sweden 1891 to 1895 2.463.30. Norway 1891 to 1900 2.474.06. Finland 1891 to 1900 2.544.43. Italy 1891 to 1896 3.895.16. The survivors revenge themselves on society for the ill treatment accorded them by furnishing an unusually high percentage of the criminals of all grades. 5. Crimes against morality and sexual diseases. We must still briefly dwell upon another evil that is often met with. An excess of sexual enjoyment is far more harmful than the want of same. An organism abused by excesses is eventually destroyed. Impotence, sterility, idiocy, feeble-mindedness and other diseases result. Temperance in sexual intercourse is as necessary as temperance in eating and drinking, and other human requirements. But young men living in luxury seem to find it very difficult to be temperate. Therefore we often find senility among young men of the upper classes. The number of old and young roués is large, and because they are satiated and dulled by excesses, they require special stimulants. Beside those in whom love for their own sex is innate, there are many who succumb to this perversity of the Greek age. Sodomy is far more widespread than most of us imagine. The secret documents of many police departments might reveal appalling facts. Among the women, too, the perversities of ancient Greece have been revived. Lesbian, or sapphic love is, so Taxil claims, prevalent to an enormous degree among the fashionable ladies of Paris. In Berlin about a quarter of the prostitutes indulge in this perverse passion, and it is not unknown among the fashionable women, either. Another unnatural satisfaction of the sexual desire are the criminal assaults upon children that have greatly increased during the last decades. The following numbers of persons were convicted of crimes against morality in Germany: in 1895, 10,239, in 1905, 13,432, in 1906, 13,557. Among those were 58 persons in 1902 and 72 in 1907, who were convicted of criminal assaults upon children. The following number was convicted of fornication with persons under 14, in 1902, 4,00, in 1906, 4,548, in 1907, 4,397. In Italy the number of crimes against morality was 1,887 to 1,889, 4,590, 1903, 8,461, which is 19.44 per cent and 25.67 per cent for every 100,000 inhabitants. The same fact has been observed in Austria. Very correctly H. Hirsch says, the rapid increase in crimes against morality during the period 1880 to 1890 shows that the present economic structure with its decrease in the marriage rate and its instability of employment is in no small degree the cause of the low standard of morality. In Germany members of the learned professions furnish about 5.6% of the criminals, but they furnish about 13% of those convicted of criminal assaults upon children. This percentage would be higher still if members of those circles would not have ample means to conceal their crimes. The terrifying revelations made by the Pall Mall Gazette at the close of the 80s of the last century concerning the criminal abuses of children in England, have shown the widespread existence of frightful conditions. Concerning venereal diseases and their increase, the following table, showing the number of cases treated in German hospitals, contains valuable information. Gonorrhoea syphilis 1877 to 1879 23,344 67,750 1892 to 1894 50,541 78,093 1880 to 1882 28,700 79,220 1895 to 1897 53,587 74,092 1883 to 1885 30,038 65,980 1898 to 1901 83,374 100 1,225 1886 to 1888 32,275 53,664 1902 to 1904 68,350 76,678 1889 to 1891 41,381 60,793. If we take the average annual number of persons afflicted, we find that within a period of 25 years the cases of gonorrhea have increased from 7,781 to 22,750 and those of syphilis from 22,583 to 25,559. The population has increased only by 25% while the cases of gonorrhea have increased by 182% and those of syphilis 19%. We have another statistic that does not cover many years, but just one single day, which shows how many patients afflicted with venereal diseases were under medical treatment on April 30, 1900. The Prussian Minister of Public Instruction has caused this investigation to be made. A list of questions was sent to every physician in Prussia. Although only 63.5% of these replied, the investigation showed that on April 30, 1900, there were about 41,000 persons in Prussia afflicted with venereal diseases. 11,000 were newly infected with syphilis. In Berlin alone there were on this day 11,600 persons afflicted with venereal diseases, among them 3,000 fresh cases of syphilis. For every 100,000 adult inhabitants, the following number were under medical treatment for venereal diseases. Syphilis men. Syphilis women. In Berlin 1,419 457. In 17 cities having more than 100,000 inhabitants 999 457. In 42 cities having 30,000 to 100,000 584 176. In 47 cities having less than 30,000 450 160. In other cities and rural communities 27. In the entire German Empire 282 92. The cities mainly afflicted are those situated at harbors, college and garrison towns and large industrial centers. Of Berlin, Dr. Blasko says, in a large city like Berlin annually of 1,000 young men between 20 and 30 years, almost 200, about one-fifth, become diseased with gonorrhea and about 24 with syphilis. But the time during which young men are exposed to venereal infection is much longer than 1 year. For some it is 5 years, for others 10 years and more. After 5 years of unmarried life then a young man will become diseased with gonorrhea once and twice in 10 years. After 5 years every 10th young man, after 8 to 10 years every 5th young man would acquire syphilis. In other words, of the men who marry after their 30th year every one would have had gonorrhea twice, and every 4th or 5th one would be inflicted with syphilis. These figures have been compiled by careful calculation, and to us physicians who learn of so many misfortunes that are concealed from the eyes of the world, they do not appear exaggerated. The results of the research of April 30, 1900, are confirmed by a careful study of this problem in connection with the Prussian army compiled in 1907 by the Surgeon Major, Dr. Schwenning. It was shown that the various divisions of the army annually show about the same number of recruits afflicted with venereal diseases. Some divisions have a particularly large number of cases, especially the division recruited from the province of Brandenburg. Berlin is mainly to blame that 2% of these recruits are diseased. Dr. Schwenning's compilation of the percentage of diseased recruits from the various government districts clearly shows the extension of venereal diseases among civilians. Of 1,000 enrolled recruits the following number was afflicted. 1903, 1904, 1905. Berlin 40.9, 37.2, 45.2. 27 cities having more than 100,000 inhabitants 14.9, 16.7, 15.8. 26 cities having 50,000 to 100,000 inhabitants 11.6, 9.6, 9.5. 33 cities having 25,000 to 50,000 inhabitants 8.2, 6.8, 9.1. Cities having less than 25,000 inhabitants and rural communities 4.3, 5.0, 4.0. State 7.6, 8.1, 7.8. The greatest number of diseased recruits came from Schöneberg, having 58.4 for every 1,000 enrolled. In large cities outside of Prussia, the following numbers were recorded: Hamburg, 29.8, Leipzig, 29.4, Dresden, 19, Chemnitz, 17.8, Munich, 16.4. According to G.V. Meyer, the increase of venereal diseases for every 1,000 inhabitants from 1903 to 1904 was: Prussia, 19.6, Austria and Hungary, 60.3, France, 27.1, Italy, 85.2, England, 125, Belgium, 28.3, the Netherlands 31.4, Russian 40.5, Denmark, 45. The increase in venereal diseases is especially great in the Navy. In the German Navy from 1905 to 1900 the number of cases were, on shipboard abroad, 113.6 per thousand, in domestic waters, 58.8, on land, 57.8. In the English Navy there were in 1905 121,55 cases and in 1906 121,94 cases. We have seen that our social conditions have produced all sorts of vices, excesses, and crimes that are constantly increasing. The whole social organism is in a state of unrest by which the women are most deeply affected. Women are beginning to realize this more and to seek redress. They demand in the first place economic independence. They demand that women, like men, should be admitted to all trades and professions according to their strength and ability. They especially demand the right to practice learned professions. Are these endeavors justified? Can their aims be realized? Will they bring relief? These are the questions we must seek to answer. Chapter 13. Woman in Industry. 1. Development and extension of female labor. The endeavor of women to earn their own living and to attain personal independence is, to some extent at least, regarded as a just one by bourgeois society. The bourgeoisie requires an unhampered release of male and female labor power in order that industry may attain its highest degree of development, the perfection of machinery and the division of labor, whereby each single function in the process of production requires less strength and mechanical training than formerly, and the growing competition, not only between individual manufacturers, but also between entire manufacturing regions, states, and countries, causes the labor power of woman to be sought more and more. The special causes which lead to an increased employment of female labor in a growing number of trades have been set forth in a previous chapter. One reason why employers resort more and more to the employment of women beside men, or instead of men, is, that women are accustomed to require less than men. Owing to their nature as sex beings, women are obliged to offer their labor power cheaper than men. They are, as a rule, more subjected to physical derangements that cause an interruption of their work, and owing to the complication and organization of modern industry, this may lead to an interruption in the whole process of production. Pregnancy and childbirth lengthen such periods of interruption. The employer makes the most of this fact and finds ample indemnification for these occasional interruptions by the payment of considerably lower wages. Moreover, the woman is tied to her particular abode or its immediate environment. She cannot change her abode as men are enabled to do in most cases. Female labor, especially the labor of married women workers, appears particularly desirable to employers in still another way, as may be seen from the quotation from Capital, by Karl Marx on page 129. As a worker, the married woman is far more attentive and docile than the unmarried one. Consideration for her children compels her to exert her strength to the utmost in order to earn what is needful for their livelihood, and she therefore quietly submits to much that the unmarried working woman would not submit to, far less so the working man. As a rule, working women rarely combine with their fellow workers to obtain better working conditions. That also enhances their value in the eyes of the employers. Sometimes they even are a good means to subdue rebellious male workers. Women moreover are more patient, they possess greater nimbleness and a more developed taste, qualities that make them better suited to many kinds of work than men. These womanly virtues the virtuous capitalist appreciates fully, and so, with the development of industry, the field of woman's work is extended each year, but, and this is the decisive factor, without materially improving her social condition. Where female labor power is employed, it frequently releases male labor power. But the displaced male workers must earn their living, so they offer their labor power at lower wages, and this offer again depresses the wages of the female workers. The depression of wages becomes a screw set in motion by the constantly revolving process of developing industry, and as this process of revolution by labor-saving devices also releases female workers, the supply of hands is increased still more. New branches of industry counteract this constant production of surplus labor power, but not sufficiently to create better conditions of labor. In the new branches of industry also, as for instance in the electrical, male workers are being displaced by female workers. In the motor factory of the General Electric Company, most of the machines are tended by girls. Every increase in wages above a certain standard causes the employer to seek further improvement of his machinery, and to put the automatic machine in the place of human hands and human brains. In the beginning of the capitalistic era, only male workers competed with one another on the labor market. Now sex is arrayed against sex, and age against age. Women displace men, and women in turn are displaced by young people and children. That is the moral regime of modern industry. This state of affairs would eventually become unbearable if the workers, by organization in their trade unions, would not counteract it with all their might. To the working woman, too, it is becoming a sheer necessity to join these industrial organizations, for as an individual she has still far less power of resistance than the working man. Working women are beginning to recognize this necessity. In Germany the following numbers were organized: in 1892, 4,355, in 1899, 19,280, in 1900, 22,884, in 1905, 74,411, in 1907, 136,929, in 1908, 138,443. In 1892 women constituted only 1.8% of all members of trade unions, in 1908 they constituted 7.6%. According to the Fifth International Report of the Trade Union Movement, the numbers of female members were in Great Britain, 201,709, in France, 88,906, in Austria, 46,401. The endeavors of employers to lengthen the workday in order to extract larger profits from their workers is met with little resistance by women workers. That explains why in the textile industry, for instance, in which more than half of the workers are women, the workday is longest. It was necessary therefore that government protection by limiting the hours of work should begin with this industry. Women, being accustomed to an endless workday by their domestic activity, submit to the increased demands upon their labor power without offering resistance. Persons employed in gainful occupations. Year of entire population. Gainfully employed persons gainfully employed in percentage of population. Countries census male female both male female both male female both. German Empire 1907 30,461,131,259,429 61,720,529 18,599,236 9,492,881 28,092,117 61.130.445.5. Austria 1912,852,693 13,298,015 26,150,708 8,257,294 5,850,158 14,107,452 64.244.0 53.9. Hungary 1909,582,152 9,672,407 19,254,559 6,162,298 2,668,697 8,830,995 64.327.645.9. Russia 1,897 62,477,348 63,162,673 125,640,021 25,995,237 5,276,112 31,271,349 41.68.424.9. Italy 1901 16,155,130 16,320,123 32,475,253 10,988,462 5,284,064 16,272,526 68.0 32.450.1. Switzerland 1900 1,627,025 1,688,418 3,315,443 11,057,187 498,760 1,556,577 65.0 29.5 46.9 France 1901 18,916,889 19,533,899 38,450,788 12,910,565 6,804,510 19,715,075 68.2 34.8 51.3 Belgium 1900 3,324,834 3,368,714 6,693,548 2,123,072 948,229 3,071,301 63.8 28.1 45.9 Netherlands 1899 2,520,603 2,583,535 5,104,138 1,497,159 433,548 1,930 707 59.4 16.8 37.8 Denmark 1901 1,193,448 1,256,092 2,449,540 752,559 353,980 1,106,539 63.0 28.2 45.2 Sweden 1900 2,506,436 2,630,005 5,136,441 1,422,979 551,021 1,974,056.8 21.0 38.4 Norway 1900 1,066,693 1,154,784 2,221,477 599,057 277,613 876,670 56.1 24.0 39.5 England and Wales 1901 15,728,613 16,799,230 32,527,843 10,156,976 4,171,751 14,328,727 64.6 24.8 44.1 Scotland 1901 2,173,755 2,298,348 4,472,103 1,391,188 591,624 1,982,812 64.0 25.8 44.3 Ireland 1901 2,200,040 2,258,735 4,458,775 1,413,943 549,874 1,963,817 64.3 24.3 44.0 Great Britain and Ireland 901 20,102,408 21,356,313 41,458,721 12,962,107 5,313,249 18,275,356 64.5 24.9 44.1 United States of America 1939,059,242 37,244,145 76,303,387 23,956,115 5,329,807 29,285,922 61.3 14.3 38.4 Asterisk these figures include 91,219 persons of the Army and Navy who were absent from the country while the census was taken. In other trades, such as millinery, manufacture of artificial flowers, etc., they reduce their own wages and lengthen their own workday by taking home extra work. They frequently do not even notice that thereby they become their own competitors and do not earn more in a 16-hour day than they might in a well-regulated 10-hour day. The table on page 212 shows to what extent female labor has grown among various civilized nations, both in relation to the other sex and in relation to the entire population. Our table shows that the number of women employed in gainful occupations constitutes a considerable percentage of the entire population. The percentage is largest in Austria, France, and Italy. This may be partly due to the manner of census taking, as not only those female persons are counted, whose principal occupation is a gainful employment, but also those who perform incidental work for wages. The percentage is lowest in the United States. It is also important to compare the growth of the laboring population with former periods. Let us begin with Germany. Years in which census was taken entire population persons gainfully. Employed persons gainfully. Employed in percentage of population of 100 person. Gainfully employed. Male female male female male female male female. 1,882 22,150,749 23,071,364 13,415,415 5,541,517 60.57 24.02 71.24 28.76 1,895 25,409,161 26,361,123 15,531,841 6,578,350 61.13 24.96 70.25 29.75 1907 30,461,131,159,429 18,599,236 9,492,881 61.06 30.37 66.2 133.79 This table shows firstly, that the number of persons gainfully employed increases more rapidly than the population, secondly, that the growth of female labor still exceeds this increase, thirdly, that the male laboring population is relatively stationary, while the female laboring population shows a relative and absolute growth, and lastly, that female labor at an increasing rate displaces male labor. The number of persons gainfully employed has increased from 1882 to 1895 by 16.6 per cent, the number of men, by 15.8 per cent and 19.35 per cent, the number of women by 18.7 per cent from 1882 to 1895, and by 44.44 per cent from 1895 to 1907. The increase of the population from 1882 to 1895 was only 19.8 per cent, and from 1895 to 1907 only 19.34%. So the entire number of persons gainfully employed has increased, but as the growth of the number of men gainfully employed has approximately kept pace with the growth of the population, the number of women gainfully employed has grown mostly. This shows that the struggle for existence requires greater efforts than formerly. From 1882 to 1895 and from 1895 to 1907 we find the following increase and decrease among the population of Germany. From 1882 to 1895, from 1895 to 1907. Female persons gainfully employed. Plus 1,005,290 equals 23.60%, plus 2,979,105 equals 56.59%. Male persons gainfully employed. Plus 2,133,577 equals 15.95%, plus 3,077,382 equals 19.85%. Female servants. Plus 31,543 equals 2.46%, 64,574 equals 4.91%. Male servants. 17,151 equals 40.35%, 9,987 equals 39.38%. The following table shows the number of persons gainfully employed in various trades. 1,882 1,895 1907. Male female male female male female. Agriculture, forestry 5,701,587 2,534,909 5,539,538 2,753,154 5,284,271 4,598,986. Industry and mining 5,269,489 1,126,976 6,760 102 1,521,118 9,152,332 103,924. Commerce and traffic 1,272,208 298,110 1,758,903 579,608 2,546,253 931,373. Various kinds of wage labor 213,746 183,836 198,626 233,865 50,791 320,904. Public service and learned professions 373,593 115,272 615,335 176,648 799,025 288,311. Army and Navy 542,282 630,978, 651,194. The following table shows the increase and decrease in various trades. From 1882 to 1895, from 1895 to 1907. Female percent male percent female percent male percent. Agriculture and forestry plus 218 245 8.60 plus 162,049 2.80 plus 1,845,832 67.04 minus 255,267 4.61. Industry and mining plus 394,142 35.00 plus 1,490,613 28.30 plus 582,806 38.31 plus 2,392,228 35.39. Commerce and traffic plus 281,498 98.40 plus 486,695 39.30 plus 351,765 60.69 plus 787,350 44.76. Various kinds of wage labor plus 50,029 27.20 minus 5,127.10 plus 87,039 37.22 minus 47,835 24.08. Public service and learned professions plus 61,376 53.25 plus 154,295 33.25 plus 111,663 plus 18.60. Army and Navy plus 17,153 39.65 plus 20,216. Total plus 1,005,290 23.60 plus 2,133,577 15.90 plus 2,979,105 plus 3,077,382. Among the persons gainfully employed there were 1,895 1907. Female percent, male percent, female percent, male percent. Independent 1,069,007 22.14,405,039 31.31 52,165 4,438,123. Employees 39,418 0.81 582,407 4.1 159,889 1,130,839. Laborers, etc., excluding servants 3,745,455 77.099,071,097 64.66,422,229 11,413,892. Total 4,853,880 equals 100.00 14,058,543 equals 100.007 634,283 equals 100.00 16,982,854 equals 100.00. The following shows the increase and decrease of women holding independent positions from 1895 to 1907. Industry 477,290 519,492 to 42,202 equals 8.10. Commerce and traffic 246,641 202,616 plus 44,025 equals 21,77. Agriculture 328,237 346,896 to 18,659 equals 9.04. The greatest number of female persons were employed in the following trades. 1907 1,895. Agriculture 4,585,749 2,745,840. Clothing and cleaning 883,184 713,021. Commercial lines 545,177 299,829. Textile industry 528,235, 427,961. Restaurants and cafes 339,555, 261,450. Articles of food and luxury 248,962, 140,333. Metalwork 73,039, 36,210. Stone and pottery 72,270, 39,555. Paper industry 67,322, 39,222. Wood and carving industry 48,028, 30,346. The following are the trades in which more women than men are employed in Germany. Women. Men. Agriculture 4,217,132, 2,737,768. Textile industry 466,210, 390,312. Clothing trades 403,879, 303,264. Cleaning trades 85,684, 58,035. Restaurants and cafes 266,930, 139,002. Domestic service 279,208, 36,791. Nursing 129,197, 78,520. These figures clearly show us the prevailing state of affairs in Germany. Although the number of persons gainfully employed has increased more rapidly than the population, the growth of female labor still exceeds this increase. The employment of women is rapidly growing in all lines of industry. While the male laboring population is relatively stationary, the female laboring population shows a relative and absolute growth. In fact, the increase in female labor constitutes the chief portion of the general increase of persons gainfully employed in the entire population. The number of female members of families supported by men rank from 70.81 per cent in 1895 to 63.90 per cent in 1907. Woman has become such a powerful factor in industry that the Philistine saying, "The woman's place is in the home," seems utterly void and ridiculous. In England the following numbers of persons were industrially employed. For every 100 persons gainfully employed. Total male female fem. 1,871 11,593,466 8,270,186 3,323,280 1,881 11,187,564 7,783,646 3,403,918 69.59 30.41 1,891 12,751,995 8,883,254 4,016,230 68.09 31.91 1901 14,328,727 10,156,976 4,171,751 70.09 29.91 Within 30 years the number of men gainfully employed increased by 1,886,790 persons equals 22.8 per cent. The number of women gainfully employed increased by 848,471 equals 25.5%. It is especially noteworthy that during 1881, the year of a crisis, the number of men apparent 1, since most of the wives and daughters of number of women employed increased by 80,638. The relative decrease of female labor in 1901 is only an apparent one, since most of the wives and daughters of farmers are now counted as having no profession. Besides, during the last 20 years those industries have grown mostly in which male labor is chiefly employed, while the textile industry has relatively, and since 1891, positively declined. 1,881% of increase female workers among these. Stone and pottery industry 582,474 805,185 53 5006. Metalworks and manufacture of machinery 812,915 1,228,504 52 61,233. Building trades 764,911 1,128,680 47 2,485. Textile trades 1,094,636 1,155,397 5 663,222. Nevertheless, female labor has again increased at the expense of male labor. Only the share in increase of female labor that was 12.6 per cent from 1851 to 1861 and 7.6 per cent from 1871 to 1881 was reduced to 1.8 per cent from 1891 to 1901. In the year 1907 the following numbers were counted in the textile industry: 407, 360 men equals 36.6 per cent and 679,863 women equals 63.4%. In the clothing trades and in commerce female labor has increased much more. But it is furthermore seen that older women are displaced by younger ones, and as women under 25 are mostly unmarried and the older ones are mostly married, or widowed, it is seen that women are displaced by girls. The following are trades in which more women than men are employed in England. Women. Men. Domestic service 1,690,686 124,263. Clothing trade 711,786 414,637. Textile trade 663,222 492,175. Among these cotton 328,793 193,830. Wool and yarn 153,311 106,598. Hemp and jute 104,587 45,732. Silk 22,589 8,966. Embroidery 28,962 9,587. In almost all the branches women receive considerable less pay than men for the same amount of work. A recent inquiry showed that the average weekly wage in the textile industry was 28 shillings 1 penny for men, and only 15 shillings 5 pence for women. In the bicycle industry, where female labor has rapidly increased as a result of the introduction of machinery, women receive only from 12 to 18 shillings per week, where men received from 30 to 40 shillings. The same conditions are met with in the manufacture of paper goods and shoes and in binderies. Women are paid especially low wages for the manufacture of underwear. 10 shillings per week is considered a good wage. As a rule, a woman earns half or one-third of a man's wage. A similar difference in remuneration between men and women is met with in the postal service and in teaching. Only in the cotton industry in Lancashire both sexes working an equal length of time earned almost equal wages. In the United States we find the following development of female labor: 1,880 1,890 1900. Agriculture 594,510 678,884 977,336. Learned professions 177,255 311,687 430,597. Domestic and personal service 1,181,300, 1,667,651, 2,095,449. Commerce and transportation 63,058, 228,421, 503,347. Manufacture 631,034, 1,027,928, 1,312,668. Total, women 2,647,157, 14.7, 3,914,571, 17.45, 319,397, 18.8. Total, men 14,774,942, 85.3, 18,821,090, 82.6, 23,753,836, 81.2. 17,422,099, 100.022, 7.35, 661, 100.029, 73,233, 100.0. Here we see that the number of women gainfully employed has grown from 3,914,571 in 1890 to 5,319,397 in 1900. It has increased more rapidly than the population, which increased from 62,622,250 persons in 1890 to 76,303,387 in 1900, only by 21%. In the same inexorable way, the number of employed men is decreasing, since they are being displaced by women. Now for 100 persons gainfully employed there are 18.8 women, while in 1880 there were not more than 14.7%. Of 312 occupations there are only 9 in which no women are employed. According to the census of 1900, we even find among them 5 pilots, 45 engineers and firemen, 185 blacksmiths, 508 machinists, 11 wellborers, 8 boiler makers. Of course these figures are not of great sociological importance, but they show that there are very few occupations from which women are absolutely excluded, either by their natural capacity or by law. Women are especially numerous in the following occupations: servants and waitresses, 1,213,828, dressmaking, 338,144, farm labor, 497,886, laundresses, 332,665, teachers, 327,905, independent farmers, 307,788, textile workers, 231,458, housekeepers, 147,103, sales ladies, 146,265, seamstresses, 138,724, nurses and midwives, 108,691, unqualified trades, 106,916. In these 12 occupations 3,583,333 equals 74.1% of all bread-earning women have been counted. Besides, there are 85,086 stenographers, 82,936 milliners, 81,000 clerks, 72,896 bookkeepers, etc., together 19 occupations, comprising over 50,000 women equals 88.8% of all women breadwinners. Women predominate in the following trades. For every 100 persons employed: manufacture of underwear, women 99.4, men 0.6. Millinery 98.00.6. Dressmaking 96.83.2. Manufacture of collars 77.6, 22.4. Weaving 72.8 27.2. Manufacture of gloves 62.6 37.4. Bookbinding 50.0 49.5. Textile trades 50.0 50.0. Housekeeping 94.7 5.3. Nursing 89.9 10.1. Laundry work 86.8 13.2. Domestic service 81.9 18.1. Boarding 83.4 16.6. Stenographers 76.7 23.3. Teachers 73.4 26.6. Music teachers 56.9 43.1. Of 4,833,630 women employed in gainful occupations aged 16 years and more, 3,143,712 were single, 769,477 were married, 857,005 were widowed, 63,436 were divorced. The American report says, the increase in the percentage of persons gainfully employed was greatest for the married women, since it was by 1/4 greater in 1900 than in 1890. In 1890 there was only one married working woman among 22, in 1900 there was one among 18. The number of widowed and divorced women is very great, both relatively and actually. In 1900 among 2,721,438 widowed women 857,005 equals 31.5 were earning their living, and among divorced women the percentage was still greater. Of 114,935, of these 49% were earning their own living in 1890 and 55.3% in 1900. Thus more women became self-supporting each year. Among the 303 occupations in which women are employed there are 79 with less than 100 women, 59 100 to 500, 31 500 to 1000, 125 more 1000, 63 5000. Among 100 persons from 16 years up we find the following wage scale. Men Women. Less than $7 18.0 less than $7 66.3. $7 to $9 15.4 7 to $9 19.6. $9 to $20 60.6 9 to $15 13.2. $20 to $25 4.8 15 to $20 0.8. More than $25 2.0 20 to $25 0.1. Average weekly wage $11.16 $6.17. We see that 60.6% of the men earn more than $9, while only 13.2% of the women earn more than $9, and more than 2/3 earn less than $7. The average weekly wage for men is $11.16, the average weekly wage for women $6.17, almost half of the man's wages. Among government employees the difference is equally great. Among 185,874 persons engaged in civil service there were 172,053 men equals 92.6%, and 13,821 women, 7.4%. In the District of Columbia, the seat of the national administration, the percentage of female labor amounts to 29%. And yet 47.2% of the women earn less than $720, while only 16.7% of the men earn less than $720. In France, according to the census of 1901, the laboring population amounted to 19,715,075 persons, 12010,565 men and 6,804,510 women. They are distributed among various trades as follows. Men. %. Women. %. Agriculture 5,517,617 72 2,658,952 28. Commerce 1,132,621 65 689,999 35. DOMTIC service 223,861 23 791,176 77. Learned Prof 226,561 67 173,278 33. Industry 3,695,213 63.5 2,124,642 36.5. The female laboring population amounts to one half of the male laboring population. As in all other countries, fewest women are employed at those occupations that require greatest physical strength. The greatest number of women are employed in the textile trades, 116 women for 100 men, in the clothing trades, in laundries, 1,247 women for 100 men, and in the manufacture of underwear 3,286 women for 100 men. It generally holds true, as Madame C. Milhan states, that the greatest number of women are employed in those industries where the hours of work are particularly long and wages particularly low. It is a sad fact that while the industries, where the hours of labor are short, only employ a few thousand women, those where the hours of work are long, employs hundreds of thousands of them. In regard to the wage scale, Levasseur says that a woman's wage rarely amounts to 2/3 of a man's wage and more frequently only to 1/2. 2. Factory work of married women. Sweatshop labor and dangerous occupations. Married women form a large percentage of working women and their number is steadily increasing, which means a serious problem in regard to the family life of the working class. In 1899, German factory inspectors were instructed to investigate the work of married women and to inquire into the causes which lead them to seek employment. This investigation showed that 229,334 married women were employed in factories. Besides, 1,063 married women were employed in mining above the ground, as was shown by the report of the Prussian mining authorities. In Baden the number of married working women increased from 10,878 in 1894 to 15,046 in 1899, which is 31.27 per cent of all adult female workers. The following table shows the distribution of married women factory laborers among the various trades. Textile industry 111,194. Articles of food and luxury 39,080. Stone and pottery industry 19,475. Clothing and cleaning trades 13,156. Paper industry 11,049. Metalworks 10,739. Wood and carving industry 5,635. Polygraphic trades 4,770. Manufacture of machinery 4,493. Chemical industry 4,380. Various 5,363. Total 229,334. Besides the textile industry, the manufacture of articles of food and luxury, especially the manufacture of tobacco, gives many married women employment. Then comes the paper industry, especially employment in workshops for the assoroting of rags, and employment in brickyards. Married women are mainly employed in difficult occupations, implying hard and dirty work, while young working girls under 21 find employment in porcelain factories, spinning and weaving mills, paper mills, cigar factories, and in the clothing trade. The worst kinds of work, shunned by others, are taken up by the elder working women, especially the married ones. Of the many replies in regard to the causes which lead married women to seek work, only a few need to be mentioned. In the district of Potsdam, the main reason given for the factory labor of married women was, that the earnings of the men were insufficient. In Berlin, according to the reports of two inspectors, 53.62% of the women who helped to support their families stated that the earnings of their husbands were insufficient to support them. Similar information was given by the factory inspectors for the districts of Western Prussia, Frankfurt on the Oder, Franconia, Württemberg, Alsatia, etc. The inspector for Magdeburg gives the same cause for the majority of married working women, but also states that some married women must work because their husbands are dissolute and spend all their earnings on themselves. Others again, it was reported, worked as a matter of habit and because they had not been trained to be housekeepers. It may be true that these causes hold good in a minority of cases, but the great majority of these women work because they must. The factory inspector for Alsace states as the main cause for gainful employment of married women in modern industry, the demand for cheap labor, created by the means of transportation and by unrestricted competition. He furthermore states that manufacturers like to employ married women because they are more reliable and steady. The factory inspector for Baden, Dr. Woerschoffer, says, the low wages paid to women workers is the main cause why employers resort to female labor wherever it can be made use of. Ample proof of this assertion can be found in the fact that wages are lowest in those industries in which the greatest number of women are employed. As female labor can be employed to a great extent in these industries, it becomes a necessity to the working class families that the women should seek employment. The factory inspector for Koblenz says, women usually are more industrious and reliable than young girls. Young working girls generally have an aversion against disagreeable and dirty work, which is accordingly left to the more unassuming married workers. Thus, for instance, dealers in rags frequently employ married women. That the wages of working women are lower everywhere than those of working men, even for equal work, is a well-known fact. In this respect, the private employer does not differ from the state or community. Women employed in the railroad and postal service receive less than men for the same kind of work. In every community, women teachers receive a lower salary than men teachers. This may be explained by the following causes: women have fewer needs and are, above all, more helpless. Their earnings are in many cases only additional to the incomes of fathers or husbands, the main supporters of the families. The character of female labor is amateurish, temporary, and accidental. There is an immense reserve force of female workers which increases their helplessness. There is much competition from middle-class women in dressmaking, millinery, flour and paper goods, manufactory, etc. Women are usually tied to their place of residence. All these causes make the hours of work longest for women unless they are protected by legislation. In a report on the wages of factory laborers in Mannheim in 1893, the late Dr. Woerschoffer divides the weekly wages into three classes. The lowest class comprises weekly wages up to 15 marks, the middle class from 15 to 24 marks, and the high class above 24 marks. These wages were distributed among the workers as follows: low class, middle class, high class. All the workers 29.8%, 49.8%, 20.4%. Male 20.9, 56.2, 22.9. Female 99.2, 0.70.1. The majority of the working women were paid starvation wages, as the following table shows. A weekly wage of less than 5 marks was paid to 4.62%. From 5 to 6, 5.47. 6 to 8, 43.96. 8 to 10, 27.45. 10 to 12, 12.38. 12 to 15, 5.30. More than 15, 0.74. An inquiry by the Department of Factory Inspection of Berlin showed that the average weekly wages of working women was 11.36 marks, 4.3% received less than 6 marks, 7.8% 6 to 8 marks, 27.6% 12 to 15 marks, 11.1% 15 to 20 marks, and 1.1% 20 to 30 marks. The majority earn from 8 to 15 marks. In Karlsruhe, the average weekly wages of all working women amounts to 10.02 marks. Wages are lowest in the domestic industries for both men and women, but especially for women, and the hours of work are unlimited. Also, domestic industry frequently implies the so-called sweating system. A subcontractor distributes the work among the workers and receives for his remuneration a considerable amount of the wages paid by the employer. How wretchedly female labor is paid in these sweated trades, may be seen from the following reports on conditions in Berlin. For men's colored shirts, manufacturers paid from 2 to 2.5 marks in 1889. In 1893 they obtained them for 1.20 mark. A seamstress of medium ability must toil from dawn to darkness to finish from 6 to 8 shirts daily. Her weekly wages amounts to from 4 to 5 marks. An apron maker earns 2.5 to 5 marks weekly, a shoemaker 5 to 6 marks, a skillful shirtwaist maker 6 marks, a very skilled worker on boy suits 8 to 9 marks, a worker on coats 5 to 6 marks. An experienced seamstress on fine men's shirts can earn 12 marks per week if the season is good, and if she works from 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. Milliners who can copy models independently earn 30 marks monthly. Experienced trimmers who have been working at their trade for years earn 50 to 60 marks per month during the season. The season lasts 5 months. An umbrella maker earns 6 to 7 marks weekly with a 12-hour day. Such starvation wages drive working girls to prostitution, for even with the most modest requirements no working girl can live in Berlin for less than 9 to 10 marks per week. All these facts show that the modern development of industry draws away women more and more from the family and the home. Marriage and the family are being disrupted, and so from the standpoint of these facts also it becomes absurd to relegate women to the home and the family. Only they can resort to this argument who go through life blindly and fail to see the trend of development, or do not wish to see it. In many branches of industry, women are employed exclusively. In a great many they constitute the majority of workers, and in most of the remaining branches women find more or less employment. The number of working women is steadily growing and new lines of activity are constantly being opened to them. By the enactment of the German factory laws of 1891 the workday of adult women workers in factories was limited to 11 hours, but a number of exceptions were permitted. Night work for women was also prohibited, but here 2 exceptions were made for factories that run day and night, and for manufactures limited to certain seasons. Only after the International Convention at Bern on September 26, 1906, determined on a night's rest of 11 hours for factory workers, and after socialists for many years energetically demanded the prohibition of night work for women and the establishment of an 8-hour day, the government and the bourgeois parties are yielding at last. The law of December 28, 1908, limits the hours of work for women to 10 hours daily in all factories where no less than 10 workers are employed. On Saturdays and on days preceding holidays the limit is 8 hours. Women may not be employed for 8 weeks prior to and after their confinement. Their readmission depends upon a medical certificate stating that at least 6 weeks have elapsed since their confinement. Women may not be employed in the manufacture of coke, nor for the carrying of building materials. In spite of the energetic opposition of socialists, an amendment was accepted that the controlling officials may permit overtime work for 50 days annually. Especially noteworthy is the clause which constitutes a first interference with the exploitation by domestic industry. This clause determines that women and minors may not be given work to take home on days when their hours of work in the factory have been as long as the law permits. Regardless of its imperfections, the new law certainly means progress compared to the present state of affairs. But women are not only employed in growing numbers in those occupations that are suited to their inferior physical strength, they are employed wherever the exploiters can obtain higher profits by their labor. Among such occupations are difficult and disagreeable as well as dangerous ones. These facts glaringly contradict that fantastic conception of woman as a weak and tender creature, as described by poets and writers of novels. Facts are stubborn things, and we are dealing with facts only, since they prevent us from drawing false conclusions and indulging in sentimental talk. But these facts teach us, as has been previously stated, that women are employed in the following industries: the textile trades, chemical trades, metallurgy, paper industry, machine manufacture, woodwork, manufacture of articles of food and luxury, and mining above the ground. In Belgium, women over 21 are employed in mining underground also. They are furthermore employed in the wide field of agriculture, horticulture, cattle breeding, and the numerous trades connected with these occupations, and in those various trades which have long since been their specific realm, dressmaking, millinery, manufacture of underwear, and as sales ladies, clerks, teachers, kindergarten teachers, writers, artists of all kinds, etc. Tens of thousands of women of the poorer middle class are employed in stores and in other commercial positions, and are thereby almost entirely withdrawn from housekeeping and from the care of their children. Lastly, young, and especially pretty women, find more and more employment as waitresses in restaurants and cafes, as chorus girls, dancers, etc., to the greatest detriment to their morals. They are used as bait to attract pleasure-seeking men. Horrible conditions exist in these occupations from which the white slave traders draw many of their victims. Among the above-named occupations there are many dangerous ones. Thus danger from the effects of alkaline and sulfuric fumes exists to a great degree in the manufacture and cleaning of straw hats. Bleaching is dangerous owing to the inhalation of chloral fumes. There is danger of poisoning in the manufacture of colored paper, the coloring of artificial flowers, the manufacture of metachromatypes, chemicals and poisons, the coloring of tin soldiers and other tin toys, etc. Silvering of mirrors means death to the unborn children of pregnant workers. In Prussia about 22% of all infants die during their first year of life, but among the babies of working women employed in certain dangerous occupations we find, as stated by Dr. Hurd, the following appalling death rate: mirror makers, 65%, glass cutters, 55%, workers in lead, 40%. In 1890 it was reported that among 78 pregnant women who had been employed in the type foundries of the government district of Wiesbaden, only 37 had normal confinements. Dr. Hurd asserts that the following trades become especially dangerous to women during the second half of their pregnancy: the manufacture of colored paper and flowers, the finishing of Brussels laces with white lead, the making of metachromatypes, the silvering of mirrors, the rubber industry, and all manufactures in which the workers inhale poisonous gases, such as carbonic acid, carbonic oxide, sulfide of hydrogen, etc. The manufacture of shoddy and phosphoric matches are also dangerous occupations. The report of the factory inspector for Baden shows that the average annual number of premature births among working women increased from 1039 during the years 1882 to 1886 to 1244 during the years 1887 to 1891. The number of births that had to be preceded by an operation were on an average 1,118 from 1882 to 1886, and 1,385 from 1887 to 1891. More serious facts of this sort would be revealed if similar investigations were made throughout Germany. But generally the factory inspectors in framing their reports content themselves with the remark, particular injuries to women by their employment in factories have not been observed. How could they observe them during their short visits and without consulting medical opinion? That furthermore there is great danger to life and limb, especially in the textile trades, the manufacture of explosives and work at agricultural machinery has been shown. Moreover, a number of enumerated trades are among the most difficult and strenuous, even for men, that can be seen by a glance at the very incomplete list. It is very easy to say that this or that occupation is unsuited to a woman. But what can she do if no other more suitable occupation is open to her? Dr. Hurd gives the following list of occupations in which young girls ought not to be employed at all on account of the danger to their health: manufacture of bronze colors, manufacture of emery paper, making of straw hats, glass cutting, lithographing, combing flax, picking horsehair, plucking fustian, manufacture of tin plate, manufacture of shoddy and work at flax mills. In the following trades young girls should be employed only if proper protection has been provided: manufacture of wallpaper, porcelain, lead pencils, lead shot, volatile oils, alum, prussiate of potash, bromide, quinine, soda, paraffin and ultramarine, colored paper, colored wafers, metachromatypes, phosphoric matches, Paris green and artificial flowers. Further occupations on the list are the cutting and asso-rooting of rags, the asso-rooting and cutting of tobacco leaves, asso-rooting of hair for brushes, cleaning of straw hats, sulfurizing of India rubber, reeling wool and silk, cleaning bed feathers, coloring and printing of goods, coloring of tin soldiers, packing of tobacco leaves, silvering mirrors, and cutting steel pins and pens. It is certainly no pleasant sight to behold women, even pregnant women, working at the construction of railways, together with men, and drawing heavily loaded carts, or helping with the building of a house, mixing lime, and serving as hod carriers. Such occupations strip a woman of all womanliness, just as, on the other hand, many modern occupations deprive men of their manliness. Such are the results of social exploitation and social warfare. Our corrupted social conditions turn the natural order upside down. It is not surprising that workingmen do not relish this tremendous increase of female labor in all branches of industry. It is certain that the extension of the employment of women in industry disrupts the family life of the working class, that the breaking tip of marriage and the home are a natural result, and that it leads to a terrible increase of immorality, degeneration, all kinds of disease and infant mortality. According to the statistics of the German Empire, infant mortality has greatly increased in those cities that have become centers of industry. As a result, infant mortality is also heightened in the rural districts owing to the greater scarcity and increased cost of milk. In Germany, infant mortality is greatest in Upper Palatine, Upper Bavaria, and Lower Bavaria, in some localities of the government districts of Liegnitz and Breslau, and in Chemnitz. In 1907, of every 100 infants the following percentage died during the first year of life: Statumhof 40.14%, Parsberg 40.06%, Friedberg 39.28%, Kelheim 37.71%, Munich 37.63%, Glauchau 33.48%, Waldenburg 32.49%, Chemnitz 32.49%, Reichenbach 32.18%, Annaberg 31.41%, etc. In the majority of large manufacturing villages conditions were still worse, some of which had an infant mortality of from 40 to 50%. And yet this social development, which is accompanied by such deplorable results, means progress. It means progress just as freedom of trade, liberty of choosing one's domicile, freedom of marriage, etc., meant progress, whereby capitalism was favored, but the middle class was doomed. The workingmen are not inclined to support small tradespeople and mechanics in their attempts again to limit freedom of trade and the liberty of choosing one's domicile, and to reinstate the limitations of the guild system in order to maintain industry on a small scale. Past conditions cannot be revived. That is equally true of the altered methods of manufacture and the altered position of women. But that does not preclude the necessity of protective legislation to prevent an unlimited exploitation of female labor and the employment in industry of children of school age. In this respect, the interests of the working class coincide with the interests of the state and the general humane interests of an advanced stage of civilization. That all parties are interested in such protective measures has frequently been shown during the last decades. For instance, in Germany in 1893, when an increase of the army made it necessary to reduce the required standard, because our industrial system had greatly increased the number of young men who were unfit for military service. Our final aim must be to remove the disadvantages that have been caused by the introduction of machinery, the improvement in the means of production and the modern methods of production, and so to organize human labor that the tremendous advantages machinery gave to humanity and will continue to give may be enjoyed by all members of society. It is preposterous and a crying evil that human achievements which are the product of social labor, should only benefit those who can acquire them by means of their power of wealth, while thousands of industrious workingmen and women are stricken by terror and grief when they learn of a new labor-saving device, which may mean to them that they have become superfluous and will be cast out. What should be joyfully welcomed by all thereby becomes an object of hatred to some, that in former decades frequently led workingmen to storm factories and demolish the machinery. A similar hostile sentiment prevails to some extent at present between working men and working women. This sentiment is unnatural. We must therefore seek to bring about a state of society in which all will enjoy equal rights regardless of sex. That will be possible when the means of production become the property of society, when labor has attained its highest degree of fruitfulness by employing all scientific and technical improvements and advantages, and when all who are able to work shall be obliged to perform a certain amount of socially necessary labor, for which society in return will provide all with the necessary means for the development of their abilities and the enjoyment of life. Woman shall become a useful member of human society enjoying full equality with man. She shall be given the same opportunity to develop her physical and mental abilities, and by performing duties she shall be entitled to rights. Being man's free and equal companion, no unworthy demands will be made upon her. The present development of society is tending in this direction, and the numerous and grave evils incidental to this development necessitate the introduction of a new social order. Chapter 14. The Struggle of Women for Education. 1. The Revolution in Domestic Life. Although the change in the position of women is obvious to all who go through life with open eyes, we still continue to hear the idle talk that the home and the family are woman's natural sphere. This cry is most loudly raised wherever women attempt to enter the learned professions to become teachers at higher institutions of learning, physicians, lawyers, scientists, etc. The most ridiculous objections are resorted to and defended in the guise of scientific arguments. In this respect, as in many others, supposedly learned men base their arguments on science to defend what is most ridiculous and absurd. Their main objection is that women are intellectually inferior to men, that in the realm of intellectual activity they cannot attain any noteworthy achievements. Most men are so prejudiced in regard to the professional abilities of women, that whoever resorts to arguments of this sort is sure to meet with approval. As long as the general status of culture and knowledge is as low as at present, new ideas will always be met with rigorous opposition, especially when it is in the interest of the ruling classes to limit culture and knowledge to their own strata. Therefore new ideas are at first upheld only by a small minority, and this small group is subjected to ridicule, slander and persecution. But if the new ideas are good and rational, if they have sprung up as a natural consequence of existing conditions, they will be disseminated, and the minority will eventually become the majority. It was thus with every new idea in the course of human history, and the idea of obtaining woman's true and complete emancipation will meet with the same success. Were not the believers in Christian faith at one time a small minority? Was the Reformation not ushered in by a small and persecuted group? Did not the modern bourgeoisie contend with overwhelmingly powerful opponents? Nevertheless they were victorious. Or was socialism destroyed in Germany by 12 years of persecution by exceptional laws? The victory of socialism was never more certain than when it was thought to be destroyed. The assertion that housekeeping and child-rearing is woman's natural sphere is as intelligent as the assertion that there must always be kings, because there have been kings as long as there has been a history. We do not know how the first king originated, just as we do not know where the first capitalist appeared. But we do know that monarchy has been greatly transformed in the course of thousands of years, that it is the tendency of evolution to diminish the power of kings more and more, and that the time will come, and that time is not far distant, when kings will be quite superfluous. Just as monarchy, so every institution of state and society is subjected to changes and transformations and ultimate destruction. In the historical expositions of this book we have seen, that the present form of marriage and the position of woman have by no means always been what they are today. We have seen that both are the product of an historical line of development that is still in progress. About 2,350 years ago Demosthenes could assert that woman had no other vocation but to give birth to legitimate children and to faithfully guard the house. Today this conception has been overcome. No one could dare to defend this standpoint today without being accused of contempt of women. Indeed, there are some even today who secretly share the view of the ancient Athenian, but no one would dare to express publicly what one of the foremost men of ancient Greece asserted freely and openly as a matter of course. Herein lies the progress. Now, although modern development has undermined millions of marriages, it has on the other hand influenced the evolution of marriage favorably. Only a few decades ago it was a matter of fact in every citizen's and peasant's home, that women not only sewed, knitted, washed, cooked, etc., but that they also baked the bread, spun and weaved, and bleached, brewed beer and manufactured tallow candles and soap. Running water, lighting and heating by gas, not to speak of electricity, besides numerous other modern house furnishings, were unknown in those days. Antiquated conditions persist even today, but they are exceptions. The majority of women are relieved from many occupations that were inevitable formerly, because many things can be made better and cheaper industrially than by the individual housewife. Thus, within a few decades a great revolution has taken place in our domestic life to which we pay so little heed, only because we take it for granted. People do not notice transformations even when they take place under their very eyes as long as they are not sudden and disturb the accustomed order, but they resent new ideas that threaten to interfere with their treading of the beaten path. This revolution in our domestic life that is still going on, has considerably changed the position of woman in the family in still another respect. Our grandmother could not and would not think of visiting theaters, concerts, and places of amusement even on weekdays. Nor would any woman in the good old days have dared to bother about public affairs as so many do today. At present women organize and join clubs pursuing the most varied aims, they found newspapers, subscribe to them and edit them and hold conventions. As working women they organize industrially and attend the men's meetings. In some localities of Germany they even possess the right to elect members to courts of trade, but of this right the reactionary majority in the Diet deprived them again in the year of the Lord, 1890. Although these altered conditions have their dark sides too, the bright sides predominate, and not even any reactionary would wish to abolish them again. The women themselves, regardless of the conservative character of most of them, have no inclination either to return to the old, patriarchal conditions. In the United States, society is organized along bourgeois lines also, but it is not burdened with old European prejudices and antiquated institutions, and is therefore much more inclined to adopt new institutions and ideas if they hold promise of advantage. There, since quite some time, the position of woman is regarded differently than in Europe. Among wealthy circles women have been relieved not only of baking and brewing, but of cooking as well, and the one kitchen of an apartment hotel replaces many individual kitchens. Our army officers, who are no socialists or communists, have a similar method. In their casinos they form a sort of housekeeping community, appoint a manager, whose business it is to purchase the food wholesale, and to draw up the menus, and the food is cooked by steam in the kitchen of the barracks. They live far more cheaply than they could in a hotel, and their food is at least as good. Thousands of wealthy families live in boarding houses or hotels all year or part of the year without missing their domestic cooking. They, on the contrary, regard it as a great comfort to be relieved of the private kitchen. The general aversion of rich and wealthy women against kitchen work does not seem to signify that this occupation is a part of woman's natural sphere. Indeed, the fact that rich families and large hotels employ male cooks makes it appear as if cooking were man's work. Let these facts be noted by men who cannot conceive woman except surrounded by pots and pans. Nothing could be simpler than to combine a central laundry with a central kitchen, as has already been done in all large cities by wealthy private residents or speculators, and to make the institution general. With the central kitchen, central heating, hot water supply, etc., might be connected, and much troublesome work entailing a great waste of time and effort would be abolished. Large hotels, many private houses, hospitals, schools, barracks, and other public buildings have these and other modern improvements, as electric light, bathing establishments, etc. The mistake is that only public institutions and wealthy persons profit by these improvements. If made accessible to all, they would save a tremendous amount of time, effort, labor, and expense, and would considerably heighten the general well-being. In the summer of 1890, German newspapers published reports of progress being made in the United States in regard to central heating and ventilation. In these reports, among other things, the following was stated: experiments that have recently been made, especially in North America, to heat entire blocks or portions of a city from one centrally located place, have been successful in no small degree. The construction has been so carefully planned and so practically applied, that the favorable results and financial advantages will undoubtedly lead to an extension of the system. Recently, further experiments have been made to provide not only the heating but also the ventilation of entire districts from centrally located places. Many of these contemplated improvements have since been realized and further improved. Narrow-minded Philistines shrug their shoulders when such and similar plans are discussed, and yet in Germany, too, we are in the midst of a new industrial revolution, whereby the individual kitchen and other housework will become as superfluous as labor by manual tools became superfluous by the introduction of modern machinery. As late as the beginning of the 19th century, even a Napoleon could deride as a crazy idea the project of moving a vessel by steam. People who were considered intelligent regarded the plan of building a railroad as an absurdity. They claimed that no one could live in a vehicle traveling at such high speed. In the same manner, many new ideas are dealt with today. If someone had told our women a century ago that they should get their water from a faucet in the kitchen instead of drawing it from the well, he would have been accused of seeking to encourage laziness in housewives and servants. But the great technical revolution along all lines is in full swing. Nothing can stay its progress. It is the historical mission of bourgeois society that has ushered in this revolution, to lead it to its climax, and everywhere to bring to light the germs of transformation, which a society organized on a new basis will merely need to generalize and to make the common property of all. The development of our social life does not tend to lead woman back to the home and hearth, a state that fanatics on domesticity desire, and for which they clamor as the Jews in the desert clamored for the lost flesh pots of Egypt. It demands the release of woman from her narrow sphere of domestic life, and her full participation in public life and the missions of civilization. Lavalley is right when he says, with the growth of what we call civilization, the feelings of piety toward family life decrease and its bonds become looser and have less influence on the actions of men. This fact is so general that it may be regarded as a law of social development. Not only has the position of woman in the family changed, but also the position of son and daughter in their relation to the family. They have gradually obtained a degree of independence that was unheard of formerly. This is especially so in the United States, where young persons are educated to become self-reliant and independent to a far greater extent than in Europe. The dark sides that are incidental to this form of development also are not necessarily connected with it, but are rooted in the social conditions of our time. Bourgeois society does not produce any new and pleasing phenomena that do not have a dark side as well. As Fourier already pointed out with much perspicacity, all its progress is double-edged. Like Lavalley, Dr. Schaeffel also recognizes the changed nature of the modern family as a result of social development. He says, throughout history we find the tendency of the family to return to its specific functions. The family abandons one provisionally and temporarily maintained function after another and, inasmuch as it only filled out the gaps in social functions, it yields to the dependent institutions of law, order, power, divine service, teaching, industry, etc., as soon as such institutions are developed. 2. The intellectual abilities of women. Women are advancing, though at present only a small minority strives to advance, and of these again only a few are fully conscious of their aims. They not only wish to measure their strength with that of men industrially and commercially, they not only wish to hold a more independent position in the family, they also wish to employ their intellectual abilities in higher positions and in public life. They are met time and again with the argument that they are unfit by nature for intellectual occupations. The question of the practice of learned professions only concerns a small number of women in present-day society, but it is important as a matter of principle. The majority of men seriously believe that women must remain subjected to them intellectually also and that they have no right to seek equality, therefore they are vehemently opposed to the intellectual ambitions of women. The same men who do not object to women being employed in difficult and dangerous occupations that threaten their womanliness and injure their maternity, would bar them from professions that are far less difficult and dangerous and far better suited to their physical abilities. In Germany, the lively agitation for the admission of women to universities has called forth a great number of opponents who especially oppose the admission of women to the study of medicine. Among these are Pochhammer, Felling, Binder, Hegar, and others. J. Biren